Parliament is in session on a Wednesday at midday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions. We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's Live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is the nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on. GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're GB News, and we come from a proud tradition of British journalism.
That's why I'm so excited to be here. It's something so new.
The first news channel to be launched in Britain in over 30 years.
Launched to represent the views of the British people.
To go where other broadcasters refuse to go.
How did you find out about the story in the first place?
Launched with one aim.
To be the fearless champion of Britain.
It's an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here.
This is GB News.
The People's Channel. GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akua. And for the next few hours, me and my panel will be taking on some of the big topics hitting the headlines right now. This show is all about opinion. It's mine, it's theirs, and of course it's yours. We'll be debating, discussing, and at times we will disagree, but no one will be cancelled. So joining me in the next hour, broadcaster and columnist Lizzie Cundy, and also former Labour Party advisor Matthew Lala. Coming up for my political spotlight this week, I'll be speaking to a British resident of Rwanda to find out what life is really like in the place the government is desperate to send asylum seekers to. Is it really unsafe? Then for my Great British Debate this week, I'm asking, should benefits be axed after a year on them? What do you think? Now, this guest you will not want to miss. My difficult conversation guest is a woman who faced a harrowing ordeal after being stranded on a tube track. Terrible state of affairs. She ended up with her both 2 amputations because of the tube. You've got to stay tuned. I'll be asking why no one sought to help her. But before we get started, let's get your latest news with Cameron Walker.
Good afternoon. It's 1 minute past 3. I'm Cameron Walker in the GB newsroom. A police apology has been welcomed by the government, but the Home Office says being Jewish should never be seen as provocative. It's after a Metropolitan Police officer stopped a campaign against anti-Semitism Chief Executive Gideon Falter from crossing a road near a pro-Palestinian march, saying he's quite openly Jewish. The Home Office, which says the comment is unacceptable, has written to the Police Commissioner and Mayor of London. A spokesperson for Sadiq Khan describes the Met's handling of the incident as concerning. Today, pro-Israel demonstrators are holding a peaceful counter-protest in central London. Called Enough is Enough, the group says hatred has no place on the streets of the capital.
You can't walk through central London with a yarmulke on your head, no signs of any Israeli flag or support for Israel or any views on what may be going on in the Middle East. But if you're not allowed to walk across the streets in central London because you are openly Jewish, then it's time for the government to act.
It's just sad that it's come to this, that it's now regarded as not completely safe for Jewish people to walk in the streets of their own city. And not only is it distressing and vile as their views are, the distressing thing is also becoming normalised.
Meanwhile, pro-Palestinian protesters have been marching in Sheffield demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. They're accusing Israel of using famine as a weapon of war and criticising the government for continuing to arm the country. The Palestine Solidarity Campaign also took aim at Barclays Bank, urging it to sever ties with companies which supply weapons and military equipment to Israel. Musicians, politicians and campaigners are rallying in Glasgow, calling for another independence referendum in Scotland. Believe in Scotland and Pensioners for Independence marched from Kelvin Way to George Square to hear from speakers, including First Minister Humza Yousaf. There were mixed feelings in the city, with a counter-protest calling for the country to remain in the United Kingdom.
To object against the Indy March still going ahead because they haven't accepted our vote in 2014. In actual fact, one day after it, the vote that they would accept, they started objecting to it and still going on about it.
To get Humza out. To get Humza out.
It's about ridiculous, if I'm honest. So that's why I'm here, but I'm kind of really here for my Nana, so...
Well, it's our country. We want it back. Thank you very much. We've been a colony for over 300 years. We get nothing back. Everything's taken from us and goes south.
3 men who died in a car crash near a retail park in northwest London have been named by police. Mohammed Zadani, Mohammed Ghazi and Sohail Zulfikar died when their vehicle went through a car park fence and hit a footbridge. It happened last weekend and the men, who were in their early 20s, were pronounced dead at the scene. 2 other passengers were injured, but police say their condition is not life-threatening. Investigations into the cause of the crash continue. Parents and their children have staged a demonstration in Belfast over rising childcare costs. More than 1,000 people carrying balloons, placards and prams took part, calling for immediate support. Unlike England, there's no scheme offering free childcare in Northern Ireland, but some tax credits are available. Stormont politicians want to prioritise childcare, but a new strategy could cost £400 million a year. They've requested a face-to-face meeting with the Prime Minister to ask for more funding. A 2-minute silence has been held honouring the English men and women who died serving the nation. Hundreds of Army and Naval cadets took part in a march past at the Cenotaph in central London, marking 130 years of the Royal Society of St George. Some members of the public were there to celebrate the day.
Well, we're big military people, so it means a lot to come down and celebrate and be part of it all, really.
It's obviously the patron saint of our country, and obviously I'm the old brigade, and it means something to me.
We're English. He's a patron saint of England, so we've got to mark it. Scotland do it, Wales do it. We've got to do it as well, and we've got to do it bigger and better.
For the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to Nana.
Thank you, Cameron. It's just coming up to 7 minutes after 3 o'clock. I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. We are the People's Channel, and it's time to mock the week. And what a busy one it's been. It started with a ban on trans women in women's sports, but by Tuesday, we'd moved on. You know you've made it when predictive text predicts the name. Catherine Birbalsingh won her court case. Of course she should. The thing I don't get is you've chosen to come to a school where you've been told that your faith should be left at the door, so no one is given preference. And now you've not been given this, and so you decide that you're going to complain. I say shove off if you don't like it and find a school that does what you want. Thank God, common sense won the day. And no sooner had we moved on from William Ragg and his alleged sleazy selfies, the Tories were embroiled in yet another ridiculous occurrence. This time it was Conservative MP for Field even, in Lancashire, Mark Menzies, who reportedly made a 3 a.m. call to an elderly party volunteer in December, claiming to have been locked up by bad people. Mr Menzies is accused of saying that he needed £5,000 as a matter of life and death, which later raised to £6,500. The money was apparently reimbursed from party funds. I think I read somewhere that it all started on a dating app. Mark refutes all the allegations, but the whip has been removed nonetheless. Rishi Sunak is in fighting form. He's getting tough on Sick Day Britain. With around 9.4 million Britons of working age, that's about a quarter of the workforce economically inactive, and about a third of those are long-term sick, of which half because of their mental health.
We now spend
£69 billion on benefits for people of working age with a disability or health condition. That's more than our entire schools budget, more than our transport budget, more than our policing budget. And spending on personal independence payments alone is forecast to increase by more than 50% over the next 4 years.
Well, we can't afford that, can we? Get back to work. His plan is that doctors would no longer be able to sign people off sick. Well, that's great. But then if they can't, who can? Wait for it. Specialist work officials. I'm confused. Do they have any medical training, or will it be a bit like the receptionist at a GP surgery? I agree with him on one thing, though. People, if they can't work, shouldn't be on the dole for more than 12 months. The police threatened to arrest a Jewish man simply for being at a pro-Palestine protest.
You are quite openly Jewish. This is a pro-Palestinian march. I'm not accusing you of anything, but I'm worried about the reaction to your presence.
Well, if these marches are as peaceful as those who support them, then there should be no problem with him being there, no? I wrote about smacking in the Daily Mail. Nothing wrong with a tap on the finger or the leg or a gentle smack on the bottom when children have not yet fully grasped verbal communication and are in danger. I'd be a criminal for that in Scotland and Wales. It's been a mucky old week. Well, coming up, comedian Lewis Schaefer will be making light of this week's top stories in Muck the Week. Then at 3:20, it's this week's hot topic. I'll be having a roundtable discussion. We'll be talking about smacking children. Then at 3:35, Uri Geller will be live to discuss the latest updates from Israel. Joining me to shine a light in the political hot seat today is Adam Bradford, a British resident of Rwanda, who'll give us the lowdown on life in Kigali after the government's Rwanda bill faced yet another setback. That's coming up in an hour. Don't forget my difficult conversation. An amazing lady will be live in the studio with her harrowing story. As ever, tell me what you think on everything we're discussing. Go to gbnews.com/your say. Right, so joining me now is GB News presenter Lewis Schaefer to Muck the Week. What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing every time you call me a comedian.
You think it's funny?
No, it's not funny. It puts on a lot of pressure on me.
To be funny?
Yeah, to be funny.
Mm-hmm. So what's your thoughts on all of this, then? We'll start with... Where do you want to start with first?
You start.
No, you start.
I think the Jewish guy in the street...
Well, yeah, I mean, look, what's that about?
He's insane, obviously.
Why is he insane? He should be allowed to walk through the streets of London.
He's like, you're a cat lady. You know the cats who have this parasite in them that mice eat, and then they lose all their fear of cats. Have you heard about this?
Yes, I've heard about that.
Yes, and I think that's what this guy is. He's lost all his fear of the situation. And the police were trying to be nice. They're basically admitting that they're impotent and they can't do anything about it. So he's insane. The guy's insane.
He's not insane. Listen, people are calling these protests peaceful protests, but people are also praying for peace. So he should be able to walk through the streets in that march.
He should be, but we know what the truth is. It's not about peace. So he should. You know what it is. The police did him a favour. And he's doing everybody else a favour by saying, you know what, the police have no control over the situation.
Well, do you know what? They did apologise, though, for saying some of the language that they used. But still, I asked myself, what should they have been? What would you do? What should they do? What could they do? I'm not sure, but we will be discussing that at 5. What do you think of Catherine Birbal Singh? Now, she was it was her school. Yeah. Somebody who was Muslim wanted to have a prayer room, and she said, no, nobody has any. There's no preference for any religion. It's the school. You're here to be educated. She won her case.
I understand why the little girls were asking for a prayer room.
Why?
Because when I was at school, we used to do anything we could to get out of class, and that's just the way. I remember because I'm a Jew. I'm not an openly Jew, but I'm a Jew, and we used to come up with these ridiculous holidays. And the Jews have a million holidays.
You have such great holidays.
We have great holidays, but we were making them up. We were making them up when this is a special day when the hummus bush flowers and the lemons ripe. It's all in the Bible. We would tell them just so we could get out of class. So,
but she's right, isn't she? Though as soon as you start prioritising one, then you're suddenly open to doing something for another and another. Yeah. Then before you know it, half the school day's taken up with people praying.
Well, do you want to know something? You're right. But you're right. But obviously, people are very touchy right now, and they want everything. And this is what happens: is that the people have lost their fear of cats.
Do you think it's all about cats?
It's all about cats. Is we've lost our fear of cats, and we're afraid to. And the cats feel that they control everything.
You're talking absolute rubbish. The cat. You must dream of cats telling you what to do at night.
Well, I'm afraid to say what I'm thinking.
Don't say what you're thinking, perhaps not. What do you make of this yet another sleaze-ridden story? I mean, obviously he's denied all of it, but this MP, this time he phoned up somebody else, apparently, this allegedly, and said, bad people are out after me, and he asked for it turned out to be $6,500 taken out of Conservative Party funds.
Well, is that illegal?
I just don't know whether it is or where they stand. But, you know, I don't think you're meant to use party funds for sort of... I think he was stuck in a room somewhere and they wouldn't let him out. So if that would be blackmail and you're paying the blackmailer. Well, if it's true.
I think as an American, and I don't really understand your British politics here, is that there's too much central control. So all of these MPs who are appointed, they're happy with... You know what I mean? They don't really have... It's not their... It's like they could be flown in anywhere. So they don't really feel committed to the community that they're in. So they don't feel like they're embarrassing filled or whatever that place is called. And they're lovely people up there. I've been in the northeast of Britain, and I've always found the dumpier the place, the nicer the people are. Those people are really nice up there. It's raining all the time.
It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, lovely place to be.
But lovely people. So I would say this. I would say if you want to get rid of this kind of thing, what you need to do is you need to have an American-style system. And even then you can't eliminate the fact that he's in... You know what it is?
What is it?
He's in London.
He's in London.
He's in London. He's a long way from his boss up in Field, whatever that place is.
Yeah, in Lancashire.
And he thinks he can get away with murder.
He's not murdered anybody.
No, you know what I mean by murder.
Yeah, you know, some people take that literally.
Then he can pick up Brazilian red boys and bring them back to his flat.
Come on,
was that not true?
No, listen,
that's what I heard,
there's
allegedly.
no such thing there. That's completely ridiculous. We would strike that from the register, Louis Schaefer. And he's not here to defend himself, so apologies for that. Now, what about this? Rishi Sunak in fighting form, 9.4 million people are claiming sick. Over half of them, of these sick people, are saying it's because of their mental health, which you can't prove at all. I mean, he's saying get back to work and you can only be on the dole for 12 months. I kind of agree with him.
I kind of agree too, but he's running out of time. He's going to be Prime Minister just for 2 years. And this is what he's focusing on. If there are that many people who are out of work, that's a lot of potential voters that he's losing on this thing. And secondly, I hate to say it, because I like the guy a lot, Rishi Sunak. Seems like a lovely guy, but he hasn't done much either. You know what I mean? I mean, what does he actually... And let me tell you something. I'm no ergonomicist. I don't know what the nature of work is, but you have to actually produce something in order to call it work. If you go to a mountain, Nana, and you push it and the mountain doesn't move, that's not work. You have to actually...
You've done nothing. You've just stood at a mountain.
And so I don't want to say bad things about Rishi Sunak, but he hasn't done his job.
Well, he's tried, but he has had quite a bit of resistance, and there's been a lot of people who are kind of in his way, and then his party that seem to be just fizzling, just evaporating before his very fingers. They're just doing ridiculous things. I mean, William Ragg, this story about Mark Menzies, if there's any elements of truth in it, Chris Pincher, although that was Boris Johnson's era, but the amount of leadership contests, the changing, now who's the... I don't even know which... It's so confusing, the education minister, who is it? Which one? They keep moving them.
Well, because you have a one-party system at any given time, and you've got 300 and something. I don't know how many MPs the Tories have, but there's a lot more of them to cause trouble. I guarantee you, when Labour takes over, there's going to be a lot of bad things because there's going to be more of them.
I think so.
That's the thing. American system is the best.
But do you think he's right, though? And do you think he's right that the GPs will no longer be able to sort of sign people off sick, but there'll be work officials that will do this?
I think when you give... People want to make money, and the amount of money they get from being on the dole isn't that much money. So for people... I'm actually caring about this as a person who was extremely lazy and at times collected unemployment insurance and all sorts of other benefits. I hate to say it. But when you give people a purpose in life, which this society doesn't do, they will go to work. And also when you stop... Maybe they should stop giving all Give people purpose in life and they'll make more money.
Well, when are you back on, Louis Schaefer?
I am back on tonight on Headliners, which is a very funny program with Leo Kearse and Nick Dixon tonight at 11 o'clock.
Well, I love Headliners. I always listen to it every night.
It is, and it is just good fun. We should have you on the show, too.
I would love to. Thanks for the invite. I'll be there.
I'm not inviting you. I'm a humble employee.
All right, we'll go on.
I love you, Nana. Can I just say that?
Thank you
Let
very
the people say that I love Nana.
Thank you, Louis. What do you want?
What do I want? Just to look at you and to be in your presence as much as I can.
Oh, God, this is too much. That's the brilliant Louis Schaefer. He's back on here on GB News at 11 o'clock. Don't miss Headliners. I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. Coming up, we'll be crossing live to Israel to hear from world-famous performer and mystify Uri Geller on the latest in Israel. But next, this week's hot topic, my roundtable discussion, as we ask if it's ever OK to smack your kids. This is GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
I wonder, is this the fundamental distinction we need to make between Islam, which is a private religion people may practice freely amongst themselves, and Islamism, when you try and place those values upon other people, place that way of being, force it on people who don't want it?
Tom, I have been very much clear about this thing, that Islam is a religion and people are free to follow that religion in the UK, in a free Western society. So we have no problem with people following their religion as long as it is not being imposed onto the wider society. And when you talk about drawing a distinction between Islam and Islamism, people like me, you and me, we are drawing that distinction. We're trying to maintain that distinction. But if you look at the commentator from the Muslim community, some commentator, they would like to blur this line and they would ask you, what is Islamism? Where does it exist? Sorry, it does exist. We see it. And the teacher, this incident is an epitome of that kind of, ideology being prevalent, in our society.
Khadija, do you worry that these views are typical for some sections of society? Do you think that there's a problem with some Muslim men, that they have perhaps views that we don't consider to be British values?
There are certain readings of religion which are misogynistic, which are discriminatory, which are homophobic. We need to be honest about it. We need to be calling it out whenever we hear these kind of views. It's been a long time that we are letting these kind of ideologies crawling in, spreading tentacles in British society, and we are just ignoring it in the name of respecting people's culture and religion. You are not suppressed in the UK.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, GB News brings you accurate reporting of the day's topical agenda.
When the news breaks, wherever and whenever it's happening,
we'll be there.
This is GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Hello, good afternoon. This is coming up to 22 minutes after 3 o'clock. This is GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. And it's time for this week's hot topic and my roundtable discussion. And this week, a group of leading doctors have called for parents to be banned from smacking their kids because it apparently leads to violence and mental health problems later on in life. Currently, a loophole in England and Northern Ireland allows parents to smack their children if it can be counted as reasonable punishment. Well, joining me now is Dr. Renee Hundenkamp. She's a GP and medical writer, and Anna May Mangan, a writer and broadcaster. Right, so I'm going to start with you, Anna May.
Yeah. Okay.
Anna May, what do you think about this, and what's the problem? Because I have young children. You've had children. You've got grandchildren.
6 grandchildren.
Yeah.
I think if we were here 100 years ago, there'd be somebody in
Renee's seat, arguing that it's OK to send children up chimneys and down coal mines.
What's wrong with
We've
that?
moved on. We've moved on. I mean, it's a different world now, and there's evidence that
Can you really
it doesn't...
conflate those two things, though?
Of course, I mean, but because now, to me, it's horrific, the idea that somebody would smack. And there's no smackometer that will tell you how hard a tap is. And if people are... This is the big excuse people use. I only give them a little tap on the wrist or on the bottom. Well, how hard is a tap? And if it is that soft, why bother doing it? As you would say to a child, use your words. You know, you don't have to smack them.
Well, you say that, but let me just see. What if, like, usually... So there's a sort of stage in the child's development when touch is their main source of understanding. There's no point in having a conversation with a 2-year-old that's about to put their hands in a flame.
No, but how brutal to smack a 2-year-old?
Well, you might be moving his hands out of the way or with a smack. I mean, you know...
Well, no, you're either moving their hands out of the way...
Well, either way, same thing.
Or you're smacking them.
Either way, same thing.
And what do you do? What's the next stage then? So you give them the little tap that doesn't hurt at all. What do you do then when they're still naughty? Because I guarantee you they will still be naughty.
Well, you have to remind them once again that they shouldn't be doing that. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Well, why go to the smack in the first place then? Well, if you're going to remind them anyway.
Well, they don't understand. So this is your
that's
only
exactly
form.
why you shouldn't be raising your hand.
So a 2-year-old...
Control yourself. You're the adult.
A 2-year-old is about to put their hand in the flame.
Yeah. Oh, that ever happens.
That does happen, actually.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Well,
you're going to talk the 2-year-old
you would intervene
down.
before they got to the flame.
Well, maybe that's just happened just then. I mean,
so if your fail in parenting gets them to the flame, you then get hold of them and smack them.
You don't smack them.
What's
you might
the solution?
But you see, listen,
that is not a smack.
You might be. That's what we're talking about. See, this is the problem.
What about when a man
This is the problem.
Them?
This is the problem, Renee. I think Anna May has highlighted the very thing that. Tapping, she calls this a tap, that would not be allowed with this legislation. That's the point, and that's the point we're making.
Well, who's defining how hard a tap is?
Well, this is the legislation. That is the problem.
It really is the problem, because who is going to define it? Who's going to police it? How are we going to know? Are we going to ask neighbours to actually dob in parents? We're going back to 1984 again. My issue is this. Look, I think there are different ways of raising children. There are different children. I've had 2 very different children. As you know, we've spoken about them. My daughter at the moment does not need a smack. She's very literal, she listens, I can reason with her, and, you know, that's brilliant. So ideally, I would never want to smack a child. I think to take away a parent's right to tap a hand or a leg is actually ridiculous, and the nanny state is just creeping into our lives once more here. I think more importantly, stopping parents from tapping, pushing, whatever you want to call it, is not going to stop those animals who abuse their children and punch them and break bones and end up killing them.
But Anna May makes a good point that you don't know how hard that smack is. So as an adult, our hands, we might think it's a tap. To a tiny, tiny hand, that is a big old hit. And I think that's the point. Yeah.
We have to trust parents to be reasonable and to actually be able to discipline their children in the way that they want to.
Oh, please, can we stop this? Can we stop justifying smacking? OK, so say you disagree with Nana now. Would you give her a smack?
She's an adult.
I'm an adult.
OK, so when is it? What's the good time? Is 2 good to smack a child? Because I think 2 is too young. I think any age is too young.
When verbal communication becomes... When you can actually properly...
Well, what's too old to smack a child?
I think there comes a point when, for my kids, I don't need to smack them at all. I wouldn't do that. My daughter's 15 anyway. She'd probably punch me back. But no, but you know...
If you've been smacking her earlier, maybe she would punch you back. Maybe you've taught her something.
No, she wouldn't do that, though, because she's got respect. She understands.
But you haven't got respect
she can understand
your child or somebody in your position, a parent.
You've asked me questions, so if I could answer one of them and then, you know, instead of you jumping into the middle of it. OK, so my point is this. OK, so in terms of smacking my children, I don't need to now. First of all, they're old enough and I can communicate. So my son, he's 6. There's just no time that I would need to smack. I can talk to him, I can explain things to him, and he knows the boundaries, but he has been taught those boundaries.
Yeah, this is just fancy chatter for justifying smacking. If your boss came in and told you that he wasn't happy with something you'd done, he smacked you, or your partner.
But we've just established that
not.
No, we just established that once the verbal communication, which is my point there, once they can fully understand,
who don't verbally communicate very well.
When they fully understand and you can actually reason with children, and at that point there literally is no need for any of that.
OK, so it's OK to smack the person you love most in all the world.
I don't understand what your point is.
But because they're a child and you're in charge of them and you're supposed to be the parent who's sane and sensible and controlled. I've got 4 kids, 6 grandchildren. I know they test you. Believe me, I know that. But it would be a massive fail. I would be embarrassed and devastated if I actually slapped them.
But we're not talking about... OK, so I think this is the point that was made earlier, is that nobody's talking about knocking 7 bells out of the kids or beating...
There's no definition.
Well, there is, really. But
well, what is it, then?
Well, I mean, obviously, you're not trying to hurt the child, you're trying to discipline. So there might be times when you might discipline, but the point of this is again, it's the tap on the hand that you said was perfectly fine.
No, I did not.
I think you did.
No,
did you not earlier say that...
You said pushing the hand away, and I said that is not smacking. Smacking is when you smack them. Pushing their hands away is not smacking.
No, we talked about a tap, and you did definitely say that.
No, I definitely didn't.
I think the issue here is that this is not going to stop the parents that are going to abuse their child. So for that reason alone, it is a pointless law. And who is going to police it and how are we going to police it? It's impossible. So once again, we're wasting police time, effort on jumping into parenting. And actually, if parents could step up to the plate and do a little bit more parenting, we wouldn't have half of the problems that we have today.
Yeah, it's lazy. Smacking is really lazy parenting.
Not necessarily.
And how do you stop... If you smack your child, how do you stop them smacking their sibling?
Well, I don't go around smacking people. My parents smacked me, and I learned where the boundaries were.
So did you smack your siblings?
My children don't smack other people. They learn the boundaries. So those types of smacks were disciplinary or warning taps, but none of them were there to deliberately hurt or affect.
Confusing the boundaries, though.
No, I think you're confusing the boundaries. No, I think you're confusing
It's not OK for your child, then, to do that. They're going to copy you, aren't they?
No, they're not, though, because they have learned the boundaries. I'm teaching them boundaries when they can when they couldn't communicate verbally with me.
Yeah.
And they understand
that's shocking, because if they can't communicate verbally, they're definitely too young.
I don't think it's shocking at all. I think it's perfectly reasonable, and parents do this all the time.
Some parents
and the children, well, there's very few and far between.
Some parents think the belts and brushes and...
No, well, that's not acceptable. But
so the rule is, actually, the legal rule, the NSPCC say... is it them? I can't remember. Somebody says, legally, that if you leave a mark or a bruise, you've gone too far. I mean, really, so you have to judge it. I think mark them.
It depends. Look, the intentions here are to discipline, to be gentle. They're not meant to hurt. So for those who are doing that's perfectly understandable. I think it's normal parenting. There's anything wrong with it.
Why not just put them on the naughty step without smacking them?
Well, it depends if they can understand what the naughty step is. As soon as they come to a point where they can understand that, then you can progress to that.
So you think they understand cuff, but not...
Well, they might understand a tap on the hand or a move a hand out of the way.
I don't accept the definition of a tap on the hand.
That's the problem.
It's a smack.
That's the problem with it, isn't
Delivered by who? What about their dads if they're 6'6"?
That is the problem. That is the whole problem. The fact that you are saying that a tap on the hand is now not a smack. Is it a smack or it's not? Is it the same thing?
You've said pushing their hand away.
Pushing their hand away, a tap on the hand.
No, they're different things. Pushing your hand away is different to smacking them.
That's not true. That's not true. And I think most parents would understand that.
I think you're justifying what you did by making that difference.
You see, this is the thing as well. Parents are expected to feel ashamed of themselves for using natural ways to discipline when verbal communication is not available.
We are disempowering parents at every step, at every turn, and this is why parents are too terrified to actually take the action that they need to. Children need boundaries. They need clear boundaries that make them feel loved, actually. A boundary makes a child feel loved. Children that don't have boundaries are floundering around. All of the psychological evidence shows that because they think nobody cares enough about them to actually put down any boundaries. My point comes back all of the time that it's a nonsense law because it will not stop people abusing children, which is wrong.
You asked how we'd know that they do it. I would actually ask them. I would ask them in nursery and in school, does anyone smack them?
So you'd step into the parents' realm again?
Irresponsible, potentially violent parents, all of the time.
It's such a stretch. You see, this is it, this emotional manipulation of language to make parents feel guilty for trying to do their best. This is what we get all the time.
Do your best is what I say.
Yet, the irony is, a paedophile still retains parental rights for a child.
Isn't it?
So the point of this is that perhaps if the government focus on laws, actual laws where they can protect children, rather than the whole lessons will be learned.
I agree with that. It's all about safeguarding.
Rather than lessons will be learned every time, which isn't, I don't think, good enough. Listen, really good talking to you, Anna Mangan, writer and broadcaster, and also Dr. Rennie Hundenkamp. Thank you very much. Really good, interesting discussion. Well, what do you think? GB Views. Oh, no, it's at gbnews.com/your say. I'm Nana Akua. This is at GB News. We're live on TV, online, and on digital radio. Coming up, my monologue on Meghan Markle. But first, it's your latest news headlines with Cameron Walker.
It's 3:32. I'm Cameron Walker in the GB newsroom. A police apology has been welcomed by the government, but the Home Office says being Jewish should never be seen as provocative. It's after a Metropolitan Police officer stopped campaign against anti-Semitism Chief Executive Gideon Falter from crossing a road near a pro-Palestinian march, saying he's quite openly Jewish. The Home Office, which says the comment is unacceptable, has written to the Police Commissioner and the Mayor of London. A spokesperson for Sadiq Khan describes the Met's handling of the incident as concerning. Today, pro-Israel demonstrators are holding a peaceful counter-protest in central London called Enough is Enough. The group says hatred has no place on the streets of the capital. Musicians, politicians and campaigners are rallying in Glasgow, calling for another independence referendum. Believe in Scotland and Pensioners for Independence marched from Kelvin Way to George Square to hear from speakers, including First Minister Humza Yousaf. There were mixed feelings in the city, with a counter-protest calling the country to remain in the United Kingdom. Fire has caused significant damage to a historic pub in southwest London. Thick black smoke was seen rising from the Grade 2 listed building in Mitcham, 80 firefighters battling the blaze, which ripped through 3 floors and destroys the roof of the derelict's property. The cause of the fire is being investigated. A 2-minute silence has been held honouring the English men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice. Hundreds of army and naval cadets took part in the march past at the Cenotaph in central London to mark 130 years of the Royal Society of St George. For the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alert. Now it's back to Nana.
Thank you, Cameron. Still to come, Adam Bradford will be in the political hot seat to shine a light on Rwanda in my political spotlight. But next, Uri Geller will join me to discuss the latest from Israel. Don't go anywhere.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
TfL bosses have come under fire after banning an advert... Oh, God. They've banned an advert for a comedy show because it had a hot dog on it, because that supposedly promotes obesity.
The comedian Ed Gamble has swapped the image of the fast food favourite in favour of a cucumber instead. And there's the cucumber on the plate.
So is the UK turning into a nanny state? Let's talk to former presenter of Fat Families, Steve Miller, and nutritionist Olivia Parry. Good to see you both this morning. Olivia, it's a comedy show. He's not promoting eating hot dogs, is he? Is this just a load of nonsense?
The thing is, we have a huge problem with overweight and obesity in this country. We're 4th in Europe. It's big business. Advertising for food companies is big business. They make so much money. You just have to switch on primetime TV to watch, food after food advertisements. And it's for the youngsters as well, who don't have the nutritional education. We're not taught cookery in school anymore. People go to college and to university, they don't know how to cook.
But
and it leads
forgive me for jumping in, Olivia. Forgive me for jumping in, but the whole point with this is it's an advert for a comedy show.
Yes, I know, but this is a wider issue.
I think it's a load of old tosh, to be quite honest with you. It's a hot dog. In fact, I wish they'd have put onions on the hot dog. A bit of what you fancy won't hurt you. You should eat 80-20 anyway. We talk about a nanny state. I actually think, arguably, we're becoming an authoritarian state. Opinions banned. Comedy banned. The England flag banned. It's like we've got to wear a virtual muzzle.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio and online.
This is GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, every Sunday at 9:30 when I'll be interviewing the key players in British politics and taking them to task.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial.
With an upcoming election looming over Westminster, now is the time for clear, honest answers.
I agree.
And that's precisely what I'll get.
Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's election channel.
Good afternoon. If you just tuned in, welcome on board. It's just coming up to 38 minutes after 3 o'clock. I'm Nana Akua. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. Now, US officials have reported that Israeli missiles struck Iran. The attacks reportedly hit an area home to a large air base, a major missile production complex and several nuclear facilities. Although the location of the strikes have not been fully confirmed, and local sources are suggesting that 3 explosions were heard near the Isfahan air base. Now, I'm wondering, though, have Israel confirmed that it was actually them? Let's go live to Tel Aviv now and speak to performer and Mr. Fire, Uri Geller, for the latest on the ground. Uri, good to see you.
Thank you. So, look, Nana, as you know, Israel retaliated against Iran. Missiles hit deep inside Iran in the very early morning of Friday morning. Everybody was surprised. It was like almost a surprise. Now, do you remember, Nana, last week I told you that Israel had the power to knock Iran out with a weapon called an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse, which would have sent Iran back to the Stone Age. But people are asking, why did Israel do something so small in the end? Well, let me tell you why. This was actually very clever. First of all, as far as we know, nobody got hurt. Israel does not want to hurt Iranians. Secondly, and this is what you won't know, what Israel did was it destroyed a key air defense radar site. A radar site that was the radar that is used to protect Iran's nuclear facility at Natanz. This is unbelievable. Nobody knows this. We knocked the radar system out. Now, let me go on. Do you remember, Nana, I showed you this a few times on your show. Now, I've been warning about Iran's nuclear, program for decades. I have said it on your show again and again. Now, this attack sends a clear message to the mullahs. Next time, it won't be missiles that Israel fires, but 3,500-pound laser-guided bunker-busting bombs, which will pulverize their precious nuclear sites. And do you know what else? Ordinary Iranians are secretly celebrating. Did you know this, Nana? They're celebrating Israel's attack. They're posting in Farsi. That is the Iranian language on all the social media. They're cheering the site. Nana, listen, they hate the regime. They want it gone. They want to live in peace with Israel. That is the truth. And by the way, Nana, last week you said that you did not know if the regime actually wanted to destroy Israel. Well, let me tell you, they say it all the time, every day. Its leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, tweeted, you can check it out, Israel is a malignant, cancerous tumor that has to be eliminated. These are his words. Now, let me go on something unbelievable. Let me take this photo. Let me show you something totally shocking. Look at this. Nana, this is the remains of one of those missiles which actually landed in the Dead Sea. Please look at the size of it. It is as big as a bus. Iran fired 150 of these missiles. These travel faster than the speed of sound, and they can destroy whole buildings. And what you see, Nana, here, and your viewers, is only 70% of the actual size of this missile, because it is missing its warhead, which exploded. Wow. I mean, this is unbelievable. But look, Nana, I always try to end on a positive note. So, Nana, in a couple of days, just a couple of days' time, Jewish people around the world will celebrate the festival of Passover. For Jews, Passover represents the concept of freedom. So I hope, and I hope you pray with me, that everyone will soon live in a free world, the hostages in Gaza free, the Palestinians free from the terrorist rule of Hamas, and the Iranian people will free themselves from this terrible regime. So I send you love to all your viewers, all GB viewers, and positive energy from the Holy Land.
Thank you, Uri. And of course, those are your thoughts. Those are Uri's thoughts. That's what he sees. And those are thoughts from him. Thank you, Uri. That was Uri Geller giving you his view on the conflict that's happening in Israel. What do you think, GB? Get in touch, gbnews.com/your say. I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. Next, Adam Bradford will be in the political hot seat to shine a light on Rwanda in my political spotlight.
Good afternoon and welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. So high pressure does continue to dominate, but it will be feeling a little chillier along some eastern coasts. The area of high pressure situated across the UK does bring a bit of a northeasterly breeze, so some chillier conditions, but plenty of dry weather around due to that area of high pressure. So some late afternoon and evening sunshine for some of us. However, some thicker cloud across parts of Scotland will bring some outbreaks of patchy rain, particularly for northern parts of Scotland, slowly sinking its way southwards into the early hours of the morning. Southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland and western parts of Scotland holding on to those clearer skies and turning quite chilly there, however remaining frost-free under that cloud and patchy rain. So for eastern parts of Scotland, a bit of a cloudy and grey and damp start to the day on Sunday. However, southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland and western parts of Scotland seeing the best of the sunshine through the morning. Perhaps one or two showers bubbling up across southeastern parts of England through the afternoon, but it should be staying dry for most places. However, that band of patchy rain slowly continues to sink its way southwards and feeling quite chilly under that cloud and rain too. However, in the sunshine, feeling very pleasant, highs of 14, 15, maybe 16 degrees across the south. Monday does start a bit of a greyer day for most of us. Outbreaks of rain continue to slowly push their way southwards, but southeastern parts of England probably holding on to that sunshine and feeling quite pleasant in that sunshine too. Maybe one or two showers around on Tuesday or Wednesday, but temperatures will be slowly recovering closer to average for the time of year.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, every Sunday at 9:30 when I'll be interviewing the key players in British politics and taking them to task.
And this report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial.
With an upcoming election looming over Westminster, now is the time for clear, honest answers.
I agree.
And that's precisely what I'll get.
Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's election channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Good afternoon. If you just joined me, where have you been? No, it's okay. You just missed 46 minutes, but it's all good. It's just coming up to 47 minutes after 3 o'clock. I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. We are the People's Channel. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. It's time now for this week's political spotlight. Rwanda has dominated the headlines this week as the government's bill once again faced opposition from the House of Lords. But is Rwanda really safe? People keep saying how it isn't. but figures show that it has a crime index below that of us here in the UK. And with Britain having higher knife crime and Kigali being named one of the safest cities in Africa, have we really got a right to be saying that it's unsafe? So joining me to shine a light is Adam Bradford, a Rwandan resident. Adam, thank you so much for joining me. Listen, we keep getting this ping-pong. They call it ping-pong now because it does go back and forth. I think the United Kingdom is looking a little bit embarrassing with the way we appear to have castigated Rwanda. So from your perspective, you live there, what's it like?
Well, Nana, thank you for having me. And I'm glad that GB News can see another side of this debate. I think from where I'm sitting, Rwanda is completely safe. This is a country that has a history of rebuilding itself, of coming back from the terrible events that happened 30 years ago. And like you said, Kigali is one of the safest cities in the whole of Africa. You know, you can walk along the streets at night, there's no issues, it's very secure. And this country also has a history of taking in migrants. So Libyan refugees, thousands of them come and made new lives here. To be honest, the country is just sitting and waiting for those planes to come. And to be quite honest, it's just a complete farce of our political system. And we are a bit of a laughingstock because we've spent 2 years waiting, doing absolutely nothing. So from where I'm sitting, it's very safe. I live here, I work here. It's one of the friendliest and warmest countries I've ever been to. I don't understand where the criticism is coming from.
Your skin looks fabulous, by the way. It must be all that lovely, humid, warm air, you lucky man. Honestly, I don't know why people are complaining about Rwanda. But the reason why it all sort of didn't come, you know, why there was a ping-pong, is because the Lords refused to budge over the rights of Afghans and scrutiny over the treatment of refugees in East Africa, in Rwanda. So, where is this all coming from? Is it really that bad? Are refugees treated badly, to your knowledge?
No, I don't think so. I think, unfortunately, what we're dealing with is probably hundreds of people in our House of Lords. I'd love to do a poll and see how many of them have actually been here or know anything about here. Probably not that many. But if you look at the journeys that these refugees go on, they cross thousands of miles. They even take the risk of coming across in the boats to the UK. You know, I thought we were a humane and compassionate country who wanted to support people and make sure that we played our part in the world. And I think Rwanda is doing that. It's doing this from a humanitarian point of view, putting these people into accommodation. They're supporting them with training. They're also looking to help them get into work if they want to live and work here. Surely that's better than being put in a tent or going on a boat.
Well, you'd think, wouldn't you? But I think what they're after is some of the benefits as well, because you come to this country and we'll even pay for your legal appeals if you've come in and you decide that you really need to stay here for some odd reason. I don't know why they're doing that. But look, I've got some figures here that show that in terms of worries about things being stolen, this is how Rwanda compares to the United Kingdom. There's a moderate worry in this country. It's a high worry. Worries about your car being stolen, very, very low in Rwanda. In this country, it's moderate. So worries about being attacked in Rwanda, I think it was there's some data here, 38% were concerned with regard to the United Kingdom, 44%. So literally in every comparison, even because of your skin colour, ethnic origin, gender or religion, the concern was very low, 16%, whereas in this country, 33%. So almost every statistic worrying about violent crime and assault and armed robbery. In Rwanda, again, it's very low, and in this country, there's a moderate risk. It seems that. What do you think is motivating this notion that Rwanda is unsafe?
Well, I think if you look at Africa as a whole, there's always a stigma towards it from people in the West, unfortunately. Usually people who have not been here, and you know, look at our history. If you want to look at other countries' history, we colonized so many places, especially across Africa, not here in Rwanda. But every country in this continent has had to deal with issues in the past. And I don't know, I think there's like a superiority game being played. Maybe we're the United Kingdom, we're better than anybody else. I don't think so. I mean, like you said, on all the comparison points, Rwanda is safer, cleaner, more secure. It's somewhere that's progressive. You know, they've had to be progressive to get away from the horrible history that happened to them all those years ago. And I think actually the behaviour of some of our politicians and some of the comments are completely unfair. And I think Rwanda's unfortunately become a little bit of a consequence of this political football. And I just wish our parliament would get on with it and get something done for once.
It's just absurd. You know, you can imagine us watching it and seeing it, and we're like, oh, for goodness sake. It feels like, I don't know whether there's an element of racism in there as well, but I think the superiority aspect of it, where we think because this is a supposedly civilized country that we're better than Rwanda, but I just don't really understand it. So what do you do in Rwanda then, and why are you there?
I have a business here, so we're working in the environment sector. We also do a lot of other development work with young people. So we're a social enterprise, I suppose you could say. And I've been here and uprooted here for 2 years. And I don't think I would ever go back. I know that sounds kind of strange to say. I love the UK. It's where my family is. It's where I'm from. But there's so much opportunity here and so much positivity. You know, when I switch on the news here, they're not saying, oh my goodness, this politician has gone and spent this money or sent these lewd text messages out to people. God. And we don't have any of that nonsense, which I think has taken over from where the UK should be focusing on making its lives better for people who live there. I don't know where that went. But everything I see and hear here is all about developing, creating jobs, making the economy better. And I'm proud to play a part of that through what I do here. And that's why I'm passionate about the place, nothing else. It's just a secure and safe place to be. And also a great place if people want to take a holiday, obviously, of course.
I'm thinking about it, actually, now you say it. And I presume you could probably get a doctor's appointment and a dentist's appointment pretty sharpish as well. Exactly. Listen, it's been really good to talk to you. Thank you so much, Adam, for giving us your perspective on Rwanda, because every time we hear it, it's somebody trying to pull it down and make out that this country is far better, which I'm not so sure it is. But listen, coming up, I'll be joined by my amazing panel, broadcaster and columnist Lizzie Cundy, and also former Labour Party advisor Matthew Laza. Next up, my monologue on some very royal jam. But now, let's get an update with your weather from Ellie.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good afternoon and welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. So high pressure does continue to dominate, but it will be feeling a little chillier along some eastern coasts. The area of high pressure situated across the UK does bring a bit of a northeasterly breeze, so some chillier conditions, but plenty of dry weather around due to that area of high pressure. So some late afternoon and evening sunshine for some of us. However, some thicker cloud across parts of Scotland will bring some outbreaks of patchy rain, particularly for northern parts of Scotland, slowly sinking its way southwards into the early hours of the morning. Southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland and western parts of Scotland holding on to those clearer skies and turning quite chilly there, however remaining frost-free under that cloud and patchy rain. So for eastern parts of Scotland, a bit of a cloudy and grey and damp start to the day on Sunday. However, southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland and western parts of Scotland seeing the best of the sunshine through the morning. Perhaps 1 or 2 showers bubbling up across southeastern parts of England through the afternoon, but it should be staying dry for most places. However, that band of patchy rain slowly continues to sink its way southwards and feeling quite chilly under that cloud and rain too. However, in the sunshine, feeling very pleasant, highs of 14, 15, maybe 16 degrees across the south. Monday does start a bit of a greyer day for most of us. Outbreaks of rain continue to slowly push their way southwards, but southeastern parts of England probably holding on to that sunshine and feeling quite pleasant in that sunshine too. Maybe 1 or 2 showers around on Tuesday or Wednesday, but temperatures will be slowly recovering closer to average for the time of year.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
You're watching and listening to GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. More to come in the next hour, including my thoughts on Meghan Markle's latest jammy stunt.
Don't miss your chance to win our biggest prize so far. There's an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. Plus, courtesy of Variety Cruises, a bespoke 7-night small boat cruise for 2 worth £10,000. With flights, meals, excursions and drinks included, your next holiday could be on us. Choose any one of their 2025 Greek adventures and find your home at sea. We'll also send you packing with these luxury travel gifts gifts. For another chance to win a prize worth over £20,000, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB04 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 26th of April. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio and online.
This is GB News,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's live here on GB News.
Whenever Parliament is in session on a Wednesday at midday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions. We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, good afternoon. It's just coming up to 4 o'clock. Welcome to GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akua. And for the next 2 hours, me and my panel will be taking on some of the big topics hitting the headlines right now. This show is all about opinion. It's mine, it's theirs, and of course it's yours. We'll be debating, discussing, and at times we will disagree, but no one will be cancelled. So joining me today, it's former Labour advisor Matthew Lauser and also broadcaster and columnist Lizzie Cundy. Also on the way for the Great British Debate this hour, I'm asking, should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? Now, you've got to stay tuned for this one. My difficult conversation. A woman who, honestly, the story is incredible. She lost limbs because she got run over by a tube train, but not once, but twice. She'll be live in the studio telling her harrowing story of how she lost an arm and a leg in a London tube accident. Can you imagine? Can you even imagine that? And then in my Royal Roundup, the one and only Angela Levin will be here to give me the latest from behind the palace walls. But first, let's get your latest news headlines.
Thanks, Nana. Good afternoon. It's 1 minute past 4. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB newsroom. Your top story this hour. A police apology has been welcomed by the government, but the Home Office says being Jewish should never be seen as provocative. It's after a Metropolitan Police officer stopped campaign against anti-Semitism Chief Executive Gideon Falter from crossing a road near a pro-Palestinian march, saying he's quite openly Jewish. The Home Office, which says the comment is unacceptable, has written to the Police Commissioner and Mayor of London. A spokesperson for Sadiq Khan described the Met's handling of the incident as concerning. Today, pro-Israel demonstrators are holding a peaceful counter-protest in central London. Called Enough is Enough, the group says hatred has no place on the streets of the capital.
Can't walk through central London with a yarmulke on your head, no signs of any Israeli flag or support for Israel or any views on what may be going on in the Middle East. But if you're not allowed to walk across the streets in central London because you are openly Jewish, then it's time for the government to act.
It's just sad that it's just come to this, that it's now regarded as not completely safe for Jewish people to walk in the streets of their own city. And not only is it distressing and vile as their views are, the distressing thing is also becoming normalised.
Meanwhile, pro-Palestinian protesters have been marching in Sheffield demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. They're accusing Israel of using famine as a weapon of war and criticise the government for continuing to arm the country. The Palestine Solidarity Campaign also took aim at Barclays Bank, urging it to sever ties with companies which supply weapons and military equipment to Israel. Musicians, politicians and campaigners are rallying in Glasgow, calling for another independence referendum. Believe in Scotland and Pensioners for Independence marched from Kelvin Way to George Square to hear from speakers, including First Minister Humza Yousaf. There were mixed feelings in the city, with a counter-protest calling for the country to remain in the United Kingdom.
It's our country. We want it back. Thank you very much. We've been a colony for over 300 years. We get nothing back. Everything's taken from us and goes south.
To object against the ND March still going ahead because they haven't accepted our vote in 2014.
I think it's a bit ridiculous, if I'm honest. So that's why I'm here, but I'm kind of really here for my Nana. So.
In other news, 3 men who died in a car crash near a retail park in northwest London have been named by police. Mohammed Zidani, Mohammed Ghazi and Sohal Zulfikar died when their car went through a car park fence and hit a footbridge. It happened last weekend and the men, who were in their early 20s, were pronounced dead at the scene. 2 other passengers were injured, but police say their condition is not life-threatening. Investigations into the cause of the crash continue. Parents and their children have staged a demonstration in Belfast over rising childcare costs. More than 1,000 people carrying balloons, placards and prams took part, calling for immediate support. Unlike England, there is no scheme offering free childcare in Northern Ireland, but some tax credits are available. Stormont politicians want to prioritise childcare, but a new strategy could cost £400 million a year. They've requested face-to-face talks with the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak to ask for more funding. And a 2-minute silence has been held honouring the English men and women who died serving the nation. Hundreds of Army and Naval cadets took part in a march past the Cenotaph in central London, marking 130 years of the Royal Society of St George. Some members of the public were there to celebrate the day.
Well, we're big military people, so it means a lot to come down and celebrate and be part of it all, really.
It's obviously the patron saint of our country, and obviously I'm the old brigade, and it means something to me.
We're English. He's a patron saint of England, so we've got to mark it. Scotland do it, Wales do it. We've got to do it as well, and we've got to do it bigger and better.
And for the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to Nana.
Good afternoon. It's fast approaching 6 minutes after 4 o'clock. This is GB News. I'm Nana Akua. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. How can you get something so badly wrong? Meghan Markle and the Battle of the Jams. Of all the products you could choose to launch, why pick jam? Why indeed? Meghan Markle has launched this as her first offering on her new website, American Riviera Orchard, or ARO. I like to call it another ridiculous offering. Why jam, I hear you cry? Possibly to rival King Charles and his jam? No, she wouldn't do that. Of course she would. She sent her new jam to 50 friends and influencers. I don't think she's got 50 friends. Along with a bag of lemons. Oh, the irony. Apparently, the fruit used in her jam is homegrown at Montecito abode, unlike the King's organic strawberry preserve, which is brought in from elsewhere. Oh, that's great, Meghan. Remind me to purchase a jar of your ever-so-sweet, sickly product. I hate jam. after I licked one of my dolls that had a bit of jam on it in the shed. The doll had been in the shed for over a year. I was violently sick. Seriously, when will this woman give up on what looks like a vendetta against the royals? What did they honestly do to her and Harry to deserve such constant vitriol? Time out, Meghan. In my view, she misjudged the British public, who absolutely loved her at the start. She misjudged how she was perceived by going on Oprah whilst Prince Philip was dying, which I presume they would have known. She misjudged the power and love the world have for the monarchy. And now she's totally misjudged this, launching a website in the midst of an illness cancer crisis in the royal family, and whilst using the royal brand for financial gain. None of this she and Harry actually had to do. If they'd been a little bit smarter, more patient and bided their time, they could have done all this, and with the family's backing and with the world in tow. And of course, all this has done is boost the sales of the King's jam. Sales have skyrocketed since the launch of her jam, and his was sold out within 6 days. And whilst the proceeds for the sales of Charles's jam go to charity, Meghan's go in her pocket. This is a mess, Meghan. A sticky, icky mess, just like your jam. What a way to live. Whoever's advising you, Meghan, fire them. But before we get stuck into the debates, here's what else is coming up today. For the Great British Debate this hour, I'm asking, should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? Rishi Sunak seems to think so. He announced this yesterday, that jobless Brits will have their benefits cancelled if they do not work for within a year. So for the Great British Debate this hour, I'm asking, should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? Then at 4:50, it's Royal Roundup time. Angela Levin will be here to give us the latest from behind the palace walls. On the menu, royal pots of jam have caused quite the stir, whilst Prince Harry confirms he is a resident now of the United States. Then at 5, you will not want to miss this week's difficult conversation. My special guest will be live in the studio. Just imagine losing your arm in a tube accident, and then 11 minutes later, after calling for help and no one answering, a second tube train crushes your leg. It sends shivers down my spine. We'll be speaking to this brave woman. That is coming up in the next hour. Do not miss that. But tell me what you think on everything we're discussing. Go to gbnews.com/your say, or tweet me at GBNews. Right, let's get started. Let's welcome again to my panel former Labour advisor Matthew Lala.
Hello.
And also broadcast from columnist Lizzie Cundy. Well, I'm going to start with Lizzie Cundy, obviously, because she knows you've met Meghan before. You chaperoned her.
Times, yes, I was asked to look after her. I bet she regrets that now. Look, comparing King Charles's jam next to Meghan's jam, it's like comparing a Ferrari next to a go-kart. I mean, there is no comparison. Look, I'm afraid Meghan is showing herself what she is. She's self-obsessed, self-indulgent, and this is nothing but a vanity project to make herself look important or try to, kind of relaunch herself. But frankly, she's got jam all over her face, and I think actually she's toast in every sense, because everything she does seems to flop, like one of my Aunt Bessie's, Yorkshire puddings.
But I don't know what you're going to say there.
She's got to realise that everything she does is not working, and I'm afraid what she doesn't realise, she doesn't read the room. I think at the moment it's very insensitive what she's doing. King Charles is fighting for his life with cancer, so is Kate. And she misses what royalty is actually about. It's not about making money. It's not about filling your boots. It's actually what our late Majesty said. It's about duty. And frankly, Meghan hasn't got a clue. And I'm afraid this, with everyone buying King Charles's jam, shows people are going against her and have had enough.
Well, you see, I don't care if she tries to make a living for herself. I think that's the right thing to do. But I find it extremely irritating that they continue to use the royal brand to sell these products. I mean, this is.
Yeah, I mean, there is something deliciously British about this sort of war of the jams. This is a kind of whiff of the WI or the Village Show in some ways. But more seriously, you say absolutely she doesn't read the room. How tone deaf is this? Because this jam is incredibly expensive when she's always talking about poverty. Excuse me. She's always talking about, they go and post pictures of them at food banks now in the States. They used to do that here. And yet there she is flogging this jam at X number of dollars a pot. And as you say, with the proceeds going to her and not going to charity. So I think there's a huge kind of rather unpleasant irony there about it. I think the brand is just so naff, isn't it? It's just so grim.
And how are you going to type that in American, really? And
how long is it going to...
What a mouthful. And even the labels are already come off.
And she sent it with a bag of lemons. And lemon is like, when you buy the lemon, it's like the dud, isn't it?
She's literally giving them lemon. I mean, what I don't understand
is me and lemon.
Is well, you're wearing it well.
Look great.
I feel sorry for them because they're not. This is not a sustainable career for them. She was an actress. She used to get in if that's her. You know, and it's a great thing to be an actress. But you know, she should at least. There's something she could do which will give them. You know, they've got 40, 50 years of public life ahead of them. Just flogging overpriced jam.
She's so desperate. She is so desperate to be the next Gwyneth Paltrow or the next Martha Stewart. I mean, you see this on the website with her in a ball gown, in a courtyard.
Martha Stewart could cook. I mean, this is the thing. Martha Stewart actually used to cook.
You know, and she said she met, you know, and had her day with Prince Harry over roasting a chicken. I mean, come on, please. I think it's all pipe dreams, and we're not interested, Meghan. Please stop it now. Do something useful.
Absolutely.
Focus. Do your charity work. But please, this is a joke, and frankly, I think it's really insensitive.
I think she's sort of envisioned herself like some sort of Mother Teresa type character that's floating as she's walking, and the wind's through her hair, and I bring some jam.
Yes.
I bring some jam, and I bring some love, and I bring... Listen, go and see your dad.
Unlike you, Nana, I like jam, but I won't be buying it.
Go and see your dad if you're that, you know, like...
You can take him some jam.
Take him some jam, for God's sake.
And some scones and see your dad and sort out, make it up.
We've seen those scones.
Seriously.
I wonder if she can make
she's got this Nancy Wilson music in the background. It's like this mad fantasy.
It is.
And she needs someone to tell her, stop it.
She's in a movie.
But she won't listen. It's all about me. And it's going so terribly wrong.
I mean,
even over the pond.
Even if you're a supporter of her, which, you know, the scattergun approach of doing a little bit of this, so it's podcast one day, jam the next day.
But it's
none of it, absolutely, none of it knits together. It doesn't create a kind of purpose or even a narrative for her. So it's just a kind of disaster. It's so easy to mock.
And as I said, it's not relatable to people's lives. I mean, there's Harry doing a Netflix on polo.
I know, you know. That's genius. Absolute genius.
Honestly.
Well, his brother goes to Aston Villa.
It's just, I don't know. Look, and I know people say, oh, we'll leave them alone, don't talk about it. But you see, I feel every now and again to have a look at what they're doing. And this one just came to me yesterday, obviously because she's launching the jam, she's rivaling the King's jam. Why does she think that anyone's going to buy her jam? I'm not interested in her jam. I hate jam, but I'm going to buy the King's jam.
Do you like jam?
Especially the King's Highgrove raspberry.
That's because you're posh. I was going to ask if you play polo, but that's it.
I mean, look, fair enough. And as I said earlier, it is fair enough. She's trying to find a way of making a living, but on the back of the royal family again.
It's very clear.
And they kind of threw their sort of, I don't want to do anything, threw the toys out of the pram for it. So...
I'm sorry, what they've done to the royal family is despicable. The lies they've told and all the interviews saying there was alleged racist, let our beloved Queen die thinking that. I'm sorry, I think the titles should be taken away. He's lost his court case recently about protection. Just go on. You've got more than anyone could ever have. Just go away. You wanted privacy, then have it.
Now he's moving his main residence to the States, then I think that is time to let the titles go.
Yeah, go away, you know.
But if Trump gets in, he'll kick him out.
Well, exactly. But, you know, like, nobody wants anything bad to happen. We want them, we wish them the best. Yeah. But simply don't try and flog us some dodgy jam based on the royal family. You know, you're using the Sussex Royal or whatever they're using now. It's just not fair. It's just not right. But that's what I think. What do you think? GB Views? No, GBnews.com/your say. I'm going to sort of... I'll get that right. This is GB News. I'm Nana Akua. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. Coming up, my Royal Roundup. Angela Levin will be live here in the studio to give us the latest from behind the palace walls. But next, it's time for the Great British Debate this hour. And I'm asking, should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? I've got a poll up right now asking you that very question on X. Should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? Go to gbnews.com/your say. Tell me what you think. Cast your vote now.
Dubes & Co. Weekdays from 6 p.m.
You think this country needs new gas power stations? Apparently, this will all be about trying to get some form of energy security. Rishi Sunak has upset people today with this suggestion, people saying that actually this would do more damage to climate change than it would do good. Where are you on it, Richard?
I'll tell you exactly where. We need a lot more gas power stations and nuclear power stations because quite often the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. Last week, we imported 16% of all our electricity because we haven't got enough capacity in the UK, and we're now totally over-reliant on renewables.
The part of the problem is the lack of storage capacity, which the government has finally got round to addressing. I think this as backup is actually quite a sensible idea. But they are not doing anything, as far as I can tell. At the moment, it will be retrofitted to have storage capability, which seems to be utterly bonkers. I mean, anyone who's got solar panels, you know very well you're storing up energy. So it's about storage as much as production. And they could have gone, 20 years ago, we could have had nuclear power. We could have done more. We haven't looked far enough ahead in the future, and we are in grave danger of making the same mistake. I mean, the other side of this is, what is the difference going to be? Blackouts are, they're irritating and... Irritating?
It'd be disastrous. It would destroy our economy.
Well, they would be now, but, some of us remember 3-day weeks and things like that. And in fact, I grew up thinking that everybody had, at least a couple of days a week when they had to eat off a primer stove and things.
This is, again, I don't want to harp on, but this is one of the problems in the politics in our country, isn't it? So many politicians, they just think in election cycles. Absolutely. They just think, what can I do and say to get my own backside re-elected at the next general election? They're not always looking ahead. Actually, politics aside, what is genuinely the best thing for this country?
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking, this is a nightmare for the Conservatives again. Down to earth. It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it? And most importantly, honest. Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them. Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, welcome. It's just coming up to 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. If you just tuned in, welcome. It's time now for the Great British Debate this hour, and I'm asking, should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? Now, reports suggest that over 420,000 people will be asked to look for work, as Rishi Sunak announced yesterday that jobless Brits will have their benefits cancelled if they fail to find work within a year. Now, the Prime Minister also said the changes proposed are to prevent people staying on benefits as a lifestyle choice. Rishi Sunak's comments have caused backlash from various campaign groups, but he said it was fair to expect people who can work to get a job. I don't think there's anything wrong with what you're saying. And he wants to emphasise that going to work can actually improve your mental and physical health. So for the Great British Debate this hour, I'm asking, should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? Well, joining me now is GP and medical writer Dr Renee Honderkamp, anarchist and author Dr Lisa McKenzie, and Labour commentator James Matthewson. So I'm going to start with Renee. This is what he's saying. He wants people to go back to work. Surely working is a good thing for someone's mental health, actually, when you're doing something rather than staring at the 4 walls in your house and sort of, meditating. I don't know what people are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just proven time and time again that isolation is bad for mental health. Working and socialisation is very good for mental health. There's lots of evidence to show that if you're just sitting on your own, going over and over the things that are making you feel unhappy and sad, they will actually just continue to plague you, as it were. We know that mental health improves when people go to work. We also know that when people have 6 months off work, they are unlikely to ever return to work. It's a startling statistic. So as a GP, I try very hard to encourage people back to work before that 6-month period, and I explain to them why. So, yes, absolutely, people need to go back to work.
Do you think there's a connection between that and the numbers of people feigning sickness as well, Dr. Renee?
So I think that let's not, go to the point where we call people feigning sickness, but I think people have an illness, or let's say a sore shoulder or a sore knee. They get fixated on the career that they want to do when actually they could do something else. And so we have to talk to people about retraining, about doing something that wouldn't aggravate the problem that they have. Lots of people work when they have a medical problem. Lots of people work when they're in pain. So I think there is no, there's nothing to say that you have a right to a job that makes you happy or a right to a job that you want to do. What we need to do is actually instill in people that society is only working if people actually play their role in it, and working is one of those roles.
James Mathewson, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's absolute nonsense. I mean, you'll not be surprised to know that, Nana, but I mean, when it comes to the idea that work is that people somehow have this grand notion that they want some luxurious life, or that their ideas of what they do for work is too grand and that they should retrain and do something else and that they've been off sick. The quality of work in this country and the conditions in workplaces in this country is abysmal, even just compared to the rest of Europe at present. The actual condition of working, because workers' rights have been stripped away systematically over the last 14 years. The Trade Union Act has made sure that people don't even get the proper representation that they're entitled to in work, and yet we are obsessed with the welfare budget, and somehow this obsession with the fact that too much has been spent on welfare, when in the past year, Amazon as a corporation paid no corporation tax on their UK division. Rishi Sunak's own wife didn't pay £20 million in tax while she had a non-dom status. And obviously they've clarified that since, and she has changed that status, but she still avoided £20 million in tax. We're not obsessing over that, are we? What we're doing
well, no, we're not, because we have obsessed over that, and they'll probably lose their, they'll probably lose their place as the party leading this country after a lot of that. But the question...
Why can't we get £20 million from it? I want £20 million from Rishi Sunak.
But that's not the question, really, is it?
Down on people who are on benefits.
Yeah, but that's not really the point. The point we're making is that there are 9.4 million people who are, unemployed or who are off sick, and that's a large portion of the workforce, and somehow we need to get some of those people back.
It's too many, exactly, and I think the thing is that we're looking at in the wrong angle here, and what Renee says is right, sitting at home, the depression that builds, all the horrible situation, but you've got to remember, people would rather do that than be in work in some situations currently. What does that tell you about the state of
work? Dr. Lisa McKenzie.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an educationalist. I work at the university, and what you've just said is absolutely. I mean, what both of the commentators have just said, staying at home is depressing. Right. But also, I think we've got to look at two things. Number one, why are people now suffering with such terrible mental health? Mm-hmm. But also, the next thing is, in 2013, the government that we've got now axed all adult education. They got rid of all funding for adult education. So what we don't have now is this, we don't have people that can change skills. And as the job market's changing, there is no educational skills training for those people. So what is happening is, they are being abandoned. And the other thing is, this really seems to be like a class issue for me, because this is about who gets to do this interesting work. And, and there was a report out last year which said that 250,000 working class people were not getting into the arts and culture industries because of prejudices. So it's okay saying go to work, but it's who gets to work in Amazon and who gets, a nice job being an architect or being on
But you have
GBNews.
to start somewhere. I mean, look, the first job I did, well, admittedly, it was in KISS 100, and it was, but I wrote hundreds and hundreds of applications, right? Rejected by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. It was rejected, but I still carried on. And, you know, I've cleaned toilets, I've sold knives in a shop. I've worked, just even though it wasn't very much. I know it's so embarrassing, it's very sad. I remember somebody saying to me, you're wasted, you could be doing so much better. But I did it anyway. Renee?
Yeah, I think that actually is a really important point. So I've worked in a laundrette, cleaning people's knickers. I've actually worked in the book station at East Ham Station, selling at 5 o'clock in the morning in the freezing cold. You know, I've worked my way up. I think what we've lost is this understanding that sometimes you have to do things you don't particularly want to do. And I think part of that is because we've encouraged our kids to go to university, to do degrees that are not going to get them in a job in the area that they absolutely love. And when they come out, they are understandably disappointed that they actually might have to work in Starbucks. And I think going to the point about, you know, the jobs in the UK are abysmal compared to Europe, that doesn't actually stack up in the figures when you look at long-term sick. Because of all the G7 countries, we are the only one that actually has more people now on long-term sick than before the pandemic. So something doesn't stack up there. And I do agree we have to make working conditions better. Even doctors have abysmal working conditions and would be happier if they were better. But at the same time, I think we need to drill into people that they have a responsibility in society. And whatever we say here, sitting around the table, we cannot afford this.
What responsibility do people have in society?
To work and pay tax.
Do we have in society?
To work and pay tax.
Why?
But he said why. Hang on, James. You're asking why should people work to pay tax? Is that a serious question?
Well, as a concept, what we're talking about is all doing our fair share, all mucking in, you know, being part of that society. Every element of that society has been attacked by the Conservative Party for the past 14 years. Every public service has been stripped away. Every access to an opportunity has been stripped away. If you are a young working class person in this country and you do not have parents who can support you financially, you are stuffed. You don't have the opportunity to progress. This idea that you can go and sell knives, Nana, fantastic. But, you know, that is based on meritocracy and the idea that you can work your way up. You just can't anymore. It doesn't work.
I don't think that's quite true, James. I think that's a bit defeatist.
That is actually true. Social mobility.
Lisa says it's not true. Sorry, carry on, Lisa.
No, it is true. It is absolutely true. Social mobility in this country has stopped since 2015. Social mobility has not been moving. This idea that working class people can sort of move into middle class jobs and middle class work, that's actually stopped.
No, you can't. I'm sorry, but you can make a brief statement about that, but that surely hasn't stopped. So there will be people who have moved from one class to another and stuff like that. I can't see how that will stop.
I'll tell you what never happens is people never move down. Because middle-class people make sure that their children will never move down.
That's a sweeping statement. Again, that's look, I'm not being funny, but you can never say never, and that doesn't make any sense.
I'm a sociologist. It is what I do in my day job.
Yeah, but I appreciate that. But what you just said there, people never move down. There'll be some people who have, Renee.
Never. I'm saying that the figures almost has stopped. We've got figures on social mobility, and it is more likely now that children who are from working class communities will never leave those working class communities and will never get into middle class jobs.
Well, you could say that about almost anything, Renee.
So, Lisa, picking up on your point, which I think is very valid about adult education, maybe what we should do with the benefit system is say to people that actually, if you're unemployed, not only will you'll get your benefits, but we will retrain you. That will be part of the condition.
I agree.
Yeah, and I do see that.
That requires.
I think we all agree on that, but that doesn't happen.
That requires a DWP that is properly funded and is given the resources and the support and the needs to do that. Austerity destroyed that, and instead of actually repairing that now, all we are doing is finding scapegoats, i.e. the people who have suffered under this, to blame, and that's all that's happened. If it's not
perhaps if some of those
claimants the next.
Well, perhaps if some of those government departments could focus less on diversity and inclusion and net zero and all the nonsense they're spending money on, and perhaps if they could maybe go to work and go to the office, then maybe they'd get more done. Listen, Renee, thank you very much. Dr. Renee Hundenkamp, really good to talk to you. Also, Lisa McKenzie and James Mathewson. Very briefly then, so do you think she's right then? Should people be kicked off their benefits if they haven't worked for a year? Renee, yes or no?
Yes.
Matthew? James, sorry.
No.
No. And Lisa?
No.
All right, well, listen, thank you so much for your thoughts. Very good to talk to you all. Excellent. Well, what do you think at home? Get in touch at gbnews.com/your say. Right, so still to come, I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. Coming up, the Great British Debate this hour will continue. I'm asking, should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? You'll hear the thoughts of my panel, Matthew Laza and Lizzie Candy. Now, still to come, my difficult conversation. Sarah de la Garde will be here live to tell us about her harrowing tube accident. You will not want to miss that. Do not go anywhere. But first, let's get your latest news headlines.
Nana, thank you. It's 4:31. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB newsroom. A police apology has been welcomed by the government, but the Home Office says being Jewish should never be seen as provocative. It's after a Metropolitan Police officer stopped campaign against anti-Semitism Chief Executive Gideon Falter from crossing a road near a pro-Palestinian march, saying he's quite openly Jewish. The Home Office, which says the comment is unacceptable, has written to the Police Commissioner and Mayor of London. A spokesperson for Sadiq Khan described the Met's handling of the incident as concerning. Today, pro-Israel demonstrators are holding a peaceful counter-protest in central London called Enough is Enough. The group says hatred has no place on the streets of the capital. Musicians, politicians and campaigners are rallying in Glasgow, calling for another independence referendum. Believe in Scotland and Pensioners for Independence march from Kelvin Way to George Square to hear from speakers including First Minister Humza Yousaf. There were mixed feelings in the city, with a counter-protest calling for the country to remain in the United Kingdom. And a fire has caused significant damage to a historic pub in southwest London. Thick black smoke was seen rising from the Grade 2 listed building in Mitcham. 80 firefighters battled the blaze, which ripped through 3 floors and destroyed the roof of a derelict property. The cause of the fire is still being investigated. And a 2-minute silence has been held honouring the English men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice. Hundreds of army and naval cadets took part in a march past the cenotaph in central London to mark 130 years of the Royal Society of St George. And for the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to Nana.
You're with me, I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. Coming up, Royal Roundup. Royal biographer Angela Levin will be live in the studio to give us the latest from behind the palace walls. But next, we'll continue with the Great British Debate this hour. And I'm asking, should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? I've got a poll up right now on X asking you that very question. Should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? Get in touch via our website at gbnews.com/your say.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
The perception of a crime being committed is not based on whether that person intended to commit a crime or not, but whether the victim, in inverted commas, or anybody else for that matter who happened to hear whatever was said, determines that it was motivated by malice or ill will. Most of these things come out in heated exchanges or in, very casual exchanges. And then somebody says, oh, I'm offended or I'm hurt or I'm whatever because this was clearly malicious and it's against me as a black person or a transgender or sexuality, whatever it might be. And somebody says, I perceive this to be motivated by hate. Now, at that point, what is the reasonable test that anybody could apply as to what was in somebody's mind at the time? You don't know what I'm thinking now. I don't know what you're thinking now. Why is it that a crime can be committed on the basis of what somebody is alleged to be thinking?
Well, that's also how discrimination often works, because people have worked out these days that saying something or sending an email like one I received some years ago that said, let's go round her place with pickaxe handles and balaclavas and see what we can do. Now, that's an email that was sent about me. People have worked out that you don't do that. But from the circumstance of what happens, if racial taunts were being shouted, if taunts about someone's protected characteristic were being shouted in the run-up to what then happened, it would be pretty obvious that that was a hate crime.
But we know, for example, that street preachers have been arrested merely for quoting the Bible and without actually intending, anything beyond that.
We're GB News, and we come from a proud tradition of British journalism.
That's why I'm so excited to be here. It's something so new.
The first news channel to be launched in Britain in over 30 years.
Launched to represent the views of the British people.
To go where other broadcasters refuse to go. How did you find out about the story in the first place?
Launched with one aim.
To be the fearless champion of Britain.
It's an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here.
This is GB News.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
GB News brings you accurate reporting of the day's topical agenda.
When the news breaks, wherever and whenever it's happening,
we'll be there.
This is GB News.
The People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Isabel Webster. Thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. This is GB News. We are the People's Channel. I'm Nana Akua. Don't forget as well, you can download the GB News app and watch all the programmes for free. But now it's time for the Great British Debate this hour. And I'm asking, should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? Now, reports suggest that over 420,000 people will be asked to look for work, as Rishi Sunak announced yesterday that jobless Brits will have their benefits cancelled if they don't find work within a year. The Prime Minister said that the changes proposed are to prevent people staying on benefits as a lifestyle choice. Rishi Sunak's comments have caused a backlash from various campaign groups, but he said it was fair to expect people who can work to get a job. And he wants to emphasise that going to work can actually improve mental and physical health. This is exactly what Dr Rennie Hundinkamp said as well. So for the Great British Debate this hour, I'm asking, should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? Well, let's see what my panel make of that. I'm joined by former advisor to the Labour Party, Matthew Laza, also broadcaster and columnist Lizzie Cundy. Matthew Laza.
So the answer is no, not axed as a straight axe, but I think people should be given support to get back into work all the way through, actually, from day one. But that obviously should be particularly be increased after people have been on benefits for a year. Getting people off welfare and into work was a key Labour priority in the last government. It was one of the real success stories. This government has left it very late to put an emphasis on it. Broadly, I welcome it as an idea. I think the detail is very hazy on how the Tories are going to do it. One of the things they're going to do is they're going to have to have a whole army of medical people to do the assessments. They haven't got them yet, and they're not going to just magic these doctors out of nowhere. So people need to be given support for welfare into work, but just a straight 1 year is a good headline, but bad policy. But people need to be helped.
Why though? I mean, look, we can't afford it. 9.4 million, I think it is. Well, how can we? If you're saying that you'd allow people to languish on benefits,
no, I wouldn't allow people to
over a year.
Benefits. No, absolutely. But there are some parts of the country where it's massively more difficult to get a job than in other parts of the country. We have big disparities in unemployment, so there's a big issue here. You know, unemployment's higher in Cornwall in the northeast, say in England, or in Glasgow in Scotland than it is in Surrey, and therefore it needs to be tailored approach, real support for people to give them the skills they need, the confidence they need. I don't think people with a mental health condition should. I hate the idea of just putting people on a life on benefits, signing people off sick for the whole of their lifetime.
Well, you heard what Rennie said: is they stay unemployed for at least 6 months, they're never likely to get back.
Which is why I think that I want the support to come from day one, so that actually
I think it does, Matthew.
Some support does, but some support has been cut, and they're actually putting back what they've taken away. Because you do
because people are still not doing anything. Lizzie Cundy.
I am sick to death of the handouts. It should be hands up. I want to work. As we've heard, it's good for your mental health. It's good for you as a person, socially, in every aspect of your life. You feel that sense of worth. Yeah. And as my father said, if you do something you love, it never feels like work. And work is so good for your soul. And I was someone that is so sick of this sick note culture. Let me give you some facts. That the bill for working for disability and ill health benefits has risen from 42.3 billion up to 69 billion across the UK. We cannot do this anymore, Matthew. This country is on its knees. So after a year on benefits, what are we to go?
Lizzie,
this is your lifestyle. I won't get my, bottom off the couch, legs up. I won't become a hermit. I know some people can't work, Matthew. you, but there is a huge amount that are playing the system.
I don't think there are a huge amount of people playing the system. I think people should be, as a condition of getting benefit, you should be actively seeking work, and people should be supported into doing that. But one of the problems at the moment is because we've got 7 million people on NHS waiting lists, people are waiting in pain for operations, and they can't work because
well,
they're waiting for their back operation.
We already pointed that out. Yeah, that's true. But some people.
And what if they're cut off after a year when they're still waiting?
We need to sort the NHS out as well.
Absolutely.
I mean, but let's take that out of the equation. Let's talk about people who are well enough to go to work, who could work, which is what we're talking about. And I don't understand why you should be on benefits for every year.
Able-bodied people out of work, 2.8 million. And, and the fraud benefits is costing us 6.4 million.
And I'm against fraud in the system, but I am giving people the support they need. And I think it's really important that people have tailored plans if they've got issues, if they've never worked, if they need support.
Listen,
but they need the support to get into it.
I agree, but there's so many jobs you can do online, so many jobs you don't even have to go into the building, especially the ones with the HMRC and a lot of the government jobs. Listen, well, that's the point. And actually, there's more people with in-work benefits whilst they're working. So there's a whole layer that hasn't been uncovered.
I think we need to look. I welcome the emphasis on getting people into work. I want proper detail from the Tories, and some people do need support into it. A friend of mine ran a company that got people back into work, and if you tailor the package, you can get almost anybody back into the world of work, and that's what we need because it's the number one factor of economic success.
Career
I agree,
advice.
totally.
And we need education.
It's just a one-year cut-off as an absolute.
But we need a robust system to stop fraud and benefit cheats.
Yeah, because they've just uncovered a massive fraud scam, haven't they, where someone made billions. So the point is that
I'm against all fraud in public spending, just as there was on the.
There's no point setting this up and then not looking at the fraud situation. And there are people who do take the proverb.
Of course there are.
But this show is nothing without you and your views as well. Come out, great British voices there. Opportunity to be on and tell us what they think about the topics we're discussing. Where should we go to today? Should we go to Northamptonshire?
Oh yes, I love it there.
Let's have a chat with
a proper map.
Miranda Richardson, not the Miranda Richardson, obviously. Bizarre Miranda Richardson. GBNews is Miranda Richardson. Yay. Miranda, a year on benefits. They're on the dole. Is it time to cut the benefits after that?
Do you know what, Nana? And I think we have to look at this, like you said. These are people who are able to go to work, right? Yeah. We're not questioning the sick. We're not questioning people that have got issues, right? These are people that are able to go to work. There are lots of jobs. Yeah, I work in an industry where we are crying out for staff. Hospitality desperately needs staff. We interviewed somebody last week who went, don't really want to work weekends. It's hospitality.
We get that here, Miranda, really, seriously.
Exactly. And this is what we've allowed is a culture of not going to work. That's what's happened. We're allowing people to, I'm going to be a YouTuber or a TikToker. That's no job. So then they haven't really got experience in anything because they're not doing anything. And this is what we're allowing, and we shouldn't be. And so, strip it back, research it, look at where you're going to make the cuts after a year. Yes, help people back into work. There are plenty of jobs. People have just got to go, do you know what? I'm not going to be part of that system, and I am going to go. I've never not had a job. Yeah. A bit like you. I have done everything. I've never not worked. Does it mean it's the job I want to do when I grow up? Probably not. Even now, I'm not sure I'm doing the job I want to do when I grow up. But that's the thing.
But you have grown up, Miranda. You have grown up, Miranda.
Never.
Miranda Richardson, thank you so much. She's that great British voice.
Love her.
She's there in Northamptonshire. Right, still to come, my difficult conversation. My guest will be here live to tell us about her harrowing story. You do not want to miss that. Please stay tuned. She's here at 5 o'clock. She'll be my difficult conversation. But next, Angela Levin will be here to give us the latest from behind the palace walls in my Royal Roundup.
Good afternoon and welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. So high pressure does continue to dominate, but it will be feeling a little chillier along some eastern coasts. The area of high pressure situated across the UK does bring a bit of a northeasterly breeze, so some chillier conditions, but plenty of dry weather around due to that area of high pressure. So some late afternoon and evening sunshine for some of us. However, some thicker cloud across parts of Scotland will bring some outbreaks of patchy rain, particularly for northern parts of Scotland, slowly sinking its way southwards into the early hours of the morning. Southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland and western parts of Scotland holding on to those clearer skies and turning quite chilly there, however remaining frost-free under that cloud and patchy rain. So for eastern parts of Scotland, a bit of a cloudy and grey and damp start to the day on Sunday. However, southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland and western parts of Scotland seeing the best of the sunshine through the morning. Perhaps 1 or 2 showers bubbling up across southeastern parts of England through the afternoon, but it should be staying dry for most places. However, that band of patchy rain slowly continues to sink its way southwards. I'm feeling quite chilly under that cloud and rain too. However, in the sunshine, feeling very pleasant, highs of 14, 15, maybe 16 degrees across the south. Monday does start a bit of a greyer day for most of us. Outbreaks of rain continue to slowly push their way southwards, but southeastern parts of England probably holding on to that sunshine and feeling quite pleasant in that sunshine too. Maybe 1 or 2 showers around on Tuesday or Wednesday, but temperatures will be slowly recovering closer to average for the time of year.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio and online.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, every Sunday at 9:30 when I'll be interviewing the key players in British politics and taking them to task.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial.
With an upcoming election looming over Westminster, now is the time for clear, honest answers.
I agree.
And that's precisely what I'll get.
Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's election channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg and this is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, 47 minutes after 4 o'clock. This is GB News. I'm Nana Akua. Now, there's always something going on in the royal household, and this week has been no different. And every Saturday, I love to give you a rundown. And who better to do so than Angela Levin, royal biographer. Angela, it's been a very busy week. Talk to me. What's going on?
Well, I mean, I too am obsessed by the jam, actually. Of all the things that interest me less is jam. I can't bear jam, but it's also silly because they've actually said all of it is come from fruit on their house in their garden. And I thought, well, how come is that? Does it mean there's only 50 and the rest of us can't actually even taste this jam, or what? And also, is this the time when you're going to get raspberries and strawberries? I don't know. But anyway, it seemed I didn't believe that really. And of course, it was the other sentence that was added was that King Charles used to buy his inn. I thought, there you are. You're just sort of building up against him. And also, I thought that was too funny for words, is that we heard that it went round to all these 50 people who are friends and she hoped would publish it. They had the number 17 out of 50 on the one we saw, and there was another one that came up 10 or 50. And I thought, it's not like a painting, is it? It's not like the wonderful thing that somebody's going to make and you're going to keep it forever. Are we meant to keep the empty jar, or are we meant to keep the jam because it's so special? At $30 a jar.
It's ridiculous. And why lemons? A lemon, when you buy a car that's a lemon, it's supposed to be like a bad thing. You've got the worst one.
Yeah, but you say you're a bit of a lemon, don't you?
I'm a bit of a lemon today as well.
That's all right. Yeah. So I just think it's a ridiculous idea, and I think it's very silly to come up with one thing. You don't know what the next thing is, but she is trying to be allowed to go globally. Now, that word globally is absolutely Meghan's favourite word because Britain was too small for her. She always wanted to be global. So if she can sell things globally, she will be thrilled to bits. But, I mean, I don't really think that people are going to buy all that. And chickens, sort of things to feel...
Bird food.
Bird food and all those things. It's ridiculous. So that's that. And Harry was a great surprise because his #1 home is America. Now, he's had this for a year and he came to light 2 days ago. But this means, why has he been nagging in London for everything to get protection 24 hours a day for all his family, when actually he's hardly going to be here? And I thought that was really cunning to do that, to hope that he could get that before it was revealed of where he is. But the thing is that he now won't be able to be to do a lot of the work. He won't have these top protectors with guns, absolutely not. He won't be able to be a counsellor, so he can stand in if King Charles is away or unwell. He won't be able to do lots of things now that he could have done. And he was, I mean, I'm very happy for him to go away, but I think it's very unfair of him to try and be nasty about the royal family at the same time. They must be very upset as well as saying, OK, go your way. But it's always done in a nasty way.
So distressing as well. I mean, especially if you're ill as well.
Yes,
the King
exactly.
and Catherine ill and stuff, you know, like, leave them be.
Well, when Prince William came back to work again, and I thought he looked rather thin, and I thought he looked rather stressed. And he's with this company that is charity that he's doing, that food that everybody leaves, the restaurants and all that, and it goes round to people who can't really afford to eat. And he was chopping up celery, and he was doing his best. And the woman gave him 2 cards wishing King Charles and also his wife well, and he said, "That's so kind of you." I felt so sorry.
Yeah, it's been very difficult for them, really.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult.
Because Catherine's so young to be diagnosed with that kind of cancer as well.
Yes, and we don't know what it is, so it makes you feel both curious and knowing that it's not your business, but you really want her to be well. I mean, you see those lovely children,
cute, aren't they?
you know, you really wish for her to be well. And William, although he's come back, he's not going to come too often. I mean, he's going to still be responsible for her and the children and try and make it a normal family, and I admire that hugely. And anybody who thinks that he should be doing a lot more for the country, they need just to wait and see, and I'm sure he will.
Yeah, bless him. Angela Levin, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for all your thoughts. That is the brilliant Angela Levin. Well, listen, lots of you have been in touch with your views. Rachel says, all this fuss we talked about Rwanda, over Rwanda not being a safe country, if we don't do something very soon, we'll have to evacuate the Britons because the UK will not be a safe country. So true. James says, send a plane load of lords to Rwanda to check it out. Yeah, true. And Adrian says, it's a joke. It will stop nothing, and every day this country lets illegal criminals in. So those are the thoughts on people's views with regard to Rwanda. Keep your thoughts coming as well. gbnews.com/your say. Coming up, though, my incredible guest. You're with me, I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News Live on TV, online and on digital radio. Still to come, my difficult conversation. Sarah de Lagarde will be live here in the studio to tell us about her harrowing accident. It's frightening what happened to her on the tube. Stay tuned, but first, let's get an update with your weather.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good afternoon and welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. So high pressure does continue to dominate, but it will be feeling a little chillier along some eastern coasts. The area of high pressure situated across the UK does bring a bit of a northeasterly breeze, so some chillier conditions, but plenty of dry weather around due to that area of high pressure. So some late afternoon and evening sunshine for some of us. However, some thicker cloud across parts of Scotland will bring some outbreaks of patchy rain, particularly for northern parts of Scotland, slowly sinking its way southwards into the early hours of the morning. Southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland and western parts of Scotland holding on to those clearer skies and turning quite chilly there, however, remaining frost-free under that cloud and patchy rain. So for eastern parts of Scotland, a bit of a cloudy and grey and damp start to the day on Sunday. However, southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland and western parts of Scotland seeing the best of the sunshine through the morning. Perhaps 1 or 2 showers bubbling up across southeastern parts of England through the afternoon, but it should be staying dry for most places. However, that band of patchy rain slowly continues to sink its way southwards and feeling quite chilly under that cloud and rain too. However, in the sunshine, feeling very pleasant, highs of 14, 15, maybe 16 degrees across the south. Monday does start a bit of a greyer day for most of us. Outbreaks of rain continue to slowly push their way southwards, but southeastern parts of England probably holding on to that sunshine and feeling quite pleasant in that sunshine too. Maybe 1 or 2 showers around on Tuesday or Wednesday, but temperatures will be slowly recovering closer to average for the time of year.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
We're GB News, and we come from a proud tradition of British journalism.
That's why I'm so excited to be here. It's something so new.
The first news channel to be launched in Britain in over 30 years.
Launched to represent the views of the British people.
To go where other broadcasters refuse to go.
How did you find out about the story in the first place?
Launched with one aim.
To be the fearless champion of Britain.
It's an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here.
This is GB News.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
With thanks to Variety Cruises, a family company sailing since 1942, you have the chance to win a £10,000 7-night small boat cruise for 2. With flights, meals, excursions and drinks included, you'll be able to choose from any one of their 2025 Greek adventures and explore Greece like never before. Plus, you'll also win £10,000 in tax-free cash to make your summer sizzle. And we'll pack you off with these luxury travel gifts. For another chance to win a prize worth over £20,000, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB04 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 26th of April. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry, Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
We're GB News, and we come from a proud tradition of British journalism.
That's why I'm so excited to be here. It's something so new.
The first news channel to be launched in Britain in over 30 years.
Launched to represent the views of the British people.
To go where other broadcasters refuse to go.
How did you find out about the story in the first place?
Launched with one aim.
To be the fearless champion of Britain.
It's an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here.
This is GB News.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio and online.
This is GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me.
My guests and I tackle the issues that really matter, with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country. That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akua, and for the next hour, me and my panel will be taking on some of the big topics hitting the headlines right now. Coming up, my difficult conversation, I'll be joined by Sarah de Lagarde, a resilient mother of two who faced an unimaginable adversity after a tragic accident at High Barnet Station, despite losing an arm and a leg in a horrifying incident involving two London Underground trains. Sarah's determination to seek justice against TfL, that's Transport for London, is unwavering. You will not want to miss that conversation. Then, the Great British Debate. I'm asking, were the police right to threaten arrest? The Metropolitan Police are under fire after an officer was filmed telling a Jewish man that his presence was antagonising a pro-Palestine march in London. And then what's happening in Dubai? But first, let's get your latest news.
Good afternoon, it's 1 minute past 5. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB newsroom. Your top story this hour. A police apology has been welcomed by the government, but the Home Office says being Jewish should never be seen as provocative. It's after a Metropolitan Police officer stopped campaign against anti-Semitism Chief Executive Gideon Falter from crossing a road near a pro-Palestinian march, saying he's quite openly Jewish. The Home Office, which says the comment is unacceptable, has written to the Police Commissioner and Mayor of London. A spokesperson for Sadiq Khan described the Met's handling of the incident as very concerning. Today, pro-Israel demonstrators are holding a peaceful counter-protest in central London. Called Enough is Enough, the group says hatred has no place on the streets of the capital.
Can't walk through central London with a yarmulke on your head, no signs of any Israeli flag or support for Israel or any views on what may be going on in the Middle East. But if you're not allowed to walk across the streets in central London because you are openly Jewish, then it's time for the government to act.
It's just sad that it's come to this, that it's now regarded as not completely safe for Jewish people to walk in the streets of their own city. And not only is it distressing and vile as their views are, the distressing thing is also becoming normalised.
Meanwhile, pro-Palestinian protesters have been marching in Sheffield, demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. They're accusing Israel of using famine as a weapon of war and criticise the government for continuing to arm the country. The Palestine Solidarity Campaign also took aim at Barclays Bank, urging it to sever ties with companies which supply weapons and military equipment to Israel. In other news, musicians, politicians and campaigners are rallying in Glasgow, calling for another independence referendum. Believe in Scotland and Pensioners for Independence marched from Kelvin Way to George Square to hear from speakers including First Minister Humza Yousaf. There were mixed feelings in the city, with a counter-protest calling for the country to remain in the United Kingdom.
It's our country. We want it back. Thank you very much. We've been a colony for over 300 years. We get nothing back. Everything's taken from us and goes south.
To object against the UND march still going ahead because they haven't accepted our vote in 2014.
I think it's a bit ridiculous, if I'm honest. So that's why I'm here, but I'm kind of really here for my Nana. So.
3 men who died in a car crash near a retail park in northwest London have been named by police. Mohammed Zidani, Mohammed Ghazi and Sohail Zulfikar died when their vehicle went through a car park fence and hit a footbridge. It happened last weekend and the men, who were in their early 20s, were pronounced dead at the scene. 2 other passengers were injured, but police say their condition is not life-threatening. Investigations into the cause of the crash continue. Parents and their children have staged a demonstration in Belfast over rising childcare costs. More than 1,000 people carrying balloons, placards and prams took part, calling for immediate support. Unlike England, there is no scheme offering free childcare in Northern Ireland, but some tax credits are available. Stormont politicians want to prioritise childcare, but a new strategy could cost £400 million a year. They've requested face-to-face talks with the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak to ask for more funding. And a 2-minute silence has been held honouring the English men and women who died serving the nation. Hundreds of Army and Naval cadets took part in a march past the cenotaph in central London, marking 130 years of the Royal Society of St George. Some members of the public were there to celebrate the day.
Well, we're big military people, so it means a lot to come down and celebrate and be part of it all, really.
It's obviously the patron saint of our country, and obviously I'm the old brigade, and it means something to me.
We're English. He's a patron saint of England, so we've got to mark it. Scotland do it, Wales do it. We've got to do it as well, and we've got to do it bigger and better.
And for the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to Nana.
Good afternoon. This is GB News on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akua. And for the next hour, me and my panel will be taking on some of the big topics hitting the headlines right now. This show is all about opinion. It's mine, it's theirs, and of course it's yours. We'll be debating, discussing, and at times we will disagree, but no one will be cancelled. So joining me today is broadcaster and columnist Lizzie Cundy, and also former Labour adviser Matthew Lauser. Still to come now, my difficult conversation today is Sarah de Lagarde, a resilient mother of two who faced unimaginable adversity after a tragic accident where she lost an arm and a leg. Now, Sarah is campaigning for change and is calling for a comprehensive review of TfL's safety procedures. Sarah advocates for change and don't miss that interview. That is on the way. Then for the Great British Debate this hour, I'm asking, were the police right to threaten arrest? Now, the Metropolitan Police is under fire after an officer was filmed telling a Jewish man that his presence was antagonising a pro-Palestine march in London. As ever, get in touch, gbnews.com/your say. So it's 7 minutes after 5 o'clock, and it's time now for this week's difficult conversation. In a tragic accident at High Barnet Station, Sarah de Lagarde endured life-changing injuries after falling between a stationary train and the platform, leading to the loss of her arm and leg. Now she has issued a legal claim at the High Court against Transport for London as she calls for a comprehensive review of TfL's safety procedures. Now, a spokesperson for Mr Khan said that the Mayor's thoughts remain with Sarah and her loved ones, and he is asked to be kept updated and is very keen to meet with Sarah once the claim is resolved. So joining me now in the studio is Sarah de Lagarde. Sarah, thank you so much for joining me.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
I was really looking forward to meeting you because I think you must be incredibly brave. Because for that, can you talk us through what happened to you?
Of course. So in 2022, 30th of September, I was on my way home from work and I slipped and fell. I slipped on an uneven and wet platform and fell in between a stationary train and the platform itself into the gap. And nobody heard me or saw me, and the train departed and with it crushed my arm under 20 tons of steel. Wow. And by some miracle, I remained conscious. I continued to shout for help, and still nobody saw me or heard me. And then the second train came into the station and crushed me again, and this time my right leg below the knee.
Now, I can't even imagine what that must have been like, first of all, falling into that gap between the train and the platform. I mean, what was... I mean, is it in your mind, can you remember what you were thinking?
I honestly, the first thought in my mind was, I shouldn't be here. This is a really precarious situation. And I had a moment where the pain was so intense that I thought, dying would be a relief. But then seconds later, I saw in my mind's eye the faces of my two children, and that gave me the strength to just hold on and try to draw attention to what happened and get me saved.
So you were in between the train and the platform, And at this time, you've sort of hurt yourself, but your arm is OK, your leg is OK. So then the train starts to pull away?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how somehow my arm got caught and I lost it above the elbow. And so I've now been fitted with a bionic arm.
It's quite incredible, isn't it?
It's quite incredible. It's got artificial intelligence embedded within, so it learns as I use it, so it becomes more and more performant.
That's incredible, isn't it? We've really moved forward with things like that.
Yeah.
So then after the arm goes, you can see, presumably you can see what's happened, and you must be thinking, I've lost my arm.
So I didn't really look in much detail, but I could feel that my side was numbing, and I could see that, yeah, I knew instinctively that I'd lost that arm.
Wow. And then, so you're calling for help. Was there nobody on the platform at all?
No, I mean, it wasn't that late for a Friday evening.
What time was it, roughly?
It was around 9-ish, and there were people on the platform. I could see it afterwards on the CCTV footage, but CCTV isn't watched live. I always thought it was, and that gave me that false sense of security, perhaps. But actually, nobody does watch that live. It's only watched in hindsight when it's already too late.
So there's nobody really manning the camera. That's terrible.
Yeah, and there's no one on the platform, so that's quite common now to have less staff in general. And yeah, and eventually somebody heard me, but only because I'd spent over 15 minutes on the tracks and screaming for help. And I kept screaming, please somebody help me, my name is Sarah and I don't want to die. And by the end, I got very, very desperate, thinking I could feel myself dying. I could feel the blood leaving my body. But I had this willpower and saying, like, no, somebody at some point will discover me. And somebody did indeed hear my cries for help eventually, but I was stuck under that train, that second train. And so
that train, the second train, hadn't moved away yet?
So I was wedged underneath it, and somehow the emergency services had to get me from underneath the train, and I think they had to, like, move me on this canoe-style board to the top of the train, so under all the carriages, basically.
And at that time, did they actually have to amputate your limbs there to get you out, or...?
So I think the limbs were already partially non-viable at that stage, and I was very lucky that the emergency services, the London Air Ambulance, came, and they have a mini theatre, so to speak, within their setup that they can attend to patients on site, which means that I had a higher percent chance of making it. Normally, I wouldn't. And so eventually I got taken to the Royal London Hospital where I was treated, where the amputations were completed, and then I spent 6 weeks in rehabilitation.
And what has that done to you in your life? How has that affected you?
Well, hugely, because, I mean, missing one limb is hard enough, but missing two is completely devastating. I used to be a very sporty person. I enjoyed the outdoors. I climbed Mount Kilimanjaro a month before the accident.
Wow.
My husband and I reached the top, and it was the greatest achievement, aside from having my children, of course. But after that, life had changed completely. I was worried about everything. I was worried about, not being able to financially provide for my family anymore. I was worried about how I could keep up with my young family, how I could even enjoy being alive. So there's a part of me that was intensely grateful for the support that I was given, for the incredible support from the NHS staff, my family, my friends, my colleagues who've been extremely supportive and very welcoming. But the reality is that this is not a broken ankle. No. These limbs are gone forever. They won't grow back. Every morning I wake up and I've got a split-second thought of, maybe it was just a nightmare. Maybe they've just grown back overnight, but it never does. So I always, prosthetics are great, don't get me wrong. The innovation, Technology is great, but
it's not the same.
It's not of course not. No, it comes with a whole host of issues and wear and tear. They're so expensive.
Really? Roughly, how much is one of those?
So, just the hardware, about over £100,000.
No.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, and yeah, the leg is slightly less sophisticated, but on top of that, you have to have the physio. My body is completely unbalanced now that both amputations are on the same side, so it takes away so much freedom. I can't drive. I'm terrified of taking public transport. As a matter of fact, I am not brave enough to.
I don't blame you.
It wasn't safe with 4 limbs. It's not going to be any safer with 2. So, but yeah, but the driving force for me is I've got my 2 children, and they're beautiful girls, but they're of age now that they could use public transport and should probably use public transport to be eco-friendly. But I'm worried sick because TfL has denied all liability, which means they don't think they've done anything wrong, which means they're not going to change anything. And I truly believe that there are some errors that have been made that could have avoided all of this.
Well, it's disgraceful, actually. Because the fact that you can be on the track for 15 minutes and nobody can even see that you're there, that's got to be some form of, I don't know, it feels like some form of negligence. Obviously, they have said that they don't feel that they've done anything wrong, but Sadiq Khan said he wants to talk to you. Sarah, you should go and see him.
I would love to talk to him. I've been asking to speak to him for a while as chair of the TfL, but his office had replied that it would be inappropriate to meet.
Why?
And so, I don't know.
It's ridiculous. Sadiq, if you are watching or somebody from TfL is watching, you've seen what's happened to Sarah. I suggest you do communicate and find her and get in touch. You can also get in touch with us at GB News. We will happily pass on her contact. You'd be happy with that for us to forward those on?
Yes, of course.
Honestly, it is just such an incredible story. It feels like it's not... It feels like it's just a make-believe when you're telling somebody this story, and the fact that you're still here to tell the tale. What would you like to see TfL do? What would you like to see?
Well, I guess it should be similar to the airline industry. If an incident happens, it should really trigger the company to think about all of the procedures, saying like, well, if it happened, and we are adamant that we fulfilled every point on our checklist or our procedures should be fine, then you have to ask yourself, are these procedures right in the first place? So here's the scary fact, and these are TfL's own numbers. 16 incidents a month, like mine, happen. And now the majority don't survive because you rarely survive a train crash, right? So 16 a month, that is... I mean, we should be striving for 0, and yet TfL says, oh, we have millions of journeys, and that represents only a small, it's statistically insignificant. And I find that outrageous. How much is a life worth? Every single incident should be the trigger for innovation and change. You can't just sit on 16 people.
It's outrageous.
Moms and dads.
Outrageous. It is outrageous.
And to be honest, I have been told about an incident that happened at the end of last year. So bearing in mind that my incident happened in 2022, in 2023, on Boxing Day, a gentleman called Brian, a pensioner, slipped and fell on the tracks, and he got run over by 4 trains.
Wow.
It was at Stratford, which is also a terminal station. So clearly there's something wrong. You can't, how can you run over a person on the tracks 4 times? No, 8 times, because it's coming in and going out. That is just, that's just beyond cruel.
Has this, because I haven't heard of this story that's been reported. Has it been reported anywhere?
Yes, I've seen it, but not very much. For some reason, these news stories don't really make it into mainstream media. Probably because it's quite horrific, but you have to have an accountability as a company of the size and scope of TfL. You charge your passengers so much money to buy a ticket; they deserve better.
Well, I couldn't agree more with you more, Sarah. Well, listen, you keep pushing forward on what, you know, and get that meeting with Sadiq Khan for him to look at the situation, because if that can happen to you, it can happen to any of us.
Exactly.
You know, so take care of yourself.
Thank you.
And I'm really glad you've got a nice husband and lovely children, and, you know, every day is a blessing.
Yeah, absolutely. Every day is a blessing.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much.
Thank you. That
is the brilliant Sarah de Lagarde. Honestly, seriously, it's just shocking, isn't it? You couldn't make that up at all. But Mr Dent, Director of Customer Operations at London Underground, has said that safety is our top priority, and we continue to take every possible measure to learn from any incident and put in place appropriate improvements. However, our thoughts continue to be with Sarah and her family following the devastating incident at High Barnet Station. Well, coming up, it's time for the Great British Debate this hour, and I'm asking, will the police right to threaten with arrest? But first, let's get an update.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
I don't think you can go and watch a Shakespeare play unless you already know it. It's almost like you have to understand the story and the characters, and perhaps have even done a bit of reading into it. Because if you went completely blind, especially in today's world where we don't speak in that kind of way, it is, I think, probably a bit alienating.
But Dawn is saying it is alienating at the moment because of the lack of representation.
You know what, the actual phrasing they use, right, OK, the disproportionate representation propagated white, able-bodied, heterosexual, cisgender male narratives. I'm sure there's people sitting in a room going, what's the most ridiculous thing we can come up with today?
Yes.
But really, just chuck all these words at it, cisgender, and it's just insane. Of course, Shakespeare was what it was back in the day, and that's why it's mostly blokes and they're mostly white.
And lots of speculation that he was actually gay, isn't there? Because he never really saw Anne Hathaway very often and stayed away a lot of the time. I don't know, maybe he was a big
He might have
gay
been
icon.
transgender for all I know. I mean, I don't...
Biggins, I'm looking at you.
No, I think you're right. I mean, you know, I think that goes for the profession too. I mean, I do think I mean, I remember seeing Macbeth in London with Judi Dench and Ian McKellen, and it was one of the most exciting evenings ever. And it was a cold night at the Donmar Theatre, outside and inside, and that gave it atmosphere. There are certain things, and you go along and see something else, and you think, I'll walk out in the interval.
Yeah. Macbeth is a sexy play, though.
Let's talk about, there's so many. Can I live to be 100?
Oh, this is depressing.
I think it is depressing. I like to stay here now. I don't want to live to 100.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm right behind you.
I don't even want to. My father died at 63. That'll be me gone this year.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, every Sunday at 9:30 when I'll be interviewing the key players in British politics and taking them to task.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial.
With an upcoming election looming over Westminster, now is the time for clear, honest answers.
I agree.
And that's precisely what I'll get.
Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's election channel.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall? Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Good afternoon, 24 minutes after 5 o'clock. This is GB News. We are the People's Channel. I'm Nana Akua, and it's time now for the Great British Debate this hour. And I'm asking, were the police right to threaten arrest? Now, the Metropolitan Police are under fire after an officer was filmed telling a Jewish man his presence was antagonising at a pro-Palestine march in London.
You are quite openly Jewish. This is a pro-Palestinian march. I'm not accusing you of anything, but I'm worried about the reaction to your presence.
Well, in the video shared by Campaign Against Anti-Semitism for Saturday's march, the Met officer then appears to threaten to arrest the man if he failed to remove himself.
unit of people here now, and we've been escorted out of this area so you can go about your business, go where you want it freely, or if you choose to remain here, because you are causing a breach of peace with all these other people, you'll be arrested.
If I remain here, you're arrested.
Because your presence here is antagonising a large group of people, and we can't deal with all of them if they attack you or if because your presence is antagonising them.
Well, the man says he was simply trying to cross the road after going to a synagogue. This comes following new polling suggesting only 4 of 10 people in England say that they trust the police, especially the Met, who got the lowest confidence score. So for the Great British Debate this out, I'm asking, will the police right to threaten arrest? Right, so joining me now is... Oh, I've got Gary Mond. I've got Gary Mond, Chairman of the National Jewish Assembly, Dr Rakib Hassan, Social Policy Analyst, and Jonathan Sakadoti. Have I said it right?
Sashadoti.
Sashadoti. Sashadoti, sorry. And a former detective at the Chief Superintendent of Metropolitan Police, Kevin Hurley. Sorry, Kevin, I've gone all crazy. Kevin, I'm going to start with you. Was he right to threaten arrest if you consider the situation that this gentleman was in?
Well, Mr Gideon Falter, who's Chief Executive of the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism, had not just left a synagogue, because there are no synagogues in the area of Aldwych. He had deliberately gone to that area for reasons best known to himself, and we can only surmise what they are. If he'd wanted to cross the road on his own quite quickly, he probably would have got away. But what the officer was doing was quite rightly keeping the king's peace, preventing a breach of the peace, which would have meant probably that crowd, volatile, possibly emotional, may well have turned on Mr Falter, quite improperly, because, of course, any person is entitled to cross the road and wear a Jewish kippah. But the fact of the matter is, it is likely that would have provoked a breach of the peace. The police officer very nicely and repeatedly asked Mr Falter to move away. He chose not to because he intended to get this media feed and provoke the debate that he's got now. So yes, the Metropolitan Police Constable was quite right, and shame on the senior police leadership, and may I say the Home Secretary, who are all in the process now of falling over backwards to apologise.
OK, Gary Mond.
Yeah, how dare they apologise to a Jew, eh?
Oh. Well, I don't think that's quite what he meant. I don't think it's because they're Jewish. I think it's more to do with the fact that Kevin believes that the police acted correctly. But whilst you, Jonathan, carry on with what you were saying.
Well, it was what a ridiculous response. I mean, it doesn't matter what Gideon Falter was doing out and about, and it doesn't matter how near a synagogue was. The man was walking on the street wearing a kippah, which identified him as a Jew. The policeman told him off for being openly Jewish. I hope you don't mind me being openly Jewish on this TV show. Hope it's not too antagonistic. I don't even care if he was hoping to get filmed. If he was hoping to get filmed in order to show how difficult it is for Jews to be able to walk around where those hate marches take place week after week for 7 months, then so be it, because that's what it's taken to get some arrests at these protests. Unfortunately, it's arrests of the wrong people. It's been arrests of people like Nihat Gorbani, the Iranian anti-Islamic Republic protester who's held up signs saying Hamas is a terrorist organization, been arrested 3 or 4 times by the police for that. It's been the threatened arrest of this man now for wearing a kippah and going on the streets. I think it's absolutely preposterous to defend that kind of behavior. It's time that the police actually started keeping the peace by arresting the people who threaten the peace. The people who threaten the peace aren't Jews or other people going around. Nana, if you went into a part of London where there were racists on the street and they said, you are openly black, you shouldn't go near them, they might beat you up, would you think that's the right thing to do, even if you'd gone there in order to film it and put it out on the media? Of course, you shouldn't be arrested for that or threatened for arrest for that, nor should Jews defend this, whatever he thinks of Gideon Falter.
Gary Mond.
The fact of it is that Gideon Falter, and indeed any Jew, must be free to go where they want, as long as they're not breaking the law. But the added point I want to make is this is not the first example of this. We had just 2 months ago a case in Edinburgh where there was a march in February where a Jewish person wearing a Star of David was told almost exactly the same thing by the police officer then. And then there are going to be other cases that have happened where the individuals in question, the victims in question, have been lower profile and it hasn't got into the news. What has happened with Gideon Falter is simply the last of a whole series of examples of this disgraceful behaviour by the police.
OK. Let's go to Dr. Rakib-Hassan.
Firstly, Nana, I'd make the point that I passionately believe in the cause of Palestinian statehood and the Palestinian people's right to self-determination, but I'm absolutely appalled by Gideon Falter's treatment, if truth be told. Britain is a land of considerable religious freedoms. He's openly Jewish, but he's ultimately a British man, and he absolutely has a right to walk wherever he likes in London. Now, if his presence is antagonising, problematic, or has a potential to cause public disruption, that's ultimately because the more unsavoury elements of the pro-Palestine demonstrations, where there has been very clear forms of anti-Semitic chanting and indeed the displaying of pro-terror paraphernalia, that hasn't been combated and it hasn't been treated with the robust law and order response that it deserves. So we have to be very clear here that we're ultimately talking about a British man. I take great pride in the fact that we live in a land of considerable religious freedoms. He has the right to be openly Jewish. And I also think that protesters, they have the legitimate right to protest in favour of Palestinian statehood, as long as that is within the boundaries of British law.
But I think Kevin makes a good point, though, that it could be to protect him from the crowd, Kevin. I mean, that's... To me, looking at that, I don't know what my thoughts are on whether he was right to threaten with arrest. Yeah. But Kevin, he's trying to protect him, isn't he?
Then my first comments on this, if we really want to cut to the chase, is I believe in the right of Israel to retaliate against the Hamas attacks on them on October the 7th last year. But I also believe they should have been measured in their approach. So that's where I stand on that. Now, let me just deal with a couple of comments made there. The officer did not tell him off for being openly Jewish. He pointed out to him that by perhaps a clumsy form of words, but he's in a pressurised situation. By being there with his kippah on, he was exposing himself to significant risk. There was a likelihood of the breach of the King's peace. And if we're all sitting there behind our screens at the moment saying the police should have facilitated his move across the road, do the people present think they should have done that if it would have ended up taking 50 or 100 men with shields and buttons to deal with what comes next? Because that is the reality of let me finish. I didn't cut into anyone else. That is the reality of dealing with emotive crowds. Okay. The fact of the matter is, Gideon Falter that day went there to deliberately spark up the media. He has achieved his purpose.
OK, but his motive, Kevin, his motive should really be irrelevant because he should be able to do that. I think that's sort of the point, irrespective of his motives. So yes or no from each of you. Gary, was he right to threaten with arrest, yes or no?
Gideon was right to do
yes
what
or
he
no?
did.
Yes or no? Yes, he was. So, but was the police officer right to threaten with arrest? Yes or no? No. OK. Jonathan, yes or no?
I think it's a fairly obvious no from me.
Kevin Hurley, yes or no?
The officer acted correctly. He was trying to protect
just yes or no, because we're running out of time.
The officer did not threaten him with arrest. He said
yes, he did.
He could potentially be arrested.
Well, that's the same thing. I mean, look, I think that's the same thing. I think we're splitting hairs. And finally, yes or no, Dr. Rakib-Hassan, yes or no?
Absolutely not.
OK, right. Well, listen, thank you so much for your thoughts. Apologies it couldn't be longer. But here's a statement from the Metropolitan Police. A spokesperson said, "We are aware of this video and fully acknowledge the worry it has caused, not only to those featured, but also anyone who watches it, and will review the circumstances. We have always said that we recognise the conflict between Israel and Hamas continues to be an issue of concern for many Londoners, and this includes the regular protests and marches in central London. Everyone has the right to travel throughout the capital city in safety." Well, I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. Still to come, the Great British Debate. Will the police right to threaten arrest? Lizzie and Matthew will be back, but first, let's get your latest news.
Good evening, it's 5:34. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB newsroom. Your headlines. A police apology has been welcomed by the government, but the Home Office says being Jewish should never be seen as provocative. It's after a Metropolitan Police officer stopped campaign against anti-Semitism Chief Executive Gideon Folter from crossing a road near a pro-Palestinian march, saying he's quite openly Jewish. The Home Office, which says the comment is unacceptable, has written to the Police Commissioner and Mayor of London. A spokesperson for Sadiq Khan described the Met's handling of the incident as concerning. Today, pro-Israel demonstrators are holding a peaceful counter-protest in central London. Called Enough is Enough, the group says hatred has no place on the streets of the capital. Musicians, politicians and campaigners are rallying in Glasgow, calling for another independence referendum. Believe in Scotland and Pensioners for Independence march from Kelvin Way to George Square to hear from speakers including First Minister Humza Yousaf. There were mixed feelings in the city, with a counter-protest calling for the country to remain in the United Kingdom. Fire has caused significant damage to a historic pub in southwest London. Thick black smoke was seen rising from the Grade 2 listed building in Mitcham. 80 firefighters battled the blaze, which ripped through 3 floors and destroyed the roof of the derelict property. The cause of the fire is being investigated. And a 2-minute silence has been held honouring the English men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice. Hundreds of Army and Naval cadets took part in a march past the Cenotaph in central London to mark 130 years of the Royal Society of St George. And for the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to Nana.
Thank you, Sophia. Coming up, it's clickbait. Why is everyone leaving Dubai? Dubai. But next we continue with the Great British Debate, and I'm asking, were the police right to threaten arrest?
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Children's stories like Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland now come with a trigger warning at universities, alerting readers to possible themes of white supremacy.
Yes, these warnings are being applied to colonial narratives. That's the claim, commonly found in adventure stories and famous novels from the Victorian era. Well, joining us now is the actor Charlie Lawson. And Charlie, these warnings have been applied to Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland. What's this university getting at?
Well, look, first of all, this is nothing new. We hadn't heard about it for a while. Universities have been doing this over the last couple of years. I remember having a chat with one of your colleagues. But when Gabriella, the lovely Gabby, phoned me up today, I had to beg her to put me on after 9 o'clock because I found myself getting rather irate about the whole thing. But I will do my best to be very polite.
Yes, keep it clean.
Yes, look, which is quite difficult for me, as you'll appreciate, over this subject. Look, this is universities just jumping on the same trying to be relevant bandwagon. Is it any wonder that we look at the quality of graduates from university, and in my humble opinion, some of them are slightly disappointing. But I did phone a couple of people I knew who had sons and daughters at various leading universities, and they had been speaking this morning. And thank the Lord, they think it's a complete load of bloody nonsense, as I do. Give the C.S. Lewis Centre a ring in East Belfast, because that's where your man came from. And I think you'll find you'll get short shrift, because we're not all about that in East Belfast. We don't censor anything.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
every Sunday from 11. Join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon. If you just tuned in, where have you been? There's only 21 minutes to go. This is GB News. I'm Nana Akua. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. And it's time now for the Great British Debate this hour. And I'm asking, were the police right to threaten arrest? Now, the Metropolitan Police are under fire after an officer was filmed telling a Jewish man that his presence was antagonising a pro-Palestine march in London.
You are quite openly Jewish. This is a pro-Palestinian march. I'm not accusing you of anything, but I'm worried about the reaction to your presence.
So in the video, which was shared by Campaign Against Anti-Semitism from Saturday's march, the Metropolitan Police officer then appears to threaten to arrest the man if he fails to remove himself.
You lot of people here now, you've been escorted out of this area so you can go about your business, go where you like freely, or if you choose to remain here, because you are causing a breach of peace with all these other people,
if I remain here, you will arrest me.
Because your presence here is antagonising a large group of people, and we can't deal with all of them if they attack you, or if because your presence is antagonising them.
I mean, the man says that he was simply trying to cross the road after going to the synagogue. Was he unwise to be there during this kind of protest? The policing minister, Chris Philp, has now said that he will meet Metropolitan Police Commissioner Sir Mark Rowley to discuss concerns after the incident. And this comes following new polling suggesting only 4 out of 10 people in England say they trust the police, especially the Met, who got the lowest confidence score. So for the Great British Debate this hour, I'm asking, were the police right to threaten with arrest? Let's see what my panel make of that. Lizzie Cundy and also Matthew Laza. Lizzie Cundy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrible situation. As you know, I got caught up in these marches myself, and one of the protesters asked me if I was Jewish, if I was a Jew, wouldn't leave me alone. I actually went up to a policeman and said, can you help me? I need to get to work and I'm scared. And he said, we're too fearful to do anything. He said I'd get out of the area, which I couldn't because there was a march and all the tube lines were closed and I couldn't get here. And I have to say, I'm scared. And and my friends who are Jewish are frightened. They leave every weekend this city. My friends that have actually gone back to Israel saying they feel safer in Israel than in actually London. But I think we can't just keep blaming the police. We have to look above this. And sadly, we have poorly trained police, poorly educated, and a lot that haven't been vetted properly. And we've got to look at the top, at the government. I just don't think we're not going to get anywhere wagging our finger at the police, I'm afraid. I think Rowley has a lot to answer for. So does the Mayor of London.
Matthew Laza.
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer is absolutely the police were wrong, completely wrong. I mean, the officer obviously was out of his depth, but that's not really an excuse, but it is probably a reason. But then we've seen this absolute disgrace today with the Mayor issuing an apology and then having to issue an apology for the apology. And this is when it's gone, right up the management chain. I mean, you would have thought that the Commissioner himself had seen this as it's so sensitive. And I think, as we were hearing in the debate earlier, I mean, just think if this was, this was a person of colour who'd been told not to march.
Why do people always do an example of black people?
Somebody else. Absolutely. Or if it had been, no, that's a good point.
People always do that. They go,
absolutely.
I'm literally waiting for it. I was like, wait for it.
I think we've got to look at these marches.
Now I'm blushing.
These marches, like Groundhog Day.
You can't tell.
The marches are taking away the policemen. There's 1,500 that are working today that would otherwise be, ordinary crime.
I mean, whether it was an anti-gay rights march and it was a gay person, or say it was like a sort of, father's rights march, and a woman was told, you've got to move because you're a woman and you're antagonising them by your very presence. The truth of the matter is that everybody needs to feel safe in our streets, and we can't have one group, whoever that group is, whether you agree or disagree with them, you can't have one group dominating the streets to the extent that other people feel they can't walk around their city.
We'd all agree with that. We'd all agree with that. But the point that we're we're discussing is whether this officer was right to threaten with arrest potentially, because, like, you know, if you look,
what's he going to arrest him for?
Yeah, but Kevin was making a valid point that, you know, and the police officer said that basically they're outnumbered. So for this man's own safety, he's saying, I would like to remove you from the situation for your own safety. What would you do if you were in his, what would you do in his position?
Well, I mean, first of all, the police shouldn't be allowing a protest, and if they feel that they're so outnumbered that they can't protect the public.
But by the nature of a protest, they will be outnumbered.
Yes, but if we've seen protests when I was young, you know, I think we had the anniversary of the poll tax protest the other day. I saw stuff on social media. There were rows and rows of police in riot gear.
We're going to let the mob rule, are we? The police are supposed to be impartial and supposed to protect everyone.
Well, they are, but listen, this show's nothing without you and your views. That's welcome our great British voices, their opportunity to be on the show and tell us what they think about the topics we're discussing. Four of you, lovely. Well, let's go to, who should we go to first? Lee Harris, let's start with you, Lee.
Absolutely not, Nana. I could not believe my eyes when I saw this clip. Yet again, the Met Police have behaved appallingly here. You know, week after week, London's been taken over by these anti-Israel hate marches, and we've seen open support for terrorists, genocidal chanting, anti-Semitic placards, and a huge increase in anti-Semitism. And our two-tier police have mostly sat back and done nothing. And now we've reached a terrifying point where a Jewish man isn't allowed to cross a road and be threatened with arrest because apparently being openly Jewish will antagonise the hate mob.
Well, they've apologised. They've apologised for the wording. But I've got to come to Brian Dugan on this. So, Brian, surely if you were in that crowd or you were the Jewish person there, to be removed from it would be for your own safety. Is he right? Was he right?
I get your point entirely, Nana, and you certainly could take that tack. I do feel, though, if you put yourself in the shoes of the person who was described as openly Jewish, if I was described as being openly Irish, and a policeman said to me that if you remove yourself, sir, I might have to remove you. You're a breach of the peace. I don't think I'd take that terribly well, Nana, and I can understand therefore why this particular gentleman hasn't really taken that well either. And I think the guy was a bit cack-handed in terms of how he confronted the person just stood there. We all have a right to stand by, and we all have a right to be protected in terms of this. But I think that the men put themselves in glory yet again.
Your audio's flipping in and out, so I'm going to go to David Baum. David.
Hi, Nana. As you know, I am Jewish. I'm prejudiced or biased in this situation.
Are you openly Jewish?
I'm openly Jewish.
I'm openly black.
In fact, tomorrow I'm running the marathon. I'm wearing the yellow ribbon of Bring Them Home. So I blame this all on Sadiq Khan. He has forever stopped. And if the police are not allowed to act in the interest of the public, he's allowed protests to go ahead, which are openly anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic, and calling for the death of Israel and every Jew.
Well, not everybody on those protests. They would argue that they're protesting for peace and for those who are being killed in Gaza. That's probably, you know,
I know it's not the point. The sooner we have a new mayor of London, the sooner, hopefully, things can get better.
Well, let's hope it's... Well, you never know. It might be him again. Who knows? Right, let's go to Lee Webb.
This is pure politicisation of the police. When you have a protest, the police need to make sure that they're able to allow that protest, but also allow a counter-protest against it. And that's what always used to happen. In all the protests that I've seen, when you've had sort of like EDL marches, there's always going to be a counter-protest. You must make room for that.
Yeah.
And it's the same with far-right protests. You must make room for that.
We get the point, Lee. So were they right then? Was the police officer right, though, to say, look, you can't...
Absolutely not. In this case, it was an individual. But had it been somebody counter-protesting, they should be allowing that counter-protest to happen as well.
All right. Well, listen, thank you so much for great British voices. Lee Harris, David Baum, Lee Webb and Brian Dugan. Thank you. Right, so what are your thoughts? Get in touch. gbnews.com/your say. Coming up, my quick fire quiz. I'm going to test the panel with some of the topics that have caught their eye. Next up, clickbait.
Good afternoon and welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. So high pressure does continue to dominate, but it will be feeling a little chillier along some eastern coasts. The area of high pressure situated across the UK does bring a bit of a northeasterly breeze, so some chillier conditions, but plenty of dry weather around due to that area of high pressure. So some late afternoon and evening sunshine for some of us. However, some thicker cloud across parts of Scotland will bring some outbreaks of patchy rain, particularly for northern parts of Scotland, slowly sinking its way southwards into the early hours of the morning. Southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland and western parts of Scotland holding on to those clearer skies and turning quite chilly there, however remaining frost-free under that cloud and patchy rain. So for eastern parts of Scotland, a bit of a cloudy and grey and damp start to the day on Sunday. However, southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland and western parts of Scotland seeing the best of the sunshine through the morning. Perhaps one or two showers bubbling up across southeastern parts of England through the afternoon, but it should be staying dry for most places. However, that band of patchy rain slowly continues to sink its way southwards and feeling quite chilly under that cloud and rain too. However, in the sunshine, feeling very pleasant, highs of 14, 15, maybe 16 degrees across the south. Monday does start a bit of a greyer day for most of us. Outbreaks of rain continue to slowly push their way southwards, but southeastern parts of England probably holding on to that sunshine and feeling quite pleasant in that sunshine too. Maybe one or two showers around on Tuesday or Wednesday, but temperatures will be slowly recovering closer to average for the time of year.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me. My guests and I tackle the issues that really matter, with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country. That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry. Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Right, so this week on Clickbait, why is everybody leaving Dubai? Dubai. So this is a storm basically battered the UAE on Tuesday, causing flash floods and bringing travel through to the airport to a halt. More than 800 flights departing their international airport were delayed over Thursday and Friday. Lizzie and Matthew, what do you make of that? You got about 10 seconds.
Well, my friend is there. I just bought a house in Dubai, totally flooded, so it was like nothing else. It went actually black at 2 p.m. The skies just went black, and then they thought it was over, and then it started again, even worse. It was absolutely... I've never seen anything like it.
But it's like $1 billion house.
Yeah.
You've got a much posher friends than me, Liz.
I do, indeed, I do.
Yeah, nothing from you, Matthew. No. Right, it's time for the quick fire quiz, the part of the show where I test my panel on some of the stories that are hitting the headlines right now. Lizzie Cundy, your buzzer, please. Matthew Lowsley, your buzzer, please. Lovely. Question 1, please play along at home. Diplomat Victoria Harrison was announced as the UK's first fully blind overseas ambassador, but to which country? Was it A, Serbia, B, Slovakia, or C, Slovenia? Lizzie Cundy.
C.
Was that Slovenia?
Slovenia.
Slovakia, B.
Slovakia, B. Let's see, the answer is C. Yes, that's right. Miss Harrison developed a condition that gradually worsened throughout her teens before eventually losing her sight after university. Very sad. Question 2. Closest answer wins. A missing dog turned up 2,000 miles away from the owner's home. But how long was the dog missing for? Matthew Larson.
4 months.
Lizzie Cundy.
3 months.
The answer is 9 months he travelled from California to Michigan. He was like the littlest hobo. Well done.
Oh, my
One
word.
all.
1-1. Question 3. True or false? An escaped racehorse joined commuters at the train station in Australia and waited behind the yellow line. I think it was Matthew Larzer.
True.
It's true. Lizzie Gundy?
It is true. I know this is true.
It is true.
I couldn't believe it.
Yes, it waited behind the yellow line and then trotted down the platform before pausing ahead of the train's arrival. Question 4. In the world of cryptocurrency, what event took place yesterday for the digital currency? Open. Come on.
I've no idea.
Come on, quick.
No idea.
No.
Nothing.
Pass.
The Bitcoin halving event, which takes place every 4 years, which inevitably drives the price up. Question 5, final question. This is multiple choice. What former footballer is currently being investigated by the police over tweets online? Is it A, Gareth Bale, B, Joey Barton, or C, Mesut Ozil? Lizzie Cundy.
B, Joey Barton.
I think it's Joey Barton as well, but I'll...
Say another one.
C.
No, it's B, you're right. Cheshire Police, Lizzie Cundy, well done. Cheshire Police have said that they've made multiple attempts to arrange a voluntary interview with the man from Liverpool. So congratulations, the winner is Lizzie Cundy. On today's show, I've been asking, should benefits be axed after a year on the dole? According to our Twitter poll, 79% of you say yes, very sensible people. 21% of you say no. Thank you so much to my panel, author and also broadcaster Lizzie Cundy.
Thank you.
And also former Labour Party advisor Matthew Larzer.
Thank you.
And a huge thank you to you at home for your company. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll leave you. The Saturday 5 is on the way. Stay tuned. Loads still to come here on GB News.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good evening, welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. High pressure is sticking around through the rest of the weekend, but we will start to see some rain arriving in the north. But it is that area of high pressure that will be dominating our weather, so bringing us some more settled conditions. However, these weather fronts out to the north will bring us a bit more in the way of rain as we head through Sunday and into the new week. Plenty of cloud around through the rest of this evening, spilling its way southwards across much of England and into parts of Wales into the early hours of the morning. But southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland, Western Scotland probably holding on to some clearer skies and turning chilly here, perhaps some frost in places. But under all that cloud, generally not quite as cold, although the high single figures are possible. So a bit of a cloudier start, particularly for eastern parts of Scotland, some outbreaks of rain spilling their way southwards through Sunday morning. But eastern parts of England, Northern Ireland, Western Scotland still holding on to some of that sunshine. Perhaps 1 or 2 showers across the very far southeast, but it should be staying dry for most places, away from that cloud and rain. Under that cloud and rain, still feeling quite chilly. We're struggling to reach into the double figures across some North Sea coast, but further south, highs of 14 or 15 degrees. Monday does start a little bit cloudier for most of us, outbreaks of rain spreading their way southwards across much of the UK through Monday, perhaps southeastern parts of England holding on to a bit of sunshine through the afternoon and feeling warm in that sunshine but much chillier elsewhere. Further showers through Tuesday and Wednesday, but those temperatures slowly starting to return closer to average as we head through the second half of the week.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Don't miss your chance to win our biggest prize so far. There's an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. Plus, courtesy of Variety Cruises, a bespoke 7-night small boat cruise for 2 worth £10,000. With flights, meals, excursions and drinks included, your next holiday could be on us. Choose any one of their 2025 Greek adventures and find your home at sea. We'll also send you packing with these luxury travel gifts. For another chance to win a prize worth over £20,000, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB04 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 26th of April. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, every Sunday at 9:30 when I'll be interviewing the key players in British politics and taking them to task.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial.
With an upcoming election looming over Westminster, now is the time for clear, honest answers.
I agree.
And that's precisely what I'll get.
Is he indecisive?
Incompetent? That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's election channel.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio and online.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're GB News, and we come from a proud tradition of British journalism.
That's why I'm so excited to be here. It's something so new.
The first news channel to be launched in Britain in over 30 years.
Launched to represent the views of the British people. To go where other broadcasters refuse to go.
How did you find out about the story in the first place?
Launched with one aim.
To be the fearless champion of Britain.
It's an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here.
This is GB News.
The People's Channel! GB News, Britain's news channel.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise and who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
It's Saturday night and this is the Saturday 5. I'm Darren Grimes, along with Albion Corner, Diane Spencer, Connor Tomlinson and Benjamin Butterworth. Tonight on the show...
Kemi Badenoch's right. Britain's wealth doesn't only come from colonialism and imperialism.
A woman sheds light on Barnet Council's lack of compassion.
Hypocritical Humza does it again. What a humdinger over that net zero madness.
Labour needs to learn to rein in their radical trans activists.
And Rishi Sunak's welfare changes are nothing more than nasty.
What a show. It's 6 p.m. and this is the Saturday 5. Welcome to the Saturday 5. Now, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has been lashing out at Sick Note Britain this week, but there's none of that nonsense around these parts. The ever-reliable Albion Corner and Benjamin Butterworth are by my side as ever, mainly because they rarely have anything better to do on a Saturday night. Ben Leo has been signed off after completing his mission to be on television more than the adverts. But political commentator Connor Tomlinson has gladly stepped into his place, been past fit, and joins us now. And the brilliant comedian Diane Spencer, fudge extraordinaire, completes the lineup. She usually spends her Saturdays being abused by drunken men on the comedy circuit, so it's business as usual for her here tonight. And tonight we're debating Kemi Badenoch's speech on imperialism, Rishi Sunak's welfare reforms, and asking if you should be allowed to have street lights turned down to suit your individual preference. We'll have a demonstration in this very studio. And of course, we want to know your views as well, plus all of your questions for our Ask the Five segment. So get them in now to gbnews.com/your say. But before we start tearing each other apart, it's time for your Saturday night news with Sophia Wensler.
Thanks, Darren. Good evening. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB Newsroom. Your top story this hour. The policing minister will meet the Met Police Commissioner in the next week to discuss concerns about an officer's comments directed at an anti-Semitism campaigner. Gideon Falter was stopped from crossing a road near a pro-Palestinian march by the officer who described him as quite openly Jewish. The force has since apologised twice. Today, pro-Israel demonstrators held a peaceful counter-protest in central London. Called Enough is Enough, the group says hatred has no place on the streets of the capital.
Can't walk through central London with a yarmulke on your head, no signs of any Israeli flag or support for Israel or any views on what may be going on in the Middle East. But if you're not allowed to walk across the streets in central London because you are openly Jewish, then it's time for the government to act.
It's just sad that it's just come to this, that it's now regarded as not completely safe for Jewish people to walk in the streets of their own city. And not only is it distressing and vile as their views are, the distressing thing is also becoming normalised.
Meanwhile, pro-Palestinian protesters have been marching in Sheffield demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. They're accusing Israel of using famine as a weapon of war and criticise the government for continuing to arm the country. The Palestine Solidarity Campaign also took aim at Barclays Bank, urging it to sever ties with companies which supply weapons and military equipment to Israel. In other news, musicians, politicians and campaigners are rallying in Glasgow, calling for another independence referendum. Believe in Scotland and Pensioners for Independence marched from Kelvin Way to George Square to hear from speakers including First Minister Humza Yousaf. There were mixed feelings in the city, with a counter-protest calling for the country to remain in the United Kingdom.
It's our country. We want it back. Thank you very much. We've been a colony for over 300 years. We get nothing back. Everything's taken from us and goes south.
To object against the ND March still going ahead because they haven't accepted our vote in 2014.
I think it's a bit ridiculous, if I'm honest. So that's why I'm here, but I'm kind of really here for my Nana, so...
3 men who died in a car crash near a retail park in northwest London have been named by police. Mohammed Zidani, Mohammed Ghazi and Sohail Zulfikar died when their vehicle went through a car park fence and hit a footbridge. It happened last weekend and the men, who were in their early 20s, were pronounced dead at the scene. 2 other passengers were injured, but police say their condition is not life-threatening. Investigations into the cause of the crash continue. Parents and their children have staged a demonstration in Belfast over rising childcare costs. More than 1,000 people carrying balloons, placards and prams took part, calling for an immediate support. Unlike England, there is no scheme offering free childcare in Northern Ireland, but some tax credits are available. Stormont politicians want to prioritise childcare, but a new strategy could cost £400 million a year. They've requested a face-to-face talk with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak to ask for more funding. Fire has caused significant damage to a historic pub in southwest London. Thick black smoke was seen rising from the Grade 2 listed building in Mitcham. 80 firefighters battled the blaze, which ripped through 3 floors and destroyed the roof of the derelict property. 4 men were treated at the scene. The cause of the fire is being investigated. And a 2-minute silence has been held honouring the Englishmen and women who died serving the nation. Hundreds of Army and Naval cadets took part in a march past the Cenotaph in central London, marking 130 years of the Royal Society of St George. Some members of the public were there to celebrate the day.
Well, we're big military people, so it means a lot to come down and celebrate and be part of it all, really.
It's obviously the patron saint of our country, and obviously I'm the old brigade, and it means something to me.
We're English. He's a patron saint of England, so we've got to mark it. Scotland do it, Wales do it. We've got to do it as well, and we've got to do it bigger and better.
And for the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to the Saturday 5.
It's Saturday night and you're with the Saturday 5. I'm Darren Grimes and I can promise that you're in for a very lively 2 hours. Let's crack on with tonight's first debate. Which reprobate is going first?
That would be me, Darren Grimes. Although I'm not a reprobate. I think I'm right on this one, actually. And as was the Business and Trade Secretary, Kemi Badenoch, earlier on this week, who got on the wrong side of the woke brigade when she said that Britain's wealth and success didn't only come from colonialism and exploitation, but also came from the post-glorious revolution, reforms to the rule of law, property rights and the relative economic and political stability that came afterwards. The truth is, Britain's success and wealth didn't only come from colonialism. Now, that might not be a very fashionable thing to say at North London dinner parties, but actually the truth to Britain's success is a lot more boring than going and conquering the world. It's about things like the climate. It's about things like the abundance of sheep, the relative age, health and education of the population during the time of the Industrial Revolution, and, of course, the post-glorious revolution reforms that Kemi Badenoch, the business secretary, mentioned in her speech in the City of London earlier on this week. So I've just got one question for Kemi Badenoch's detractors. What is it about the truth that you don't like? Benjamin, you're a detractor of Kemi Badenoch. What is it about the truth that you don't like?
I thought you were about to say, Benjamin, you're a liar. What do you want to say about this?
Did you just say that part of our economic success is how many sheep we have?
Yes.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, one of the reasons why the Industrial Revolution happened in Britain and not in other parts of northwest Europe is because of the abundance of sheep that we had in this country, which meant people had a lot of wool to spin. And one of the inventions that kicked off the Industrial Revolution was something called the spinning jenny, which was something which allowed people to basically spin wool in a much quicker amount of time. Anyway, this is quite boring.
No.
But the point is...
Well, you said it.
The amount of sheep in Britain was one of the reasons why the Industrial Revolution happened here and not in other places.
Well, I think by that logic, Wales should be much richer than London if sheep is the secret to success. Look, the word only I would take an issue with, because the idea that we only have wealth because of colonialism is clearly inaccurate, because there are other things. But I think the suggestion that it wasn't a fundamental part of the way Britain developed would be ridiculous. You know, the kind of countries we were colonising, the amount of resource we were taking back to our own country, which obviously included, slavery, a huge beneficiary to Britain for a long time. Clearly that was happening because of the huge economic benefits that gave us an unfair advantage. And so I do think that you take some Commonwealth countries that were pillaged of resource and have struggled to this day because of that, while Britain benefited massively from countries like India.
Let's just get some tweets up. The Guardian wrote an article about Kemi Badenoch's speech earlier on this week, which is really over the top. And Kemi actually responded to it, saying the hysterical reaction by the Guardian reading left to my speech on how smart regulation creates growth is fascinating. I quote one of my favourite books, Why Nations Fail. It explains how property rights and the rule of law created certainty for the Industrial Revolution. Is there any part of that you disagree with, Benjamin?
Well, the rule of law, we are 1,000 years of democracy and relatively stable monarchy, and I don't dispute that has had a huge effect on us, the fact that we're a resilient democracy. But we were also taking huge amounts of resource, which was making life a lot easier for us.
Yep.
And I would just say one other thing. We have fundamental economic problems in this country at the moment. The idea that the business secretary is using a speech to talk about whether we got profit from colonialism or not, she really should be talking about the actual things that affect people today.
Conor, you're quite big on history. What did you make of the business secretary's speech?
Well, I'm wondering how Ben can make the claim that we pillaged... Benjamin, sorry, make the claim that we pillaged all of these resources. Why were they not being used in the countries that they existed in? Why were they just sort of sitting in the ground, not being put to use like they were in England in the Industrial Revolution? Was there something about the culture of those places that made them economically inferior and less entrepreneurial than the British Empire, for example?
And that's verging on racist.
How is that verging on racist?
Because you're talking about lots of countries, where non-white countries, and seeming to say that they weren't capable.
I said culture. Don't accuse me of racism on live television. You don't want to do that, mate.
All the countries that we were colonising, they weren't white countries, were they? Besides Australia, where we dumped some of our
besides Australia, besides America having lots of...
What did you mean by culture and economically inferior?
Well, they didn't have a philosophy of property rights. They didn't have one of entrepreneurialism. They didn't have one of the inalienable dignity of the individual. This is why we had to stop things like bride burnings, for example, over in India. So they didn't have the superior Christian enterprising culture that we had.
There we go. We got there in the end.
Hang on, since when? Hang on.
I think that comes down to the idea that you think we have some kind of racial superiority. I think that's what's at the heart of what you've just said.
Ben, you keep saying that. I will sue you.
I'll go for it.
Yeah, I will.
Do you know,
you won't be back on the show.
I would argue, actually, coal was a much bigger part of our economic output, right? And sugar, which was involved in the trades you mentioned, was a very... No, it wasn't tiny, but it was a much smaller part of the economic makeup. It was white men, you know, like my grandfather, who were sent down to mine coal when they were about, you know, children. So I don't buy this idea that Britain is a country built on slavery. That's the reason the Business Secretary has to waste her time speaking about this crap, and I would call it that, is because people like you propagate this lie about our country. So it is entirely your fault.
But it is right to talk about all the different factors that led to British success and wealth in the world. That does include colonialism and imperialism. It also includes coal, it also includes war, it also includes climate. So why isn't it we can't just have a reasonable discussion about it, Diane?
Oh, well, everybody loves to take sides and throw pies. But,
a few were thrown earlier on, I think.
But the thing is that there is a lot of management that has happened. Like, I'm listening to this fabulous podcast about dictators, and I've had Colonel Gaddafi in the car. And the point is that when he came into power, he had a lot of wealth in Libya, and due to his mismanagement, that country absolutely plummeted and the rights of the citizens were completely stripped away. So there has been good management since that era, and good decisions have been made. Good people have been sent to work down coal mines. And you can't just say it's... I agree, you can't just say it's down to these things that happened 200 years ago when I have heard about Colonel Gaddafi absolutely ruining his country.
OK, but can I just ask a question then? If you're saying that we didn't massively benefit from these countries, from the empire, why do you think we were doing it?
Of course we massively benefited from it. I don't know if anyone is disputing that comment.
Well, that's very much the nature of what you're saying.
No, I didn't. No. I say we imparted lots of cultural benefits onto those countries. Of course we benefited...
But that's a different question.
Hang on. We benefited by the use of the resources that were sitting in the ground not being used, but we also spent in the most expensive moral crusade in history between 1807 and 1867 to abolish the slave trade. So we did it at great cost.
Indeed. OK, right. Who's going next then?
Go on then.
Oh. It's Colonel Gaddafi himself.
This week, I've turned up for work, but some people won't be. And Rishi Sunak has been talking about those people. He wants to stop GPs from being able to give you a sick note because he thinks it's got far too easy to get one and take time off work that's fully paid. Now, I think this is pretty nasty stuff. He actually went further and said if you've not been in work for 12 months and you've had a programme to try and help you and it's not worked, well, then you won't get any benefits at all, which I think is terrifying and Dickensian. Some disability charities have said that this is nasty and dangerous and that people with serious conditions, both mental health and physical health, are going to struggle. Indeed, today the Work and Pensions Secretary said that anxiety shouldn't be a reason to be off work. Now, I'm often anxious around Darren. But I'm still here. Do you think that this is a serious way to solve the problems, or is it not looking at the consequence of things like the NHS not functioning effectively so people are still off work, rather than the root of it?
Well, absolutely. I think we should be serious about fundamental NHS reform. But, you know, I was brought up by a mother on her own.
Dragged up, I think.
I was dragged up, yes. And she, you know, was a recipient of benefits. So I don't bash the welfare state without any recognition that I myself haven't benefited from it. But I think that's a world away from being able to go to the Department of Work and Pensions and say, well, actually, I snore at night and therefore I can't do a full day's work because actually my sleep is impacted by the fact that I snore. Or, oh, well, I'm a bit sad today, so I'm going to take a week off work. I'm sorry, but you know, we've dealt with serious healthcare issues in the past without actually allowing people to claim personal independence payments in the same way you would if you had spina bifida for having been a bit sad. I think that's completely disproportionate.
Getting a GP note doesn't mean you're getting benefits. It means you're being paid but not having to turn up to work after more than a week.
Which really is in of itself a benefit.
Well, it's not costing the state money. But look, do you not think, Albie, that given we have massive problems with the health service and with the economy, that this is pretty desperate tinkering to try and be a bit populist at the last minute?
Well, I think the issue is that the budget that is going to be spent on personal independence payments is projected to grow by almost 50%. And the Prime Minister, very diligently, in my opinion, is thinking, well, obviously, that is not something which is affordable. We need to think of a way to make sure that bill doesn't grow too much. So I think the plan that Rishi Sunak has come up with, even though I appreciate it sounds difficult to hear from him, this very privileged, very wealthy man telling people who might have things like depression, which I have, by the way, or anxiety or other mental health illnesses, actually, work can be good for you. Not necessarily being signed off work is the best thing for you when you have those conditions. I think that is a reasonable thing to say. I would say for me and for my depression, other than seeing a therapist and being on antidepressants, the two things that have helped me the most have been exercise and work.
But can I just point out, if you're in a depressive episode, which is a serious thing, do you think your workplace saying, no, you're not getting any money this week, would have helped?
No, I don't think that's helpful.
Because that's basically what he's saying.
I don't think that's helpful all the time. Obviously, when people are at rock bottom, it would not be appropriate for them to go to work. But what I'm saying is it can prolong being at rock bottom if you're not interacting with people, you're not doing anything, and you're not going outside. And if you're not going out to work, you're more likely to be doing all of those things.
I think that taking it out of the GP's list of things to do, like provide sick notes, is actually a great idea because it would free the GPs up. I mean, they haven't said how they're going to pay for this other magical system that's...
And he hasn't said who else would give the sick note, so it seems not very well thought through.
But I do like sort of that initial idea. But if you sort of stop everybody going to work who's got depression and anxiety, well, I'm ever so sorry, my industry would be shut. Like, I'm full of nutbags. That's what I do. And, you know, I have very big panic attacks right before I go on stage. If I've got 6 stag doos and 8 hen doos in front of me, and we're all there wheezing in the background. But it is... Mental health is important, yes, but I do think that there is a victimhood culture that you must face up to and you must accept. Some people are taking the mickey and having too many mental health days when they actually don't need them.
I have to say, I've only ever once had to go to a GP to get the sick note thing to be off work, and I was amazed at how easy it was.
Yes.
I can't... Like, she really didn't ask any questions. And I was... I mean, I was ill, you know, it was true, that's why I'd gone to a GP, but I was stunned at how easy it was, and I've only ever had to ask once.
Have you ever done that, Connor?
I think I've only taken 1 sick day in the last year, and like Albie...
Sadly, it wasn't today, but...
like Albie, look, I had depression as a teenager as well, and without hard work and exercise, I wouldn't have dragged myself up. And frankly, I do think people need to take a more resilient attitude, because in pre-modern economies, when you didn't have a welfare state, if you didn't get out of bed in the morning, you didn't eat, and you need to think that way.
Yeah,
I think resilience is important. Yeah, building that within yourself as much as you can and taking advantage of the helpful things that are out there. Like even going for a walk every day can just boost your mood, you know?
Yes, but Benjamin, surely you must even accept that we have a victimhood culture in this country. As someone who likes to focus on the hierarchy of victimhood.
No, I don't like to say that. I mean, I'm sick of right-wingers thinking they're a victim for everything. I mean, it's all you ever talk about, quite frankly. I think the idea that it's a left-wing idea is ridiculous. But I just think that the problem here, the reason we've had a massive increase in the number of people who are long-term sick, let alone having more than 5 days off work, and that's because there's this huge backlog of the NHS. So you've maybe got some people that have serious mental health conditions that aren't dealt with, but more importantly, you've got people that have a physical issue that then gets much worse and causes much bigger problems because they can't get seen by a doctor. And I think I mean, it's easier said than done, but if a government was serious about the cost of sickies, then they'd be trying to fix the NHS and get people back in and having operations.
How is Keir Starmer going to fix the NHS?
Well, what Labour said, and I totally agree with them, it's what Labour did in 1997 when they cleared up the last mess you lot left, was that they will use all capacity in the private sector and they're going to use state money to get you through the private sector to spare capacity.
What state money from where?
Well... Albie.
Non-DOMs?
Indeed, exactly.
Mile per mile payment.
Cons pay per mile.
But I think most people in this country, I think you'd struggle if we asked the viewers...
you know, raise taxes.
Do they think, no, well, you've done enough of that, so there's not much further we can go. But the fact is, I think most people would be happy with their tax money being used for someone to get the hip operation they desperately need in a private hospital.
All right, we'll let the viewers decide, but folks, still to come tonight, why has Dr. Hilary Cass been abused for her landmark transgender review, and should individual citizens be able to get street lights turned down? Next up, though, we'll discuss Hamza Yusuf's backtrack on greenhouse gas targets, rank hypocrisy or sensible pragmatism. I know what I think. You're with the Saturday 5 live on GB News.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m. The Princess of Wales is now officially the most popular royal. This is a YouGov poll that found that over 75% of people have a positive view of Princess Catherine, with Prince William only slightly behind his wife at 73%. Cameron Walker, our royal correspondent, is here with this one. Well, what would you read into that, and as to why?
Well, I think it's hardly surprising. Since the start of the year, the Princess of Wales's popularity is up 6 points with the British public, according to this YouGov poll. And obviously, at the start of the year, she went into hospital for abdominal surgery and has subsequently been diagnosed with cancer and is undergoing surgery. Look, the Princess of Wales, since becoming a member of the royal family, has committed no major faux pas. There's been no particular scandal with her. She always puts family first. And I hate the phrase born a commoner, but she wasn't born into aristocracy. She was not born into the royal family. She gave up her old life. And yes, that comes with lots of privilege, being a member of the royal family, but it also comes with enormous challenges, such as everybody prying into your private life, particularly when it comes to your health. And I think the British public are very much on side with that.
Whereas Prince Harry and Meghan continue to be unpopular. 76 compared to 31% having a positive opinion of Prince Harry, and only 26%, 50 points less than Princess Catherine, is Meghan.
Yes, still not looking great for Harry and Meghan. Prince Andrew is far below them as well.
Doing well on negative views, meaning fewer people have negative views about her than anyone else, is the Princess Royal, Princess Anne.
Indeed, yes. The most hard-working royal, if you go by the number of engagements she carries out each year. No nonsense, no fuss. She never gets herself into any kind of arguments or scandals.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's live here on GB News.
Whenever Parliament is in session on a Wednesday at midday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions. We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to the Saturday Five. As ever, thank you so much for all of your emails about tonight's topics. John has written in. Good evening, John. He says, if we benefited from the Industrial Revolution, we are certainly lagging well behind since then. We have no car industry of our own, so should other countries support us? One from someone called Angry Annie, who said there should be no pay when off sick other than statutory sick pay. Trust me, if that was the case, there would only be genuine sick off work. SSP rules should apply to all companies, and including the government shouldn't pay any other money. Now,
Can I just say that the idea that someone, shouldn't be allowed to pay their mortgage or their rent because they got sick for 2 weeks, I think it's pretty cruel.
All right, well, that's Angry Annie's coming for you now. It's time for our next debate, though. I'm going to kick off this one because, well, I want to. And Scotland's hapless Huns are useless. That's who I want to talk about. He's had quite the humdinger on net zero. Last year, he was waxing lyrical about staying the course. He posted this on twitter.com. The UK government rolling back on their climate pledges is unforgivable. It's time for climate action and ambition. Scotland will continue to show global leadership in the face of the climate crisis. The UK government is on the wrong side of history. I'd urge them to rethink. That was after Rishi Sunak said, hang on a minute, I'd actually like to protect working class people a little bit here. The co-leader of Humza's Green Party coalition said Sunak's climate policy changes were profoundly worrying, accusing the Tories of taking advantage of outright climate denial. That old chestnut. And now guess what? The Scottish Government is to ditch its flagship target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 75% by 2030. You couldn't make it up. I say, well, hang on a minute. Does this mean Humza Useless is himself a climate denier that's put in place profoundly worrying climate change U-turns? Or is he just a prized political pygmy forced to accept a cut of climate emissions of 75% in 5 years' time? It's not only unnecessary, but profoundly punishing to Scotland's people and its economy.
Thought your head was going to explode then, Darren.
That man makes my head want to bloody
You did a
explode,
great William Wallace impression.
Thank you very much. Yes, I don't think I'd be welcome at today's SNP rally. No,
for independence in Glasgow.
Yes, exactly, yes. But Benjamin Butterworth, as a man who likes all things green, despite flying around the world more than, you know, Jeff Bezos, do you actually think that Humza Yousaf is a hypocrite?
I think the problem here is that Humza Yousaf, more than, you know, sturgeon or salmon, seems to think that Scotland is an independent country that can dictate things like climate change policy and foreign affairs. You know, if they got their numbers wrong, it was their mistake on a political level, right? They have to act within the boundaries of what the UK government chooses to do and economic projections and all the rest of it. So I kind of think it's a bit rich. I mean, it's very typical of the SNP that they always blame Westminster.
But do you think that was a laudable aim, though, Benjamin, the 75% reduction in 5 years?
Yeah, absolutely. And the truth is that people like you look at this in the completely reverse way.
Would you stop flying? Would you commit to stop flying right on air?
Well, I mean, if I did do that, you'd have to see more of me because I'd be in the country.
Where are you going in a few weeks?
He's got off to Yemen. I'm going there by horse.
How are you getting there?
Camel. But look, can I just make the point that, you know, the climate challenges that we face are an enormous economic opportunity for a country that has as highly educated, as excellent a higher education sector as we do. The kind of technology that we can develop is being in demand by the entire world, and it is a massive chance for us to have a new industrial revolution.
Any idea how much it's going to cost?
Well, you didn't listen to what I said. I'm saying that these are huge business opportunities for an economy like us, and that is why you should be looking at it as ways to bring in money, not ways to spend it.
So the only way you're going to get there is by spending £3 trillion, stopping the entire world's battery reserves for the next 10 years, rerouting it to the UK, and even then it'll only meet 26% of energy demands.
So let me ask you this.
It's a suicidal plan, right? And the people at Whitley Wind Farm, which is a giant wind farm in Scotland, will tell you the exact same thing. When I went up there for COP26, not exactly a climate-denying summit, right? I asked them, oh, are these any good? And they said, well, we don't make them in Scotland. We import them via flatbed truck. They're coated in carbon. We can't recycle them. And we still need gas or nuclear to support them. So even the engineers at the wind farms are saying they're a flustered bush. So what makes you the expert on this?
So would you rather invest in tackling climate change or be underwater?
You're not going to be underwater.
That's the reality of lots of places in the world.
It's absolutely not.
Many of them are in the Commonwealth.
No, the most apocalyptic claims of the UN are not likely to come to pass. And even if you did, the UN's prescribed policy, according to William Nordhaus, Nobel Prize-winning economist, he said there'd be more damage by paying the money they've asked than just letting climate change happen.
Right, Diane, do you think this is an admission, actually, that, you know, Scotland have been partnering with their Green Coalition partners? They've been saying, oh, look, we're going to be the most progressive part of the United Kingdom, because, you know, as Benjamin said, he sometimes forgets that he is still part of the United Kingdom. And actually, what they've shown is that this is a completely unaffordable, it's costly to the extreme, and it would hit Scotland's poorest people hardest.
It would hit. I think they have had a massive realisation that this is not workable, and the SNP are really showing themselves to not be very good at anything involving numbers, being as we've just had...
government.
Yeah, government, numbers,
Yeah.
oh, it's all a bit difficult. But, yeah, it's very clear that they've had to row back on this. And although it is ambitious to set a target, I often feel like Scotland is trying to one-up Westminster, but they're not doing it in a way that they can actually achieve it. They're kind of like the guy that, like, swaggers around the gym saying, yeah, I could bench press 96 kilograms just because he wants to be the biggest guy. But then when it comes to it, he doesn't even know how the machine works.
Well, they're basically saying, you know, let's make Scotland Scotland skint just to get one up on London, and I don't think that's a viable proposition. They've said, actually, they've turned around and some of them are blaming Rishi Sunak. They're saying because Rishi Sunak watered down his climate pledges that they have been forced into action to reverse theirs. Is it your fault? Are you to blame for Humza Yousaf?
Is it my... Well,
yes. As Rishi Sunak's accolade, disciple.
It's not Rishi.
Well, by extension. Look, I speak to you as
His
Rishi
wife will be
Sunak's conduit. No. This is quite serious, actually. I think Humza Yousaf has just shown himself to be an awful leader, and he is not the kind of person that Scotland needs to be leading their country. I mean, he's a complete failure. He set himself a far too ambitious target when it came to reducing 75% of emissions by 2030. I mean, what sort of nonsense is that? I was always told to... I mean, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Over-deliver. Under-deliver?
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
Under-promise,
Under-promise and over-deliver, that's
Yeah.
what I mean. And that is not what Humza Yousaf has done.
I have a question. How could Humza Yousaf be a better leader, in your opinion?
Leave.
Well,
Step down.
that's answered that one. Right.
Resign.
Folks, still to come tonight, we're going to answer your questions in Ask the Five, and we ask if you should be able to turn your streetlights down to order. It's not as boring as it sounds, I promise. But next up, why has the author of a landmark review into transgender policy been advised not to travel on public transport? I wonder if she fears seeing Benjamin Butterworth explain 100 genders to her.
Oh, please, I don't get public transport.
You're with the Saturday 5 live on GB News.
Good evening, welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. High pressure is sticking around through the rest of the weekend, but we will start to see some rain arriving in the north. But it is that area of high pressure that will be dominating our weather, so bringing us some more settled conditions. However, these weather fronts out to the north will bring us a bit more in the way of rain as we head through Sunday and into the new week. Plenty of cloud around through the rest of this evening, spilling its way southwards across much of England and into parts of Wales into the early hours of the morning. But southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland, Western Scotland probably holding on to some clearer skies and turning chilly here, perhaps some frost in places. But under all that cloud, generally not quite as cold, although the high single figures are possible. So a bit of a cloudier start, particularly for eastern parts of Scotland, some outbreaks of rain spilling their way southwards through Sunday morning. But eastern parts of England, Northern Ireland, Western Scotland still holding on to some of that sunshine. Perhaps one or two showers across the very far southeast, but it should be staying dry for most places, away from that cloud and rain. Under that cloud and rain, still feeling quite chilly. We're struggling to reach into the double figures across some North Sea coast, but further south, highs of 14 or 15 degrees. Monday does start a little bit cloudier for most of us, outbreaks of rain spreading their way southwards across much of the UK through Monday, perhaps southeastern parts of England holding on to a bit of sunshine through the afternoon and feeling warm in that sunshine but much chillier elsewhere. Further showers through Tuesday and Wednesday, but those temperatures slowly starting to return closer to average as we head through the second half of the week.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio and online.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to the Saturday 5. As ever, your emails are flying in. Thanks ever so. Here comes John to put me in my place. Uh-oh. He says, hi, Darren. Bad snoring or sleep apnea is a very debilitating condition and can be life-threatening. Every time I go to sleep, I may not wake up again.
You're going to apologise, Darren?
Well, look, I think there ought to be health innovations that help John and help him get back to work.
I think the main one is that when John really needs to get some sleep, he puts you on the telly. Explains why he's watching.
Have a good sleep, John. And Alistair says, how about those who had a restricting medical condition from birth or very young? Will they be left for dead? No, Rishi Sunak hasn't stood up and said, let's remove disability benefit.
He said if you've not worked for 12 months, then you lose all benefit.
No, if you are someone with spina bifida in a wheelchair, he is not anticipating that you will go back to work and be expected to do, I don't know, well, actually, they could do your job quite easily, but anything else...
Better than me.
It's time, though, for our next debate. Who wants to go next?
All right, fingers over mute buttons, might as well be me. So, Dr. Hilary Cass, who's the author of the recent eponymous report on the Tavistock and Portman clinic that was meant to be servicing gender-confused kids, has been advised to not take public transport for fear of violent reprisal from trans activists who can't seem to accept the truth. Now, you would think that people would be really concerned about her safety because all she's done is upgrade safeguarding towards confused and abused young children. Unfortunately, the Labour Party don't quite seem to agree because Dawn Butler MP, rattling off some lies she found on social media, decided to tell the Commons that Hilary Cass omitted over 100 studies from her report. Turns out that wasn't the case, and we haven't had a retraction yet. So, I think Labour should probably get their trans activists in order rather than just continually backpedalling on their record on puberty blockers.
I just feel that the whole world's gone a bit mad, Colin, because ultimately this is a factual report which is evidence-led with scientists, I believe. Balanced. Took all the measures to try and create a report which is ultimately going to help children who are both not trans and people who may go on to transition later in life. I mean, I was watching some television the other day, Joe Lycett on his show.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I hope you weren't. That's on Channel 4.
It is on Channel 4.
It's a sin.
Anyway, we're going to quickly get... I think we can get a clip from that very show where apparently Hilary Cass is far right.
Well, this week there's been a lot of hot air rising from the far right, otherwise known as the Cass Report. Dark clouds coming in this evening, but no darker than the depths of your soul, Richard, as you wander alone, knowing that the last face you see before you die will be the Babe Station model on your premiere in TV, as you auto-asphyxiate in the early hours of Christmas morning. Jordan Gray, everyone!
From the far right, Conor, are they talking about you?
Well, I should hope so, because I take it as a badge of endorsement. I mean, far right clearly just means anything I don't like. And this person, if I remember correctly, wasn't this person the one that stripped off and used their appendage to play the keyboard? I don't think they're a particularly credible medical expert.
Well,
no,
was it funny, Diane?
What?
That segment.
Not for me. No, I mean, but, you know, that's
Even
the joy
Benjamin didn't laugh.
That's the joy of comedy. We all like different things. I'm sure somebody loved it. But I think it's a real shame, because I read that report about Dr. Cass, and she said the thing that is really annoying her is the misinformation. And the people who refuse to be open to the science, refuse to say, oh, wow, so we're not medically treating these children in the way that we would medically treat them for other ailments, and instead they're sort of just labelling her transphobic or a TERF, or then they're putting out misinformation.
What does it say about where we're at when a woman, a very esteemed woman, feels that she can't use public transport?
That's absolutely appalling.
Yeah.
And it's really, it is quite scary. Like,
Yes,
it's
it
not
is.
like Dr. Hilary Cass is one of the people who can bench press 96 kilograms. I mean, intellectually, I think she could knock somebody out in one punch, but physically, she must be quite intimidated.
Well, I mean, Benjamin, do you like the show Have I Got News for You on something called the BBC? It's an inferior broadcaster. Have you heard of it?
I do. I watch it every week, although I didn't this Friday.
Oh, right. Well, let's have a watch of a clip that they had on this very issue.
Staying with health, what did staff at the Royal Stoke Hospital do this week?
The answer is we don't know.
Yes, they made a banner declaring that the hospital welcomes 21 different genders and sexualities.
21?
There they are.
Wow. I don't know some of those countries.
That's Zimbabwe at the end.
Yeah. Each of these 21 genders has its own flag, and why not? You know, now cancer's been cured and everything.
Now, there they are. They mock, you know, Ian Hislop of Private Eye is supposed to bash the establishment class. And it's taken a report by Dr. Hilary Cass outlining just how much kids have been impacted, vulnerable children, autism, kids who can't accept being lesbian, gay or bisexual. And it's taken this report for them to feel comfortable making a joke about this issue. Now, as someone, Benjamin, who believes strongly that there are 100 genders, do you accept that actually people like you have made such an atmosphere of fear around this issue that people like Dr. Hilary Cass don't feel safe? And have I got news for you? Only now feel comfortable about standing up to bullies like you?
No, I mean, it's just farcical nonsense. Look, first of all, it's not acceptable for anybody to feel unable to get on public transport because of safety. I suspect very few people would recognise this doctor, to be honest. But I imagine the fear when you see all the comments online can be very real, and I can understand how someone would end up feeling like that way. I would just also point out that the number of hate crimes, sometimes violent hate crimes, that happen against transgender people that don't pass, that don't look like the gender they're trying to identify as, people might question them, is a very real thing as well. You know, you hear so many stories about incidents on buses and public transport where they get beaten up just trying to go about their lives. So I think a bit of self-awareness, you know, from different sides would not go amiss.
Do you need to be more self-aware, Connor?
Who's committing those hate crimes, Ben? Because I would esteem that it's not the tolerant and liberal English people. It's usually people from
English?
a less... Yes,
What's that got to do with it?
Because it's usually people from a far less tolerant background and faith who don't share our sensibilities.
Are we?
I didn't say race, did I?
Well, what are you saying?
I'm saying nationality and culture, Ben. Funnily enough...
You're saying Muslims, aren't you?
Yes.
Right,
usually,
there we go.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're over...
You keep doing this dog whistle, and you're not very good at
Muslim
it. It's
isn't a
pretty
race.
obvious what you're saying.
Okay.
You could literally do any debate on this show and you'd go back to Muslims.
Muslim is not a race.
Right, we're going to a break now. Still to come tonight, your questions will be answered in Ask the Five, Ask Us Anything, and Diane and Albie will go head-to-head in the Saturday Scrap. But next, should residents have their streetlights brightened or dimmed to their own liking? We'll try to throw some light on the situation. Do you see what I did there? You're with the Saturday Five, live on GB News.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Let's see what you've been saying at home. You're very vexed about these China cyber attacks. Colin says, what the hell is our Secret Service doing? They've only just realised what China's up to. You just couldn't make it up.
We could have told you.
We knew. We're not surprised. So Colin, we agree with you. Quite why it's taken GCHQ or MI6 or whoever it is, MI5. It would be MI5 to know what's going on.
And Rod has said, thank you, Rod, if you know how you vote, if they know how you vote, coupled with mass data held also on you, do you not believe they can influence your decision-making process in any way? They won't know.
I'm not sure they know how you vote because
that's not on record anyway, is it?
It is not.
And Ken says these are only able to be carried out because of computers, internet, mobile phones, etc. It seems to me that these inventions are ruining our lives and therefore we were much safer and much happier without these inventions. There is a school of thought that would agree with that, Ken, very much so.
I sort of often think it myself, really.
Me too.
The dark web. I mean, how many people have been murdered because of the dark web?
You do wonder as well.
Brianna Jai.
Yeah, you do wonder. I look at my kids' generation and I wonder whether they will grow up and have a complete rejection of all of this and they will just say enough because they will think we were all insane for having become so addicted to our phones. I wonder whether, as generation after generation do, they will reject it. Wayne, blame Western governments for the rise of China. People were saying this 10 years ago and every country ignored it. That is a really good point, Wayne, because we've taken Chinese investment and obviously our houses are full of items we bought from made in China.
And if you remember as well, we had to get them out of the 5G. Huawei.
We did.
Get them out, literally extricate them
from that
us.
was at least one thing I think they did quite well.
Yeah.
And Jan says if they've seen the electoral roll, what else have they been looking at? That's the threat to our democracy. They never do things by halves. I'm much more worried about my own government looking at what I do online, to be fair.
I want to go back, we said before, the electoral roll is a public document which you can access if you go to your library.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
GB News brings you accurate reporting of the day's topical agenda.
When the news breaks, wherever and whenever it's happening,
we'll be there.
This is GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to the Saturday 5. It's time for our final debate of the first hour. The only person left is Diane, who I can't see. Diane, might you fix this problem for me?
Well, I can shed some light on the situation. So, what I've got here is a ring light that is used by actors to do self-tapes and many influencers. Now, light comes in many different ways. You can measure it. There's wattage. Wattage is how much a light bulb uses. And all of our councils, they want to change the street lights so that the wattage is low, so we use less energy. They're energy efficient. Great. Now, light is also measured in lumens and Kelvin. Lumens is how bright it is. Right now, you can see this is incredibly bright. I'm well lit. Kelvin is the color temperature. Okay? So what I've got here is 5,000 Kelvin, which is the equivalent to daylight. Now, this means that it's very blue. It's actually going to mess up my circadian rhythms. I don't expect to sleep till next Thursday. Now, there was a woman in Barnet called Sasha Rodoy, and Sasha took Barnet Council to court because the bright street lights were actually hurting her. She has photophobia, and she wrote to Barnet Council and she just said they're too bright. It's like daylight. Now, let me show you how bright exactly. This is the colour temperature of the street lights in Barnet. So this is 4,000 kelvins. Now, this is the equivalent to sunrise or sunset. So all the birds were going crazy and it literally hurt Sasha's eyes. She has now got the council through a 4-year legal battle to lower the kelvins, the colour temperature, down to less than this. It's even down to 2,200 because you can still have a lot of lumens, which means the area is still illuminated, but this is a lot better for the environment. Now, my debate is that I believe she was brilliant to do it because Barnet Council tried to put a gagging order on her. They tried to make her sign an NDA because they said it would set a dangerous precedent. Well, if your neighbourhood is full of blue light and it's messing up the birds and the way that you sleep, why shouldn't they change the lights?
All right. Diane, I would like to apologise to our radio listeners who have no idea that you have just been there fiddling with a ring light, explaining about lumens and kelvins. Kelvins?
Kelvins.
Well, now they can take their GCSE physics again.
They can, absolutely. Evidently, I can't. I mean, is there, on a serious note, Diane, is there a problem here with the lights being too dim so that, you know, people like women, for example, feel safe at night? Is that a problem? Would you still be able to see on a street with that? Right.
Well, because lumens and kelvins are two different things. Kelvin is the colour temperature. So that's where we had that nice warm amber light. You can have a lamp that is 2,200 kelvins, which means it's that lovely amber light, but it can still have loads and loads of lumens, so it's incredibly bright. And also you can have focused lighting. Like the other thing that they can do with the street lights is they can put in light shields to stop the spillage into people's windows and flats, and they can make sure the light is very directional. But this doesn't just affect us. It affects the insects and the way that the insects function, and it can affect bats and wildlife and...
Diane, you like a selfie. Are you worried that actually this might impact your ability to take them?
Well, I just worry that if everyone is going to be asking the council to turn the lights up and down as per their sort of preference, that might become quite unruly and bureaucratic task for the council to do. And at a time when councils are strapped of cash, strapped of resources, is it really, I hate to bring it back down to money and politics, but is it really a proper use of public funding to be turning up and down streetlights as per residents' preferences?
But, well, first of all, this wasn't a preference for Sasha. She was literally physically hurt by the lights because she has photophobia. But what I'm saying is that going forward, when you replace a light, why replace it with something that's a blue light that mimics daylight? Why not replace it with a warmer light that still has that energy-saving efficiency?
Benjamin, as someone that gives a lot of our viewers photophobia, have you suffered from the lamps being too light on your street?
You know, I think we really underestimate the effect that lighting has. You know, I have in my house Himalayan salt lamps, which are a lovely orange, and they're good for the air, and it really does.
Oh no, every light...
Every light's lumen.
Well, lumens is how bright the light is.
So how bright are they?
They're not bright, and there's quite an orangey colour, a bit like me on a weekend, and or you right now. And, you know, it really does affect my mood. You know, I've got this one lamp in my living room and I couldn't find the right bulb, so I've got this really bright white one, and it's just horrible. It makes me feel uncomfortable. And I think most people understand that in their house. You know, you don't want the big light on. And so to have this in the street, I think, can cause serious problems. There are street lights in my street that are just way too bright. It's annoying. And I think, you know, Albie talked about councils not having much money. Well, I think turn the lights down might be quite a popular way to save some.
Connor, are you going to start a hashtag turn the lights down campaign?
It might not be where I focus all my interests, Darren. I've got slightly few other things to do, but I completely agree with Diane. This is the principle why we don't give kids screens before bedtime. It still emits blue light, it interrupts their sleep, it means they can't function at school the next day. And so if we're walking around in a very brightly lit blue light city, it's not going to be very good for our health. I would prefer it back to where it was pre-big city living.
Lamps.
And, well, a bit more natural light. That'd be quite...
Gas fire.
At night time, natural light at night time.
I leave my blinds up, so I wake up with the sun.
I would say one of the things...
Hang on, you can't, I'm afraid. Still...
Have I been cancelled?
Labour are blaming a shoplifters' charter for a shocking rise in theft, and we'll be joined by a former top police officer to discuss just that. Plus, it's a Saturday scrap. Albie and Diane go head-to-head on the topic of open marriages. Let's find out if Diane's won. Let's hope... You're with the Saturday 5 Live on GB News.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good evening, welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. High pressure is sticking around through the rest of the weekend, but we will start to see some rain arriving in the north. But it is that area of high pressure that will be dominating our weather, so bringing us some more settled conditions. However, these weather fronts out to the north will bring us a bit more in the way of rain as we head through Sunday and into the new week. Plenty of cloud around through the rest of this evening, spilling its way southwards across much of England and into parts of Wales into the early hours of the morning. But southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland, Western Scotland probably holding on to some clearer skies and turning chilly here, perhaps some frost in places. But under all that cloud, generally not quite as cold, although the high single figures are possible. So a bit of a cloudier start, particularly for eastern parts of Scotland. Some outbreaks of rain spilling their way southwards through Sunday morning. But eastern parts of England, Northern Ireland, Western Scotland still holding on to some of that sunshine. Perhaps one or two showers across the very far southeast, but it should be staying dry for most places, away from that cloud and rain. Under that cloud and rain, still feeling quite chilly. We're struggling to reach into the double figures across some North Sea coast, but further south, highs of 14 or 15 degrees. Monday does start a little bit cloudier for most of us. Outbreaks of rain spreading their way southwards across much of the UK through Monday. Perhaps southeastern parts of England holding on to a bit of sunshine through the afternoon. And feeling warm in that sunshine, but much chillier elsewhere. Further showers through Tuesday and Wednesday, but those temperatures slowly starting to return closer to average as we head through the second half of the week.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
With thanks to Variety Cruises, a family company sailing since 1942, you have the chance to win a £10,000 7-night small boat cruise for two. With flights, meals, excursions and drinks included, you'll be able to choose from any one of their 2025 Greek adventures and explore Greece like never before. Plus, you'll also win £10,000 in tax-free cash to make your summer sizzle. And we'll pack you off with these luxury travel gifts. For another chance to win a prize worth over £20,000, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB04 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 26th of April. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
In every corner of the world, people celebrate English tradition and values as members of the Royal Society of St George. Yet here in England, branches are closing as membership dwindles.
I feel that in this country, St George is all but dead and buried.
Until recently, Stephen Warden from Wigston was president of the Leicestershire branch. Despite spending £1,500 of his own money advertising, he couldn't find enough members to keep it running.
I did everything humanly possible to get new members into the branch from the local environment, but they were just not interested in joining.
He thinks changing demographics and declining interest in the Society's values contributed to disappearing membership. But he also blames political leadership at national and local levels. Stephen claims his proposal for a St George's Day parade was repeatedly rejected by Leicester City Council over 10 years. A celebration is planned for St George's Day, but like most cities and towns, no parade will pass through the streets. A Leicester City Council spokesperson said, Leicester's annual celebrations of St George's Day have been organised and funded by the City Council for many decades, and they remain an important part of the city's festival calendar. Some in Leicester say they would like to see more done to celebrate England's patron saint.
I think it's a sign of patriotism. I think it helps the country. We celebrate a lot of religious festivals here.
People forget, I think, what is important to England.
Maybe it's been sort of jumped onto with the wrong crowd, but I think nowadays it's just completely different.
Back in Wigston, St George's Cross flies above Stephen's home.
It makes me feel good because I know at least I've not forgotten St George if everybody else has.
It's Saturday night and this is the Saturday 5. I'm Darren Grimes and I'm still along with Albie Amancorner, Diane Spencer, Connor Tomlinson and Benjamin Butterworth. Plenty more to come tonight, including, have we created a safe haven for shoplifters? That's what Labour are saying. We'll ask if they're right. It's 7 p.m. and this is the Saturday 5. Also in the next hour, Diane and Albie go head-to-head on open marriages in the Saturday Scrap. Before the break, I suggested that Diane might not be in one. I just want to clarify, I meant open marriages, not a marriage. I wasn't suggesting you're a spinster, I promise, Diane. And I'll be having a pop at Sadiq Khan in Bunch of Five. Plus, we'll analyse McDonald's latest marketing wheeze. Then we'll be answering your questions in Ask the Five. Send them across to at GB News. It's at the website, gbnews.com/your say. But first, it's your Saturday Night News with Sophia Wensler.
Thanks, Darren. I'm Sophia Wensler in the GB newsroom. First to some breaking news. The US House of Representatives has approved sending £49 billion worth in foreign aid to Ukraine. Democrats and Republicans joined together after months of deadlock over renewed American support to help Ukraine fend off Russia's invasion. In other news, the policing minister will meet the Met Police Commissioner in the next week to discuss concerns about an officer's comments directed at an anti-Semitism campaigner. Gideon Falter was stopped from crossing a road near a pro-Palestinian march by the officer, who described him as quite openly Jewish. The force has since apologised twice. Today, pro-Israel demonstrators held a peaceful counter-protest in central London. Called Enough is Enough, the group says hatred has no place on the streets of the capital.
You can't walk through central London with a yarmulke on your head, no signs of any Israeli flag or support for Israel or any views on what may be going on in the Middle East. But if you're not allowed to walk across the streets in central London because you are openly Jewish, then it's time for the government to act.
It's just sad that it's come to this, that it's now regarded as not completely safe for Jewish people to walk in the streets of their own city. And not only is it distressing and vile as their views are, the distressing thing is also becoming normalised.
Meanwhile, pro-Palestinian protesters have been marching in Sheffield demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. They're accusing Israel of using famine as a weapon of war and criticise the government for continuing to arm the country. The Palestine Solidarity Campaign also took aim at Barclays Bank, urging it to sever ties with companies which supply weapons and military equipment to Israel. And musicians, politicians and campaigners are rallying in Glasgow, calling for another independence referendum. Believe in Scotland and Pensioners for Independence marched from Kelvin Way to George Square to hear from speakers, including First Minister Humza Yousaf. There were mixed feelings in the city, with a counter-protest calling for the country to remain in the United Kingdom.
It's our country. We want it back. Thank you very much. We've been a colony for over 300 years. We get nothing back. Everything's taken from us and goes south.
To object against the UND march still going ahead because they haven't accepted our vote in 2014.
I think it's a bit ridiculous, if I'm honest. So that's why I'm here, but I'm kind of really here for my Nana, so...
And for the latest stories, sign up to GB News Alerts by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to gbnews.com/alerts. Now it's back to the Saturday 5.
It's Saturday night and you're with the Saturday 5. I'm Darren Grimes and we're all set for another great hour. Let's crack on with tonight's big interview. We're asking tonight, have we created a shoplifters charter? That's the claim being made by the Labour Party, who are citing data which shows that there were 402,000 shoplifting offences in England and Wales in the year to September 2023. So that amounts to roughly 1 every single minute. But offences resulting in a police charge, well, predictably, they've actually fallen. Here to discuss this with us is the former Detective Chief Superintendent with the Met Police, Kevin Hurley. Hello, Kevin. You're going to take them to task on this. I mean, what's going on? Why are we not banging up those who make shopkeepers' lives, frankly, a total misery?
Quite frankly, it's because there's a complete lack of resources throughout the whole criminal justice system. There are inadequate numbers of patrol police to respond to these incidents. There are inadequate numbers of Crown prosecution lawyers to deal with those that should go to prosecution, and there are inadequate numbers of prison places or community probation officers to supervise those who might get supervision type orders. So if there is no deterrent for those people who are determined to shoplift, and they vary from people who are drug addicts, alcoholics, stealing to do that, to organised criminals, to some opportunists who know there's no sanction, or indeed some people who are absolutely starving to death and want to feed their families. Bottom line is, if there is no sanction, this will go further and further out of control.
Yes.
It's down to the government. They've slashed the entire criminal justice sector and all aspects of that.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Kevin, do you think actually you agree with the Labour Party that we have de facto sort of decriminalised or rather created a shoplifters charter to actually allow people to do this without fear of repercussions?
Well, I mean, what I believe is every kind of misbehaviour should have a sanction of some sort, whether it's a telling off or life in prison, depending on whether, how extreme the matter is. But any form of misbehaviour should have a response. But we're in a situation now where, due to lack of resources, the police can't respond to most incidents of shoplifting. They don't have the people. Shop staff are left unprotected.
Terrible.
The shareholders, shops are, if you like, losing their money. All of us are paying more for our goods for those who steal. But it comes down quite simply. If there is no deterrent, some people will take advantage of it.
I want to bring you in. Do you think actually your party, the legacy of your party, the Conservatives, is going to be one of shops having to lock away goods?
Well, look, the Conservatives have corrected their mistake of sacking those 20,000 police officers during austerity only to hire them back. But I would like to know from Kevin what he makes of the reports of these Robin Hood reports that we've seen coming, I think it was out of the Daily Mail today, where people are stealing from what they perceive to be upmarket supermarkets like Waitrose and M&S, and then going and giving that food to food banks. What's going on?
Well, as you asked the question, let's be clear. The Conservative Party reduced the police by 22,000 experienced officers and 20,000 support back office staff, and have replaced them with 20,000 new people who are mostly unskilled and inexperienced, combined with shutting 60% of the police stations in the country. So no plaudits there, if I may, because I know the numbers and I know the business. But the reality of it is there will be people stealing and taking stuff to put in food banks. They are misguided to do that. It's not their place to do that. And they do so because there is no sanction against committing a criminal offence, which is theft.
And Kevin, as a former police officer yourself, when you were dealing with these cases in real life, were you ever more lenient on people who had really difficult circumstances?
Well, no, you have no choice. The kind of person who would respond to this are generally the most junior constables on the shift. And the situation used to be you would hear the evidence from the store detective or the shop employee, and if you thought there was evidence of theft, you would arrest, take them to the police station, and a decision would then be made. Is it going to be no further action? Are they going to be cautioned? Or are they going to be charged? But, to repeat the point, there are totally inadequate numbers of patrol officers to achieve that purpose anymore, so the shops have to fend for themselves.
I think we've got some footage, actually, of these Robin Hood types declaring themselves to be, declaring themselves to be, the forces of good and all things worthy in the world. But, I agree with you, Kevin. I think they are thoroughly misguided, and I don't think this is the way to go about it.
Kevin, I have been shocked when I go to the two small supermarkets by my house. Basically, every time I go there, I will see somebody who probably looks homeless stealing from there. And the staff that work in those two little supermarkets don't even bother to stop them. Do you think there's been a cultural change that now it's not just people who are desperate and doing the wrong thing out of desperation, but there's a lot of people that just don't think it's a serious crime, and so they think they can get away with it?
Well, I think some people, quite rightly, as you say, think it's a serious crime, but from a point of view of the staff, they do not wish to be assaulted. They're on minimum wages. It's not their job to, frankly, put their blood and bone on the line to protect that product. It comes back to, again, what I said, it's a vicious circle. If there isn't certainty of some form of sanction, which no longer exists, then people are going to do it. And the bigger problem, really, is not even those Robin Hoods who are silly and misguided, as Darren says, but it is the organised shoplifting gangs who will come in and take thousands and thousands of pounds off the shelf, which has a real impact on the cost of goods for all of us.
Kevin, just finally, before I let you go, and briefly if you would, please, because we're running short of time, but how much in London do you think actually Sadiq Khan has taken his eyes off the ball? Because we've bashed the Conservatives, but actually as Police and Crime Commissioner, is there a problem here with, for example, knives? Are people in supermarkets especially worried about knives?
Of course. And of course, Sadiq Khan has taken his eye off the ball. He always plays to the audience. He always plays to different pressure groups and so on. It was him who said he wanted to stop and search. And he's got the result of that now. Large numbers of youths, mainly black ones, being stabbed to death or maimed by mainly black youths because he pandered to a small number of the vociferous minority. So yes, Sadiq Khan has tried to interfere in a business which so many people do that they don't understand, which is how policing and the criminal justice sector works.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thank you, as ever, mate, for your time. That's a former Detective Chief Superintendent with the Met Police, Kevin Hurley. Now, let's have a chat about this amongst ourselves. I mean, a plague on all their houses really was the narrative there, politically, I mean.
Yeah.
And, I mean, do you worry about this? Do you think, actually, as Benjamin asked that question there, are we becoming a society of people that view it as, well, it's an all right thing to do. It's fine to do that.
I'm not sure if it's an all right thing to do. I mean,
Well, no, I'm not for a second suggesting that it is. But are we becoming a society which is more accepting of that the worldview, essentially?
Well, I think that...
They're rich, they make lots of money. Why not? Wouldn't you steal from them?
Yeah, Kevin Hurley made a really excellent point when he said, why should the shopkeeper put their life on the line to confront
Minimum
somebody
wage,
who is stealing a product from, the person who is employing them? And you look at shops, and when you look at, like, the big shops like, you know, Waitrose and M&S and things like that, you think, I'm sure there's a group of people that think, they can take me nicking a bottle of champagne. Like, the one time I saw somebody shoplift, I've not seen it that often, I froze because I couldn't work out what I was seeing. I saw a man grab a bottle of champagne and shove it down his trousers.
My God.
I've never seen anything like that before, and it took me a minute to work out what he was doing. But no, I think that there's a danger...
Was it Benjamin Butterworth?
I mean, he does look suspicious.
He doesn't actually like champagne.
Suspicious.
No, I don't like the bubbles.
He only likes to drink it on his flights to Yemen. No, I think that definitely there has been a cultural shift.
Yes.
Because you don't want to confront people when they're doing things that you don't agree with. Like, for example, if somebody's playing loud music on the bus, you're less likely to say something because you think, well, what if I get yelled at or attacked?
Is that because you fear they have a knife, even, though, in this day and age?
I mean, I don't know who carries... I genuinely don't know who carries knives, but I'm scared of kind of... for me, it would sort of be an actual physical altercation.
Hang on one second. I'll bring Connor in and then we'll go back to Albie. Connor, what have you made of everything you've heard so far?
Well, unlike what I think Albie hopes, the Conservative Party are more likely to get 0 seats than re-elected. So we are facing the prospect of a Labour government, which is why they're saying this. I happen to remember in 2020 when Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner took the knee for BLM, whose flagship campaign was defund the police. So excuse me if I don't think they're going to fix this problem. Instead, I think we're going to see a shoplifter's charter become a shoplifter's paradise, much like in San Francisco, where it's below £200 worth of goods, it will be below £1,000 worth of goods, and you'll get these smash and grab gangs making more and more money, and any suggestion to the otherwise would be called discrimination.
Right, Albie, do you agree?
No, I don't agree, but what I was going to say is that I think there certainly was a time where if an ordinary person saw someone shoplifting in a supermarket, they would have intervened and said this is unacceptable behaviour. And I just wonder how we've got to this point where sort of the involuntary actions within the community that used to make the society kind of tick along has gone away, and now we just expect the state to do absolutely everything. Of course, the state should provide police. That's not what I'm saying. But there were involuntary actions that individuals did that used to stop this sort of thing from happening, and I don't think that happens anymore.
I mean, I'm still the type to say something. I can't keep my opinions to myself at the best of times. But I was thinking the other day, I was in a little M&S, and they were taking the meats that were right by the door. And I thought, how are you cooking that if you're homeless? But then it turns out they'll take the meats and things, which obviously are expensive, and then they'll sell them on as a black market. And so I think there's an entire economy that is fuelling this.
Absolutely. Right, folks, still to come tonight. Has Labour's social media team lost the plot? Benjamin Butterworth will discuss. And we'll take your questions in Ask the Five. But next, it's the big one. You won't want to miss this. Albie Amankona, the Diane Spencer, on the topic of open marriage in the Saturday scrap. Is Saturday night all right for swinging? Or will... or will monogamy always be the way to go? You're with the Saturday 5 live on GB News.
GB News Breakfast. Every day from 6 a.m.
Do you mind if I ask you a little bit about Sebastian? It really amazes me how a mother who can lose a child in such a shocking and unexpected way, so little, so precious, can then turn that grief into something so positive. How did you find the strength to get up, get a camera crew, as you say, travel to the other side of the world and investigate all of this?
I was angry at Sebastian for dying. You know, you feel like saying, God, 32 years later, and I can still get very, very upset about it. I was angry that something that while he was born and lived with me and slept and then died, they were actively campaigning in New Zealand to try and stop this happening because they had a very high cot death rate there. They had the lady, the Anne Diamond, if you like, of New Zealand, a television presenter called Judy Bailey, went on telly every night and said, if you're just about to put your baby down to sleep, put him on his or her back, not the tummy, and this will help. And their cot death rate plummeted. And I went out to New Zealand and met her, and it was anger that drove me to come back and demand that we have the same advert here, the same campaign. And of course, I got all this complete nonsense from the Department of Health saying, you know, oh, young mothers do not watch television, I was told. In other words, while New Zealand mums were being told how to save their babies' lives, we actively denied British mums that advice during the time that Sebastian and others were dying.
And the other point I suppose to make is it's helpful to educate all generations, because when I had my babies, my mum would say, oh, he's not settling, just stick him on his tummy, he'll be much happier. That's what we did with you. And we had to say, well, things have changed, and, you know, but it's about educating everybody, because it's not just the mums that get their hands on the babies.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry, Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
GB News brings you accurate reporting of the day's topical agenda.
When the news breaks, wherever and whenever it's happening,
we'll be there.
This is GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Ellie Costello, and thank you so much for joining us here on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
On Mark Dolan tonight, in My Big Opinion, working is a national duty. It's time for lazy Brits to wake up and smell the coffee. In My Take at 10, after a humiliating double apology, British policing is no longer fit for purpose. And has Joe Biden finally lost the plot? I'll be asking America's psychiatrist Dr. Carol Lieberman, plus top royal author Tom Bower and political double act the Hamiltons. We're live at 9.
Welcome back to Saturday 5.
What was that?
Always.
That was beautiful.
I'll be on Broadway before you know it. As always, or just Broad. As always, thanks very much for all of your emails about tonight's topics. Michael's written in. Oh, here we go. Some idiot said we won't prosecute under £250, so people are going into shops, filling a trolley and leaving without paying.
Don't look at me.
Apologise. Back to Diane's streetlights discussion, and Anne has written in. Anne says lights turned off at 12 midnight in Worthing and also West Sussex in general, I believe. Very scary for some of us. Well, I bet that is, especially if out at walking, driving and parking also in pleasant and built-up areas. This includes New Year, so curbs many of us, especially lone women, being out late and kept me from celebrating this year.
Oh, no,
That's terrible.
Is bad. You see, we want to kind of get that fine line between a little bit of illumination. Yeah, you want to get your right level of kelvins and lumens.
There we are. We're learning it all today on the Saturday 5. Now, though, it's time for this. Ding, ding, indeed. It's time for tonight's main event. I was reading The Guardian earlier. Not always.
Poor you.
Not always my paper of choice, I readily admit. And I found a very interesting article by Cassie Werber, which detailed how having an open marriage has helped her to have a happy marriage. Now, who better to debate this than Albie the Love Doctor, Alan Corner, and Diane Swinging Is Not For Me, Spencer. Seconds out, Diane, you kick things off. Ding, ding, off you pop.
Well, I am sorry, Cassie, but if you feel that you need to have sex with other people, how does your husband feel about this? Is he cool with it? You know, do you come home with 2 lots of laundry, is all I'm saying. I think that the idea of an open marriage, I'm so sorry. I thought that when you married somebody, it was because you've chosen them, you're in love with them, you're a little team. That's it, it's you two against the world. But that doesn't work if suddenly you go, we are against the world, but just until Tuesday, and then I'm going to go and, have sex with that person down the road who I really fancy. Like, I can't even understand how that works. If you want to do that, get divorced, break it off, go live your sexual exploration life.
You see, I think we should not be encouraging divorce. And actually, I think if both parties agree that they're going to have an open marriage and this is going to be something which is going to help prolong, strengthen and enrich the marriage in the long term and prevents divorce, then this can actually be a good thing. Now, this might not be right for your marriage, Diane, but this is right for Cassie's marriage. And I actually think what couples do in their private lives and in their bedrooms is a matter for them, not a matter for me.
Yeah, well, now, I understand that what people do in their own bedrooms is not a matter for me. I do understand that. I mean, the amount of costumes that I've seen in other people's wardrobes would turn your stomach. However, I do think that if you're going to get married, I mean, we have a lot of gay friends, they want to get married. They want to have the sanctity of marriage. But then how is it sanctified if you get married and then you're off doing bits and bobs with other people in, dare I say it, budget hotels? I'm sorry, I went there. But if that's what you're going to do, maybe you shouldn't have got married in the first place.
But we're just thinking practically here, Diane. If you were in a marriage, in a situation where you felt you both wanted to go and sleep with other people, would you get divorced and ruin that whole life that you built together, the home, the kids, the dog, the country house, if you're rich enough to have one of those, and get divorced just because you want to sleep with other people? Or wouldn't you say, all right, we'll both give each other a hall pass, we'll go and sleep with that person that we've always fancied, and then crack on with our marriage?
Is this why
Which is better?
Yeah, but is this why rich people have, like, those orgies in those country houses? Because they just get bored and they can't be bothered to go through the divorce because nobody can afford the prenup. I'm assuming that's what it is. No, I think that I've met a couple of people who are in open marriages, and I've never met a couple where both people were happy about it. There's always one person who says, yeah, it's great, it means that we get to enrich our lives. And the other partner is like, yes, it's wonderful. I'm so happy when they go out every Tuesday and Thursday and come back smelling strange. No, I don't think it should be encouraged. I think if you want to do that, go for it. Be sexually liberated, but don't wear that banner of marriage at the same time.
All right, viewers at home, let us know what you thought of that one, gbnews.com/your say. What I would say, Albie, is I think you perhaps overestimate how many people have country homes to go and...
I did say, that's why I said if you're rich. I said if you're rich.
You did say that.
Yes, I did say if you're rich.
But I think Diane's got a point on the power dynamic. There's always one party, and I speak anecdotally, I've never been in an open marriage myself. Chance would be a fine
Have you been part of one?
No. And I have not, thank you very much.
You were the third ring in the marriage.
I was not. But what I would say is, do you think actually that power dynamic there, some people just say it makes them happier, it keeps them together. But if that's what's keeping you together, maybe you're just not meant to be married.
But I genuinely have met couples who are my parents' age, who have been married for, 30, 40 years, who have been in open marriages at points, and they are still married. And perhaps that is the reason why they haven't got divorced. And all I'm saying is divorce is such a bad outcome that surely, if this is a way that we can prevent divorce from happening, shouldn't we just let couples do what they like?
Well, Connor, you like marriage, so whose argument have you sided with?
Neither, and the reason is there's a person missing from this discussion. Why has no one raised what they should do is what's best for the kids? Because that's the entire purpose.
Because not all couples have children. Thank you very much. I'm married without children.
OK, and that's why you gave that response, I think. It's because we don't think of marriage anymore about creating an indissoluble household in which to raise children. Both of you expressed it as, well, if the individual constituents aren't being sexually fulfilled or are being sexually fulfilled, then they should or shouldn't go outside the household. And it should be, no, you shouldn't get married if you want to sleep with other people, you shouldn't get married if you want to get divorced, and you should get married in order to have kids and have a home.
I think I did actually mention children when I used my example in the country house, and what I said was, would you really give all of that up if the couple simply wanted to go and sleep with someone else?
You should do what's best for the kids.
Is it best for the kids for a divorce to happen in that situation?
That's a Hobson's choice.
Not?
Do neither. Don't sleep with other people and don't get divorced.
No, but in that situation, that very specific situation that I mentioned...
That debases the purpose of marriage if you do either of them, so I'm not accepting Hobson's choice.
Connor, I'm giving you the option. Which one is better?
I'm saying neither.
Is it better to get divorced or not in that situation?
I will not choose between circles of hell, thank you very much.
Right, Benjamin.
Holy, didn't we?
A very hypothetical question, but would you give up your country manor if your significant other was playing away?
Well, look, I do intend to marry for money, so I probably wouldn't. Look, for me, you know, the idea of meeting Derek and Big Linda in the back of a Ford Fiesta is not my idea of a happy relationship.
Free watershed.
OK?
Keys in a bowl.
That won't do it for me.
Is that not a little
It doesn't suit my personality.
If Derek and Linda have a country manor,
yeah,
they've done well.
If it's a Mercedes, maybe. But look, you know, that just wouldn't work for me. I think I'm probably a bit insecure. For me, the idea of a relationship is about being able to have that complete commitment. It's that direct channel to another person that is why I value the hypothetical concept of me having a relationship. But I think that is quite different to the idea that you should have some kind of moral objection to this. And I'd say one thing. I think often, particularly in this country, where we're a pretty prudish society, you know, the French probably think we're incredibly lame. The fact is that most people can be deadly in love with somebody, but that doesn't mean, it's ridiculous to think that doesn't mean they won't be attracted to other people at points in their life, and that detracts from the fact that they love somebody. And I think I know a couple, they met when they were 17, as the same sex, two men. They met at 17, they're now 50, they've been open the whole time, and they're a wonderful couple. So clearly it works for some people.
I would say something about being attracted to other people. I think you have to accept that other people exist, and occasionally you'll go, you look healthy, but at the same time, there's then the...
What high standards you have, Diane.
That's the second step of acting on it. But also, I find that because I'm committed to my husband, I try to make the best of myself, and he tries to make the best of himself. So we're always still looking and flirting with each other, and it sort of keeps everything all fresh and lovely. And I think that's part of the commitment and the love and the monogamy.
What would you do, though, if you get home tonight and your husband says, well, Diane, I'm afraid to tell you, I want to play away. Linda and Derek are coming round.
I'd be like...
Big Linda.
Big Linda.
Oh, God, I think we'd all go out for a gin. I think we'd have to discuss
Would you
this.
be like, right, get me on the phone, divorce lawyers, that's it?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I mean, we would have a definite serious chat about, I'm sorry, but who are you? Where is my husband? Which parallel universe have you come from? Are you actually a robot from the future? That's where I would be. It's so out of the world for me.
And then I'll be... well, we're going to a break now, sadly. I was about to bring you
the Ford Fiesta's here
to ask you about... I would just like to let you know that there are other couples available. It's not just Linda and Derek. So, still ahead, in a bunch of five, a Labour sexism row, a new McDonald's marketing campaign, and a record-breaking day for Taylor Swift. Resident Swiftie Connor Tomlinson will be all over that. You're with the Saturday 5, live on GB News.
Good evening, welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. High pressure is sticking around through the rest of the weekend, but we will start to see some rain arriving in the north. But it is that area of high pressure that will be dominating our weather, so bringing us some more settled conditions. However, these weather fronts out to the north will bring us a bit more in the way of rain as we head through Sunday and into the new week. Plenty of cloud around through the rest of this evening, spilling its way southwards across much of England and into parts of Wales into the early hours of the morning. But southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland, Western Scotland probably holding on to some clearer skies and turning chilly here, perhaps some frost in places. But under all that cloud, generally not quite as cold, although the high single figures are possible. So a bit of a cloudier start, particularly for eastern parts of Scotland, some outbreaks of rain spilling their way southwards through Sunday morning. But eastern parts of England, Northern Ireland, Western Scotland still holding on to some of that sunshine. Perhaps 1 or 2 showers across the very far southeast, but it should be staying dry for most places, away from that cloud and rain. Under that cloud and rain, still feeling quite chilly. We're struggling to reach into the double figures across some North Sea coast, but further south, highs of 14 or 15 degrees. Monday does start a little bit cloudier for most of us, outbreaks of rain spreading their way southwards across much of the UK through Monday, perhaps southeastern parts of England holding on to a bit of sunshine through the afternoon and feeling warm in that sunshine but much chillier elsewhere. Further showers through Tuesday and Wednesday, but those temperatures slowly starting to return closer to average as we head through the second half of the week.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall? Let's find out together. For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
GB News is the home of free speech. We were created to champion it, and we deliver it day in, day out.
Free speech allows us all to explore and debate openly the issues most important to us, our families, and of course, the British people.
Having challenging conversations to enlighten each other.
Which is why we hear all sides of the argument.
We are the People's Channel.
We will always stand by the freedom to express yourself.
On TV, radio, and online.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're GB News, and we come from a proud tradition of British journalism.
That's why I'm so excited to be here. It's something so new.
The first news channel to be launched in Britain in over 30 years.
Launched to represent the views of the British people.
To go where other broadcasters refuse to go.
How did you find out about the story in the first place?
Launched with one aim.
To be the fearless champion of Britain.
It's an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here.
This is GB News. The People's Channel.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to the Saturday 5. As always, thank you very much for all of your emails about tonight's topics. On the so-called shoplifters charter, Dawn says, police brass wanted to prioritise non-crimes like hate and internet tiffs over shoplifting. And police brass told us about their choice to no longer attend shoplifting over 2 months ago. And we all knew what would happen and discussed it at the time. Priorities, maybe.
Yeah, no, I mean, she is right.
Now, though, it's time for this. What have we got? Who's going to start us off?
So I'm going to start us off with the bunch of five rounds. So I was having a scroll through on Twitter earlier on and I saw this brilliantly hilarious meme of a Labour policy where basically Labour are talking about their housing policy. I don't know if we can get this meme up, but Labour are talking about housing policy and they've got a woman lying next to what looks like her partner, boyfriend, husband, who knows.
It's Derek
He's looking out into the distance. It's Derek and Linda. And Linda is saying, well, I bet he's thinking about other women. And Derek is saying some of the land... I'm not going to read that because it's boring, but basically he talks about Labour's green belt policy and their housing policy. And now the Labour Party have got themselves in a little bit of a tiff as the party of equality because people are saying that this is sexist, apparently. Diane, I know that you feel very strongly about this. You think it is sexist. Why?
I think it's lazy writing. It's supposed to be I think it's supposed to be funny, but I find it really lazy because although you've got the picture, you could put so many great captions of what she is thinking before, and the fact before, you know, you reveal it's about the green belt, like, oh my God, is that him or me? I mean, I know we ate broccoli. You know, something like that, something a bit more cheeky, but instead it just sort of shows this woman whose only concern is what he's thinking about her. It's just tiresome. Do you know what, as a woman, I just find it a bit tiresome, and I expect more from the I would say I expect more from the Labour Party, but it took them a while to admit what a lady was, so maybe I should lower the bar.
Benjamin, are you not ashamed of your party's rampant sexism?
I mean, look, the thing is about political parties and these things is that there are thousands of people between staff and MPs and all the rest of it, and so it's not really representative. Whoever does it, nobody serious will likely have looked at that. But I do think it's interesting that Labour's using loads of these memes and they're quite effective. It's a slightly different point, but we've never had political advertising in this country in the way that America does, but now we basically do because it's all online, and I think that's transforming our political landscape.
You used to work for the IEA, and I would say the Institute of Economic Affairs, and then also the Adam Smith Institute is something which you're probably quite closely aligned to, as am I. These think tanks are actually, and the Taxpayers Alliance, these think tanks are actually the ones who came up with this Labour policy that they've come up with, where they're going to designate areas of the green belt, grey belt, which they're then going to build upon. So the Labour Party is taking on free market ideas more than the Conservative Party. How do you feel about that?
Well, yeah, I imagine that's probably fair enough, but if it was representative of the nation, that meme, I imagine she'd be turning around herself and saying, get your mitts off the green belt, because there are an awful lot of people vehemently opposed to any kind of reform, even if you say, which I do, that there are disused car washes in this country that are declared green belt land. That's not my idea of the green rolling vista. I don't sing Jerusalem thinking about a disused car wash. So that's where I'm at on this, but I'm not offended, and I don't think anyone ought to be offended by the meme. If you are,
it's just tiresome.
Yeah, right.
I as a woman, and you see yourself represented in a certain way, you can just go, oh yeah. It just makes you roll your eyes.
Well, as a woman,
you're always welcome as our
Diane.
I am going next. So the thing I saw, which I think is fascinating. McDonald's have got a billboard, and the Netherlands people who own this McDonald's have decided to advertise haptically by pumping the smell of fries out of the billboard. So you walk past this McDonald's billboard and you can smell the fries, and I think it's an absolutely revolting idea, but it's very clever because McDonald's all smells the same. If somebody's eating on a train, you can smell it 3 carriages off, but I just don't like it because this is such a big corporate entity. If they did this at every single McDonald's, my God, whole counties would smell of it. I think it's horrible.
Wouldn't it be wonderful?
Oh, no,
I do love
Albie.
the smell of a McDonald's. It does lure me.
Oh, that's what you're wearing.
How did you know it's ultimate chicken sandwich?
Do I've got bad news for you, Diane, because every Subway you go past pumps out a smell. That famously was one of their marketing tactics. And I think it works. I noticed the other day, it was a women's clothes shop I was walking past, not for myself, and I noticed they were pumping out a sort of perfume smell, and it immediately, it drew my attention. So it's a very effective technique.
Well, I will say, though, but a Subway, was it pumping out of the premises? Because this particular smelling board is a distance away from the actual restaurant. So you drive past the billboard, you get the smell of McDonald's, and then you drive forward and then you finally see the sign. I mean, do you not think that's...
And how do they get the smell of McDonald's not at McDonald's? I get it when it's a Subway.
Fries.
So they put fries and then like a fan or something blowing out.
Yeah, they put hot fries into a chute and it blows the smell out.
Gosh, what if a bird goes in and just eats them?
Well, I hope...
Would that bird be you? Is that bird called Albie?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Right, next. I'm going next. And, it's Sadiq Khan, and if your blood pressure's high already, you want to turn off the telly right now because it's about to be even
Great
higher.
advice.
Please don't. Sadiq Khan, apparently his climate ambitions can only be met, his carbon emission reduction plans can only be met if he brings about a charge, basically attaching onto his ULEZ scheme to make you pay mile per mile for, basically funding his green agenda. And this has come from an official report within the office of the Mayor of London. And I just think, what more can he possibly do to those who are struggling, to those who can't afford to get a new, trendy new car and all these other things? We're not all Elon Musk. It doesn't come naturally to all of us having all of this cash. So I'm worried about this, and I think a lot of people will be deeply angry if this goes ahead.
And he's not admitting to it
He's
either.
not admitting to it.
This is what the scam is of Sadiq Khan's election coming up as the Mayor of London on the 2nd of May. He is saying to people's faces, no, we're not going to bring in paper mile. But then we know that this is what's up his back sleeve. We know it is.
I didn't know what you were going to say there.
Back sleeve. Back sleeve? Was that what? Yes, it is what I meant to say. And actually, that's why it's so important that on the 2nd of May, even though I know it's not been very advertised that much, we've got to get Susan Hall into City Hall.
Well,
But
hang
she's
on.
gonna
We'll have
cancel
no
all of this
electioneering
stuff.
here. We'll have no electioneering here. Benjamin Butterworth, say the opposite thing now, please.
Well, I mean, it is just a lie. It's a complete lie. Sadiq Khan has been explicit on every single occasion that this won't happen. And there's a great irony in this, because there was a man who suggested a similar thing not long ago, and he's the Prime Minister. And so it's not as though he's the only person, the only offer...
suggested paper mile?
Yeah, it was about a year ago. There was a suggestion that the government looked at, right? Because when electric cars come in, the amount of road tax and the benefits from that and the petrol and everything is going to fall significantly. So they looked at replacing it with that.
No.
Right, but that's what's happening here. You say there was a report from a department that won't be a political department of the Mayor of London, and Sadiq Khan has said no. That's exactly what Rishi Sunak did.
So how else is he going to afford his green plans then?
Well, I mean, I don't know what plans you're referring to that you're saying will cost money. But it is a complete lie by this horrible, desperate Tory woman.
But...
Well, I'm not a woman.
But let's remember that the science said that there were barely any results from this, that the ULEZ doesn't actually contribute as much as Sadiq Khan said it would, and he went through with it even though it's completely undemocratic, like everybody was against it.
All right, it's Connor next. Connor, what have you got?
Well, it's time to incriminate myself as having the music taste of a teenage girl. So, Taylor Swift, noted pop star around the world, released her newest album yesterday, The Tortured Poets Department. Now, in my esteem, it doesn't come close to 1989 or some of the singles from Midnights, but that's not the reason she's actually been in the headlines for the last few months. Instead, in anticipation of the American election, quite a few Trump-supporting Conservatives are fearing a Swift lift, that a Swift endorsement of Biden will help his ailing in the polls. So, do Conservatives risk alienating young women, scaremongering about the influence Taylor Swift will have over the next election?
Connor, I'm so sorry. I'm going to bring down the tone and ask you to sing your favourite Taylor Swift song.
Favourite? Oh,
favourite.
I don't know if Lavender Haze is in my range, but it's me.
I doubt it.
Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. There we go.
Very well done.
That's going to get clipped. It's going to live in infamy.
Well, I think all the people that took Darren's advice to turn the telly off will be making the right decision.
That's fine.
Look, I mean, you know, it should be no surprise that old men in the Republican Party, the US right-wing party, are terrified of young women being able to speak for themselves. That's probably why they've rolled back abortion rights to the 1800s from a bloke that married a 12-year-old in Arizona, you know. And so, I think it's quite revealing that they are so scared, and there's sort of an element of sort of media bullying and trying to threaten her, you know, Fox News presenters saying you mustn't do this. Look, she is incredibly influential, there's no doubt about that, and I think she probably will endorse Joe Biden when it gets to it, but that's her decision, just like any other pop star.
Do you mind naming those exact Fox News presenters that you accused of bullying her?
No, but I'm sure you can...
unsubstantiated.
It's not. You know, there's loads of clips. There's a massive furore about why, you know, because obviously she's got this southern country roots, and they were saying, oh, she's going to alienate them all.
Because at one point she did used to say, you know, she won't get involved in that. Now she feels that she has to, and I dare say that's because people like you...
Since 2018, she came out against Marsha Blackburn because of Roe v. Wade.
I think that's because of people like you, actually, saying that she's got a duty to do so. Use her platform to spread about your woke agenda.
As much as I wish that...
talk about abortion. Stella Creasy wants to decriminalise it altogether. Infanticide. That's what you want to bring about.
Yeah, just the idea that women aren't criminalised for decisions about their own body, I think is a thing
it's a baby's body.
Most British people agree with that, let alone Americans.
That's not even remotely true. It's also a baby's body. It's independent from the woman, so that's...
Well, I'm just glad you did one debate without talking about race. But, you know, I think Taylor Swift is an icon to tens of millions of people.
All right, Benjamin, you're going now.
Well, next up, I don't know if we're sentient beings, but fish are, it turns out. So there's been a massive study. 38 experts from around the world have confirmed research that says that animals like fish are sentient. They have the kind of feelings and emotional reactions that we human beings have. So they found that if you put a tiny ball in front of a bee, it will play with it. They found that crayfish benefit from antidepressants, and also that, fish. If you put a mirror in front of a fish, it will eventually recognise itself, though I assume it will then probably forget that that's itself. Yes. Now, do you think we're a bit out of touch? You know, we've come a long way on the fact that of how we treat animals and how we understand they're quite similar to us.
Is this news, though? I always thought we knew this.
It's in the Times, yeah.
Was it? Well, I always thought we knew that animals were sentient beings.
But I don't think we thought of fish like that.
So on. Right.
Yeah, but I was going to say, does this more sort of say more about the Times? Because, I mean, you look at Instagram and the cats are kind of typing things on keyboards, you know.
You just said a baby isn't a person. Why are we even debating this?
All right. Still ahead, though, it's the part of the show where you, wonderful viewers, if you haven't turned off after my request, you take charge. No topics are off limits as you get to ask the five. You're with the Saturday Five live on GB News.
Nana Akua, weekends from 3 p.m.
J.K. Rowling has accused politicians of snuggling up to trans campaigners. The Harry Potter author has called for an investigation into why political parties are embracing the language of pro-trans groups. So is it time to ditch campaign groups such as those? Well, welcome again to my clashers, former Labour Party advisor Matthew Laza, also businessman and activist Adam Brooks.
I think the Cass report is really welcome. I think there's been a huge amount of agreement, including from some trans rights campaigners, that there's an awful lot of good in the Cass report. I think that I'm more concerned about mermaids, which is currently under a Charity Commission investigation, and some of the reports, if they're to be believed, like sending out chest binders, are more alarming. I think on Stonewall, which has done such great work over the past 30 years on LGBT rights.
It said 2-year-olds could be trans. Now, that is one of the most horrifying things I read today. Actually, J.K. Rowling tweeted that out there. To say that a 2-year-old can think that they can be another gender when my 4-year-old still thinks she's Elsa on some days. You know, there's no common sense, and to me it's
very badly phrased, Adam, I agree.
It's very sinister that these people actually believe that these kids want to change gender, and unfortunately out there are parents that almost see a trans kid as a fashion accessory now, and I think this whole agenda has pushed on people that this is normal to change gender, and we have to push back. And as I said earlier, to be trans is not normal.
Well, I don't agree with that
extreme.
phrasing. I think it's a big step, Adam, but there are clearly people throughout history who have been
But it's
trans.
not normal behaviour, is it?
I think as far as children are concerned, children need to be given the space to explore the world, and that can include experimenting with, breaking previous gender stereotypes. That doesn't mean that people should be sort of labelled at the age of 2, which I completely disagree with.
I'm Patrick Christie's. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
Our job is to do what's in the best interest of our country.
You made my argument for me.
My guest and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
I'm hearing it up and down the country. That was a beginning, not an end.
Patrick Christie's tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's live here on GB News.
Whenever Parliament is in session on a Wednesday at midday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions. We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
Welcome back to the Saturday Five. Folks, it's now time for this. Oh, the scariest part of the show. Let's see what you've got for us this week. This is from TJ. TJ says, Diane, since this country is a laughingstock, we might as well elect a comedian as Prime Minister. Which of your fellow comics might be up to the job. Oh.
I mean, like, I'm a little bit upset that you didn't think I would be
I
like
thought that's
a
where it was
suitable
going, I must say.
I mean...
Diane Spencer for world president.
Oh, yes, wondrous. I look great in a crown. Well, if I had to pick from my esteemed colleagues surrounding me, I think I'd go with Darren.
Oh, well, there we are.
Well, that is comical. No, I think, Dan, the problem is if you were Prime Minister, everyone would think it's Angela Rayner that's become PM. You see?
Hello, citizens of Britain. I did not lie.
There is an ongoing police investigation.
Yes, sorry. Namaste.
Right, this is from Daphne. Daphne says, high five. You look like fine athletes, not? Oh, well, Daphne. Are any of you doing...
Fat Five.
Yeah. Are any of... The McDonald's Five. Are any of you doing the London Marathon tomorrow morning? No, I will be smelling McDonald's latest billboard, which is made of fries. Is anyone doing the London Marathon?
Absolutely not.
I have a bad knee. I like to do yoga, though, and I find that walking is just as good for you and it's less pressure on your joints.
Well, Connor, you're not fat. Are you doing the...
You couldn't catch me dead. I do actually have a bad knee and I need to take my nan to church in the morning, so it kind of conflicts with that.
What time does the marathon kick off? I don't even know.
I don't think it will affect you. Look, the only time I run is when the wine shop's about to close. So,
Yeah, so he can shove champagne down his trousers.
Yeah, exactly.
And right, now this is in from Duncan. Duncan says, oh, great show tonight, but there's a but. But you chumps have not mentioned the biggest story of the week, the end of the FA Cup replays.
No!
Are you happy to see the ruin of the greatest football tournament in the world?
Wait
Benjamin
a minute, what?
Butterworth.
No, wait, I haven't heard about this. What are they doing?
I love the sports ball community. You know, I think straight people should have rights, but I have no idea what an FA replay is.
You see, I do know what an FA replay is, and I do think for people that follow football, it is a really big deal for them. Yes. Connor, I'm going to imagine that you follow football. How do you feel about this?
As the only straight man on the panel, no, I don't follow football, mate, I'm afraid.
You've let yourself down, Connor.
I probably have. Look, I was more of a rugby boy, and even then I couldn't stand the gum shields in the mud.
I mean, Diane, he has just assumed your gender.
Well, I identify as a Yeovil Town football fan, so we're not technically football sometimes.
All right, we've got a final one in from Janet. She says, high five, love the show and great to see Diane and Connor tonight. Who would be your dream guest to have on the show? Anyone but this four is my answer. Who would be your dream guest? Who would you like to appear alongside?
I think Catherine Tate would be hilarious, wouldn't she?
Oh, yeah, she'd be...
I love Catherine Tate.
I like Dr.
Or
Maggie...
Diane Morgan.
Yeah?
Oh, yes.
Everyone's favourite Diane.
I like ginger women.
Yeah.
I like Dr. Maggie Aderin-Pocock. She's always been my favourite. Or that lady, Susie Perry, who presents MotoGP and she used to do the Formula One. Love her.
I think doing it with someone like Kenneth Williams would have been hilarious, if I'm allowed to say dead people.
The show, or...?
This show, yes, doing this show.
Yeah, keeping with Albie's orange theme, President Trump, giving him 5 minutes would be hysterical.
That would be
very
funny,
good.
actually.
Benjamin?
I mean, it'd be nice to have one of our best-known colleague, Boris Johnson. It'd be pretty good to have him on the panel. It'd be good for him to finally explain some of the mess he made.
All right. And I'd quite like to invite Derek and Linda on, since they've been spoken about so vociferously tonight. Thank you very much to our guests tonight, though, the wonderful Diane Spencer and Connor Tomlinson. Next up, the brilliant Leo Kearse with the Saturday Night Showdown. Cheers very much for watching. We'll see you again next week.
Warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good evening, welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. High pressure is sticking around through the rest of the weekend, but we will start to see some rain arriving in the north. But it is that area of high pressure that will be dominating our weather, so bringing us some more settled conditions. However, these weather fronts out to the north will bring us a bit more in the way of rain as we head through Sunday and into the new week. Plenty of cloud around through the rest of this evening, spilling its way southwards across much of England and into parts of Wales into the early hours of the morning. But southeastern parts of England, Northern Ireland, Western Scotland probably holding on to some clearer skies and turning chilly here, perhaps some frost in places. But under all that cloud, generally not quite as cold, although the high single figures are possible. So a bit of a cloudier start, particularly for eastern parts of Scotland. Some outbreaks of rain spilling their way southwards through Sunday morning. But eastern parts of England, Northern Ireland, Western Scotland still holding on to some of that sunshine. Perhaps 1 or 2 showers across the very far southeast, but it should be staying dry for most places, away from that cloud and rain. Under that cloud and rain, still feeling quite chilly. We're struggling to reach into the double figures across some North Sea coast, but further south, highs of 14 or 15 degrees. Monday does start a little bit cloudier for most of us. Outbreaks of rain spreading their way southwards across much of the UK through Monday. Perhaps southeastern parts of England holding on to a bit of sunshine through the afternoon. And feeling warm in that sunshine, but much chillier elsewhere. Further showers through Tuesday and Wednesday, but those temperatures slowly starting to return closer to average as we head through the second half of the week.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Don't miss your chance to win our biggest prize so far. There's an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. Plus, courtesy of Variety Cruises, a bespoke 7-night small boat cruise for 2 worth £10,000. With flights, meals, excursions and drinks included, your next holiday could be on us. Choose any one of their 2025 Greek adventures and find your home at sea. We'll also send you packing with these luxury travel gifts. For another chance to win a prize worth over £20,000, text prize to 63232. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB04 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 26th of April. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're GB News, and we come from a proud tradition of British journalism.
That's why I'm so excited to be here. It's something so new.
The first news channel to be launched in Britain in over 30 years.
Launched to represent the views of the British people. To go where other broadcasters refuse to go.
How did you find out about the story in the first place?
Launched with one aim.
To be the fearless champion of Britain.
It's an absolutely fantastic atmosphere here.
This is GB News. The People's
Channel. GB News, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard.